Index of the Project Gutenberg works of various authors on Napoleon Bonaparte ******. Index of the Project Gutenberg works of various authors on Napoleon Bonaparte compiled by David Wigenap. Contents. Click on the ## before many of the authors' names to view a linked table of contents for that volume. Click on the author's name of that ebook to open the original online file. ##L. Bury N. Memoirs of Napoleon ##. Constant The Private Life of Napoleon ##L. Goldsmith Memoirs of the Court of St. Cloud ##J. Rose The Life of Napoleon I. Complete #J. Lockhart The History of Napoleon Bonaparte #W. Scott Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, Volume I #W. Scott Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, Volume II #W. Scott Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, Volume III #W. Scott Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, Volume 4 #P. de Secour History of the Expedition to Russia #G. Henty Atabalxa and Acre G. Henty Through Russian Snows P. Chabalon Private Life of Napoleon, Volume I P. Chabalon Private Life of Napoleon, Volume 2 #W. Sloan The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, Volume 1 #W. Sloan The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, Volume 2 #W. Sloan The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, Volume 3 #W. Sloan The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, Volume 4 #F. Maitland The Surrender of Napoleon #M. Gibbs Military Career of Napoleon #H. Wheeler The Story of Napoleon #V. Vrish Cajun 1812, Napoleon in Russia S. Winbolt's England and Napoleon, 1801–1815, Elas Cases Memoirs of Napoleon, Volume 1 Elas Cases Memoirs of Napoleon, Volume 2 Elas Cases Memoirs of Napoleon, Volume 3 Elas Cases Memoirs of Napoleon, Volume 4 #J. Rapp Memoirs of General Count Rapp, First Aide de Camp #E. Ford Napoleon's Russian Campaign Reveal Illustrations of the Life of the Emperor of France Itabella Life of Napoleon Bonaparte R. Whatley Historic Doubts Napoleon I The Officer's Manual War Maxims Napoleon I Napoleon's Appeal to the British Nation Napoleon I Napoleon's Letters to Josephine Tables of Contents of Volumes Memoirs of Napoleon Bonaparte, complete by Louis-Antoine Fauvelet de Bury N. His Private Secretary edited by R. W. Phipps Colonel, Late Royal Artillery 1891 Contents Preface 1836 edition Preface 1885 edition Author's Introduction Note Volume I 1769–1800 Chapter 1 1769–1783 Authentic date of Bonaparte's birth His family ruined by the Jesuits His taste for military amusements Sham siege at the College of Brian the Porter's wife and Napoleon My intimacy with Bonaparte at college His love for the mathematics, and his dislike of Latin He defends Pauli and blames his father He is ridiculed by his comrades' ignorance of the monks' distribution of prizes at Brian Madame de Montesson and the Duke of Orleans' report of M. Caralio on Bonaparte He leaves Brian. Chapter 2 1784 to 1794 Bonaparte enters the Military College of Paris. He urges me to embrace the military profession. His report on the state of the Military School of Paris. He obtains a commission. I set off for Vienna, return to Paris, where I again meet Bonaparte. His singular plans for raising money. Louis XVI, with the red cap on his head. The 10th of August, my departure for Stuttgart. Bonaparte goes to Corsica. My name inscribed on the list of emigrants. Bonaparte at the siege of Toulon. Le Super de Beaucaire. Napoleon's mission to Genoa. His arrest. His autographical justification. Duroc's first connection with Bonaparte. Chapter 3. 1794 to 1795 Proposal to send Bonaparte to La Vendée. He is struck off the list of general officers. Saliceta. Josepha's marriage with Mademoiselle Clara. Bonaparte's wish to go to Turkey. Note explaining the plan of his proposed expedition. Madame Bourienne's character of Bonaparte, and account of her husband's arrest. Constitution of the year 3. The 13th Vendémiaire. Bonaparte appointed second in command of the Army of the Interior. Eulogium of Bonaparte by Barras, and its consequences. St. Helena. Manuscript. Chapter 4. 1795 to 1797 On my return to Paris I meet Bonaparte. His interview with Josephine. Bonaparte's marriage, and departure from Paris 10 days after. Portrait and character of Josephine. Bonaparte's dislike of national property. Letter to Josephine. Letter of General Colley, and Bonaparte's reply. Bonaparte refuses to serve with Kellerman. Marmont's letters. Bonaparte's order to me to join the army. My departure from Sens for Italy. Insurrection of the Venetian states. Chapter V. 1797. Signature of the preliminaries of peace. Fall of Venice. My arrival and reception at Leoben. Bonaparte wishes to pursue his success. The Directory opposes him. He wishes to advance on Vienna. Movement of the army of the Sambre at Maus. Bonaparte's dissatisfaction. Arrival at Milan. We take up our residence at Montebello. Napoleon's judgment respecting Dandolo and Melzi. Chapter 6. 1797 Napoleon's correspondence. Release of French prisoners at Olmütz. Negotiations with Austria. Bonaparte's dissatisfaction. Letter of complaint from Bonaparte to the executive director. Note respecting the affairs of Venice and the Club of Cliché, written by Bonaparte and circulated in the army. Intercepted letter of the Emperor Francis. Chapter 7. 1797 Unfounded reports. Cannot capitulation of Mantua. General Clark. The Directory yields to Bonaparte. Berthier. Arrival of Eugene Beauharnais at Milan. Comte de Lannoy d'Entraigues. His interview with Bonaparte. Seizure of his papers. Copy of one describing a conversation between him and Comte de Montgaillard. The Emperor Francis. The Prince de Condé and General Pichegru. Chapter 8. 1797 The Royalists of the Interior. Bonaparte's intention of marching on Paris with 25,000 men. His animosity against the emigrants and the Cliché Club. His choice between the two parties of the Directory. Augury's order of the day against the word Monsieur. Bonaparte wishes to be made one of the 5 directors. He supports the majority of the Directory. La Valette, Augurio, and Bernadotte sent to Paris. Interesting correspondence relative to the 18th Fructida. Chapter 9. 1797 Bonaparte's joy at the result of the 18th Fructida. His letter to Augurio, his correspondence with the Directory and proposed resignation, explanation of the Directory. General Clerk letter from Madame Bachoki to Bonaparte, autograph letter of the Emperor Francis to Bonaparte, arrival of Count Cabencel, autograph note of Bonaparte on the conditions of peace. Chapter X 1797. Influence of the 18th Fructida on the negotiations. Bonaparte's suspicion of Botot, his complaints respecting the non-erasure of Bourrienne's conversation with the Marquise of Gallo. Botot writes from Paris to Bonaparte on the part of the Directory agents of the Directory employed to watch Bonaparte. Influence of the weather on the conclusion of peace. Remarkable observation of Bonaparte. Conclusion of the treaty. The Directory dissatisfied with the terms of the peace. Bonaparte's predilection for representative government. Opinion on Bonaparte. Chapter 11. 1797 Effect of the 18th Fructida on the peace. The standard of the Army of Italy. Honours rendered to the memory of General Hoche and of Virgil at Mantua. Remarkable letter in passing through Switzerland. Bonaparte visits the field of Murat. Arrival at Rastatt. Letter from the Directory calling Bonaparte to Paris. Intrigues against Josephine. Grand ceremony on the reception of Bonaparte by the Directory. The theatre's modesty of Bonaparte. An assassination. Bonaparte's opinion of the Parisians. His election to the National Institute. Letter to Camus. Projects. Reflections. Chapter 12. 1798 Bonaparte's departure from Paris. His return. The Egyptian expedition projected. M. de Tauler and General Desailly expedition against Malta. Money taken at Bern. Bonaparte's ideas respecting the East Mungnon. Influence of the Directory. Marriages of Marmont and La Valette. Bonaparte's plan of colonizing Egypt. His camp library. Orthographical blunders. Stock of wines. Bonaparte's arrival at Toulon. Madame Bonaparte's fall from a balcony. Execution of an old man. Simon. Chapter 13. 1798 Departure of the squadron. Arrival at Malta. Dolomieu. General Barguil de Hilliers attack on the western part of the island. Caffarelli's remark. Deliverance of the Turkish prisoners. Nelson's pursuit of the French fleet. Conversations on board. How Bonaparte passed his time. Questions to the captains. Propositions discussed. Morning music. Proclamation. Admiral Brueys. The English fleet avoided dangerous landing. Bonaparte and his fortune. Alexandria taken. Kleber wounded. Bonaparte's entrance into Alexandria. Chapter 14. 1798 The Mirage skirmishes with the Arabs. Mistake of General Desailly's division. Wretchedness of a rich sheikh. Combat beneath the general's window. The flotilla on the Nile. Its distress and danger. The Battle of Spreis. Defeat of the Mamelukes. Bonaparte's reception of Mileto to Louis Bonaparte. Success of the French army. Triumphal entrance into Cairo. Civil and military organization of Cairo. Bonaparte's letter to his brother Joseph. Plan of colonization. Chapter 15. 1798 Establishment of a divan in each Egyptian province. Desailly in Upper Egypt. Ibrahim Bey beaten by Bonaparte at Saloy. Sulkowski wounded. Disaster at Abalksa. Dissatisfaction and murmurs of the army. Dejection of the general-in-chief. His plan respecting Egypt. Meditated descent upon England. Bonaparte's censure of the Directory. Intercepted correspondence. Chapter 16. 1798 The Egyptian Institute Festival of the birth of Mahomet Bonaparte's prudent respect for the Mahometan religion. His Turkish dress. The Pasha of Acre thoughts of a campaign in Germany. Want of news from France. Bonaparte and Madame Force. The Egyptian fortune teller, Bertholite, and the Sheikh el-Bekri. The Air Milbrook insurrection in Cairo. Death of General Dupuis. Death of Sulkowski. The insurrection quelled. Nocturnal executions. Destruction of a tribe of Arabs. Convoy of sick and wounded. Massacre of the French in Sicily. Projected expedition to Syria. Letter to Tipu Saib. Chapter 17. 1798 to 1799 Bonaparte's departure for Suez. Crossing the desert passage of the Red Sea. The fountain of Moses. The Cenobites of Mount Sinai. Danger in recrossing the Red Sea. Napoleon's return to Cairo. Money borrowed at Genoa. New designs upon Syria. Dissatisfaction of the Ottoman Porte. Plan for invading Asia. Gigantic schemes. General Berthier's permission to return to France. His romantic love and the adored portrait. He gives up his permission to return home. Louis Bonaparte leaves Egypt. The first Kashmir shawl in France. Intercepted correspondence. Departure for Syria. Fountains of Mesoudish. Bonaparte jealous. Discontent of the troops. Elarish taken aspect of Syria. Ramla Jerusalem. Chapter 18 1799 Arrival at Jaffa. The siege. Bohanis and Qazia. 4,000 prisoners. Scarcity of provisions. Councils of war. Dreadful necessity. The massacre. The plague. Lance and the mountaineers. Barbarity of Jazar. Arrival at St. Jean d'Acre and abortive attacks. Sir Sidney Smith. Death of Kafir Ali Duroc. Wounded. Rash bathing. Insurrections in Egypt. Chapter 19 1799 The siege of Acre raised attention to names in bulletins. Gigantic project. The Druzes. Mount Carmel. The wounded and infected. Order to march on foot. Loss of our cannon. Nablusian fires at Bonaparte. Return to Jaffa. Bonaparte visits the plague hospital. A potion given to the sick. Bonaparte statement at St. Helena. Chapter XX 1799 Murat and Murad Bey at the Natron Lakes. Bonaparte's departure for the pyramids. Sudden appearance of an Arab messenger. News of the landing of the Turks at Abalxa. Bonaparte marches against them. They are immediately attacked and destroyed in the Battle of Abalxa. Interchange of communication with the English. Sudden determination to return to Europe. Outfit of 2 frigates. Bonaparte's dissimulation. His pretended journey to the Delta. Generous behavior of Lannesy. Bonaparte's artifice. His bad treatment of General Kleber. Chapter XXI 1799 Our departure from Egypt. Nocturnal embarkation. Impassable Grand Maison on course. Adverse winds. Fear of the English. Favorable weather. Vinget un Chess. We land at Ajaccio. Bonaparte's pretended relations. Family domains. Want of money. Battle of Novi. Death of Jalbert. Visionary schemes. Purchase of a boat. Departure from Corsica. The English squadron. Our escape. The roads of Frejus. Our landing in France. The plague or the Austrians. Joy of the people. The sanitary laws. Bonaparte falsely accused. Chapter XXII 1799 Effect produced by Bonaparte's return. His justification. Melancholy letter to my wife. Bonaparte's intended dinner at Sens. Louis Bonaparte and Josephine. He changes his intended route. Melancholy situation of the provinces. Necessity of a change. Bonaparte's ambitious views. Influence of popular applause. Arrival in Paris. His reception of Josephine. Their reconciliation. Bonaparte's visit to the Directory. His contemptuous treatment of CIs. Chapter 23 1799 Moreau and Bernadotte. Bonaparte's opinion of Bernadotte. False report. The Crown of Sweden and the Constitution of the Year 3. Intrigues of Bonaparte's brothers. Angry conversation between Bonaparte and Bernadotte. Bonaparte's version. Josephine's version. An unexpected visit. The Maynard Club. Salicetti and Joseph Bonaparte. Bonaparte invites himself to breakfast with Bernadotte. Country excursion. Bernadotte dines with Bonaparte. The plot and conspiracy. Conduct of Lucien. Dinner given to Bonaparte by the Council of the 500. Bonaparte's wish to be chosen a member of the Directory. His reconciliation with CI's offer made by the Directory to Bonaparte. He is falsely accused by Barras. Chapter XIV 1799 Cambacérès and Lebrun. Gahaya deceived. My nocturnal visit to Barras. The command of the army given to Bonaparte the morning of the 18th. Brumaire. Meeting of the generals at Bonaparte's house. Bernadotte's firmness. Josephine's interest. For Madame Gahaya. Disappointment of the Directors' Review in the gardens of the Tuileries. Bonaparte's harangue. Proclamation of the Ancients. Moreau, jailer of the Luxembourg. My conversation with La Valette. Bonaparte at Saint Cloud. Chapter XXV 1799 The two councils. Barras letter. Bonaparte at the Council of the 500. False reports. Tumultuous sitting. Lucien's speech. He resigns the presidency of the Council of the 500. He is carried out by grenadiers. He harangues the troops. A dramatic scene. Murat and his soldiers drive out the 500. Council of 30. Consular Commission. Decree. Return to Paris. Conversation with Bonaparte and Josephine respecting Gahaya and Bernadotte. The directors. Gahaya and Molins imprisoned. Chapter XXVI 1799 General approbation of the 18th. Brumaire. Distress of the Treasury. M. Collett's generosity. Bonaparte's ingratitude. Gahaya set at liberty. Constitution of the Year 8. The Senate, Tribunate, and Council of State notes required on the character of candidates. Bonaparte's love of integrity and talent. Influence of habit over him. His hatred of the Tribunate. Provisional concessions. The first consular ministry. Mediocrity of La Place. Prescription lists. Cambacérès report. M. Moreau de Worms. Character of CIs. Bonaparte at the Luxembourg. Distribution of the day and visits. Lebrun's opposition. Bonaparte singing his boyish tricks. Assumption of the titles Madame and Monseigneur. The men of the Revolution and the partisans of the Bourbons. Bonaparte's fears. Confidential notes on candidates for office and the assemblies. Chapter XXI 1799 to 1800 Difficulties of a new government. State of Europe. Bonaparte's wish for peace. M. de Talleyrand, Minister for Foreign Affairs. Negotiations with England and Austria. Their failure. Bonaparte's views on the East. His sacrifices to policy. General Bonaparte denounced to the First Consul. Kleber's letter to the Directory. Accounts of the Egyptian expedition published in the Monitor. Proclamation to the Army of the East. Favor and disgrace of certain individuals accounted for. Chapter 8. 1800 Great and Common Men. Portrait of Bonaparte. The varied expression of his countenance, his convulsive shrug, presentiment of his corpulence, a partiality for bathing, his temperance, his alleged capability of dispensing with sleep, good and bad news, shaving and reading the journals, morning business, breakfast, coffee and snuff, Bonaparte's idea of his own situation, his ill opinion of mankind, his dislike of a tête-à-tête, his hatred of the revolutionists, ladies in white, anecdotes, Bonaparte's tokens of kindness, and his droll compliments, his fits of ill humour, sound of bells, gardens of Malmaison, his opinion of medicine, his memory, his poetic insensibility, his want of gallantry, cards and conversation, the dress coat and black cravat, Bonaparte's payments, his religious ideas, his obstinacy. Chapter 6. 1800 Bonaparte's laws. Suppression of the festival of the 21st of January. Officials visits the temple. Louis XVI and Sir Sidney Smith. Peculation during the director alone raised modest budget. The consul and the member of the institute. The figure of the republic. Duroc missions. The King of Prussia. The Emperor Alexander. General later Foisac. Arbitrary decree. Company of players for Egypt. Singular ideas respecting literary property. The preparatory consulate. The journals. Sabres and muskets of honor. The first consul and his comrade. The bust of Brutus. Statues in the gallery of the Tuileries. Sections of the Council of State. Costumes of public functionaries. Masquerades. The opera balls. Recall of the exiles. Chapter XXX. 1800 Bonaparte and Paul I. Lord Whitworth. Baron Sprengporten's arrival at Paris. Balls. Admiration of Bonaparte. Their close connection and correspondence. The royal challenge. General Mack. The road to Malmaison. Attempts at assassination. Death of Washington. National mourning. Ambitious calculation. M. de Fontenelle. The skillful orator. Feat at the Temple of Mars. Murat's marriage with Caroline Bonaparte. Madame Bonaparte's pearls. Chapter XXXI. 1800 Police. On police. False information. Dexterity of Fauche police agents. Deceived money. Ill applied inutility of political police. Bonaparte's opinion. General considerations. My appointment to the prefecture of police. Chapter XXI. 1800 Successful management of parties. Precautions. Removal from the Luxembourg to the Tuileries. Hackney coaches and the consul's white horses. Royal custom and an inscription. The Review. Bonaparte's homage to the standards. Talleyrand in Bonaparte's cabinet. Bonaparte's aversion to the cap of liberty even in painting the state bed. Our cabinet. Chapter XXXIII. 1800 The Tuileries. Royalty in perspective. Remarkable observation. Presentations. Assumption of the prerogative of mercy. M. de Few. M. de Frot. Georges Cadoudal's audience of Bonaparte. Trapp's precaution and Bonaparte's confidence. The dignity of France. Napper, Tandy and Blackwell. Delivered up by the Senate of Hamburg. Contribution in the Egyptian style. Valueless bill. 15,000 francs in the drawer of a secrétaire. Josephine's debts. Evening walks with Bonaparte. Chapter XXIV. 1800 War and monuments. Influence of the recollections of Egypt. First improvements in Paris. Malmaison. Too little St. Cloud taken. The Pont des Arts. Business prescribed for me by Bonaparte. Pecuniary remuneration. The first consul's visit to the Prytanee. His examination of the pupils. Consular pensions. Tragical death of Myakzinski. Introduction of vaccination. Recall of the members of the Constituent Assembly. The Canary Volunteers. Tronquet and Target. Liberation of the Austrian prisoners. Longchamps and Sacred Music. Chapter XXXV 1800. The memorial of Saint Helena Louis XVIII's first letter to Bonaparte Josephine, Hortense, and the Faubourg Saint-Germain Madame Bonaparte and the fortune teller Louis XVIII's second letter Bonaparte's answer conversation respecting the recall of Louis XVIII peace and war a battle fought with pins Genoa and Mella's realization of Bonaparte's military plans ironical letter to Berthier departure from Paris instructions to Lucien and Cambacérès Joseph Bonaparte appointed Councillor of State. Travelling conversation Alexander and Caesar judged by Bonaparte. Volume 2. 1800-1805 Chapter I 1800. Bonaparte's confidence in the Armée Marbelle France. The convent of Bernardins Passage of Morne Street Bernard arrival at the convent refreshments distributed to the soldiers Morne Albert du artillery dismounted the fort of Bard Fortunate Temerity Bonaparte and Melas the spy Bonaparte's opinion of M. Necker capitulation of Genoa intercepted dispatch Lance at Montebello Bude succeeded by Desay coolness of the first consul to M. Collett conversation and recollections the Battle of Marengo General. Kellerman supper sent from the convent del Bosco particulars respecting the death of Desay the Prince of Liechtenstein return to Milan Savary and Rapp. Chapter 2. 1800 Suspension of hostilities letter to the consul's second occupation of Milan Bonaparte and Masséna public acclamations and the voice of Josephine stray recollections organization of Piedmont sabres of honor awards to the Army of the Rhine pretended Army of Reserve General Zach anniversary of the 14th of July monument to Desay and Foy Bonaparte's speech in the Temple of Mars arrival of the consular guard the bones of Marshal Turenne Lucien's successful speech letter from Lucien to Joseph Bonaparte the first consul's return to Paris accidents on the road difficulty of gaining lasting fame assassination of Kleber situation of the terrace on which Kleber was stabbed odious rumors arrival of a courier a night scene Bonaparte's distress on perusing the dispatches from Egypt. Chapter 3. 1800 Bonaparte's wish to negotiate with England and Austria an emigrant's letter domestic details the Bell conspiracy of Caracci, Arena, Haril, and others Bonaparte's visit to the opera arrests Ruriel appointed commandant of Vincennes the Duc d'Enghien foster sister the 3D Niveau's first performance of Haydn's creation the infernal machine congratulatory addresses arbitrary condemnations Mticity erased from the list of the banished Treguet Bonaparte's hatred of the Jacobins. Explained the real criminals discovered justification of Fouche execution of Saint Regent and Carbon Caesar, Cromwell, and Bonaparte conversation between Bonaparte and Fouche pretended anger Fouche's dissimulation Lucien's resignation his embassy to Spain war between Spain and Portugal dinner at Fouche's treachery of Joseph Bonaparte a trick upon the first consul a 3 days coolness reconciliation. Chapter 4. 1800 to 1801 Austria bribed by England M. de Saint Julian in Paris Duroc's mission rupture of the armistice surrender of 3 garrisons M. Otto in London Battle of Hohenlinden Madame Moreau and Madame Hulot Bonaparte's ill-treatment of the latter Congress of Louvre General Clark M. Mere peace between France and Austria Joseph Bonaparte's speculations in the funds M. de Tolleran's advice Post Office regulation Cambacérès importance of good dinners in the affairs of government steamboats. and intriguers' death of Paul I. New thoughts of the re-establishment of Poland. Duroc at St. Petersburg. Bribe rejected. Death of Abercrombie. Chapter V. 1801–1802. An experiment of royalty. Louis de Bourbon and Maria Louisa of Spain. Creation of the Kingdom of Etruria. The Count of Lagorne in Paris. Entertainments given him. Bonaparte's opinion of the King of Etruria. His departure for Florence, and bad reception there. Negotiations with the Pope. Bonaparte's opinion on religion. Te Deum at Notre Dame. Behavior of the people in the Church. Religion of the consular court. Augury's remark on the Te Deum. First Mass at Street. Cloud Mass in Bonaparte's apartments. Talleyrand relieved from his clerical vows. My appointment to the Council of State. Chapter 6. 1802. Last chapter on Egypt. Admiral Gantheaume. Way to please Bonaparte. General Menne's flattery and his reward. Davoust. Bonaparte regrets giving the command to Menne, who is defeated by Abercrombie. Otto's negotiation in London. Preliminaries of peace. Chapter 7. 1802. The most glorious epoch for France. The first consul's desire of peace. Malta ceded and kept Bonaparte and the English journals. Mr. Addington's letter to the first consul. Bonaparte prosecutes Peltier Leclerc's expedition to St. Domingo to St. Louverture. Death of Leclerc. Rochambeau, his successor, abandons Saint Domingo. First symptoms of Bonaparte's malady. Josephine's intrigues for the marriage of Hortense Fossud contradicted. Chapter 8. 1802–1803. Bonaparte President of the Cisalpine Republic. Meeting of the deputation at Lyons. Malta and the English. My immortality. Feat given by Madame Murat. Erasures from the emigrant list. Restitution of property. General Sebastian Lord Whitworth. Napoleon's first symptoms of disease. Corvie's art. Influence of physical suffering on Napoleon's temper. Articles for the Moniteur. General Andrea C. M. Talleyrand's pun. Jerome Bonaparte. Extravagance of Bonaparte's brothers M. Collot and the Navy contract. Chapter 9. 1802. Proverbial falsehood of bulletins. M. Doublet. Creation of the Legion of Honor. Opposition to it in the Council and other authorities of the state. The partisans of an hereditary system. The question of the consulship for life. Chapter X. 1802. General Bernadotte pacifies La Vendée and suppresses a mutiny at Tours. Bonaparte's injustice towards him. A premeditated scene. Advice given to Bernadotte, and Bonaparte disappointed. The first consul's residence at St. Cloud. His rehearsals for the Empire. His contempt of mankind. Mr. Fox and Bonaparte. Information of plans of assassination. A military dinner given by Bonaparte. Morio not of the party. Effect of the Senate's consults on the consulate for life. Journey to Plombieres. Previous scene between Lucien and Josephine. Theatrical representations at Neuilly and Malmaison. Loss of a watch, and honesty rewarded. Canova at St. Cloud. Bonaparte's reluctance to stand for a model. Chapter 11. 1802. Bonaparte's principle as to the change of ministers. Fouché. His influence with the first consul. Fouché's dismissal. The departments of police and justice united under Regnier. Madame Bonaparte's regret for the dismissal of Fouché. Family scenes. Madame Louis Bonaparte's pregnancy. False and infamous reports to Josephine. Legitimacy and a bastard raider reproached by Josephine. Her visit to Rouen. Long conversation with her. Assertion at St. Helena respecting a great political fraud. Chapter 12. 1802 Citizen Fesch created Cardinal Fesch Arts and Industry exhibition in the Louvre aspect of Paris. In 1802 the Medicean Venus and the Vela Triangelus signs of general prosperity. Rise of the funds. Irresponsible ministers. The Bourbons. The military government. Annoying familiarity of Lance's plan laid for his disgrace. Indignation of Lance. His embassy to Portugal. The delayed dispatch. Bonaparte's rage. I resign my situation. Duroc. I breakfast with Bonaparte. Duroc's intercession. Temporary reconciliation. Chapter 13. 1802 to 1803 The Concordat and the Legion of Honor. The Council of State and the Tribunate. Discussion on the word subjects. Genia Shabbat de Elalia's proposition to the Tribunate. The marked proof of national gratitude. Bonaparte's duplicity and self-command. Reply to the senators. Consult the people. Consulted. Consular decree. The most or the least. M. de Vanblanc's speech. Bonaparte's reply. The address of the Tribunate. Hopes and predictions thwarted. Chapter 14. 1802 to 1803. Departure for Malmaison. Unexpected question relative to the Bourbons. Distinction between two opposition parties. New intrigues of Lucien. Camille Jordan's pamphlet seized. Vituperation against the liberty of the press. Revisal of the Constitution. New senators consult. Deputation from the Senate. Audience of the diplomatic body. Josephine's melancholy. The discontented. Secret meetings. Fauch and the police agents. The code. Napoleon Bonaparte's regular attendance at the Council of State. His knowledge of mankind and the science of government. Napoleon's first sovereign act. His visit to the Senate. The consular procession. Polite etiquette. The Senate and the Council of State. Complaints against Lucien the deaf and dumb assembly. Creation of senatorships. Chapter 15. 1802. The intoxication of great men. Unlucky zeal. Millimeter. Mère, Champagne, and Savary. M. de Tolleran's real services. Postponement of the execution of orders. Fauch and the Revolution. The Royalist Committee. The Charter first planned during the consulate mission to Coblentz. Influence of the Royalists upon Josephine. The statue and the pedestal. Madame de Genlis. Romance of Madame de la Vallière. The Legion of Honor and the Carnations. Influence of the Faubourg Street. Germain. Inconsiderate step taken by Bonaparte. Louis XVIII's indignation. Prudent advice of the Abbé André. Letter from Louis XVIII to Bonaparte. Council held at Neuilly. The letter delivered. Indifference of Bonaparte, and satisfaction of the Royalists. Chapter 16. 1802. The day after my disgrace. Renewal of my duties. Bonaparte's affected regard for me. Offer of an assistant. M. de Meneval. My second rupture with Bonaparte. The Duc de Rovigo's account of it. Letter from M. de Barbe-Marbois. Real causes of my separation from the first consul. Postscript to the letter of M. de Barbe-Marbois. The Black Cabinet. Inspection of letters. Dining the consulate. I retire to St. Cloud. Communications from M. de Meneval. A week's conflict between friendship and pride. My formal dismissal. Petty revenge. My request to visit England. Monosyllabic answer. Wrong suspicion. Burial of my papers. Communication from Duroc. My letter to the first consul. The truth acknowledged. Chapter 17. 1803 The first consul's presentiments respecting the duration of peace, England's uneasiness at the prosperity of France, Bonaparte's real wish for war, concourse of foreigners in Paris, bad faith of England, Bonaparte and Lord Whitworth, relative position of France and England, Bonaparte's journey to the seaboard departments, breakfast at Compiègne, Father Burton, irritation excited by the presence of Bouquet, Father Burton's derangement and death rap, ordered to send for me, order countermanded. Chapter 18. 1803 Vast works undertaken, the French and the Roman soldiers, itinerary of Bonaparte's journeys to the coast, 12 hours on horseback, discussions in council, opposition of Tréguier, Bonaparte, opinion on the point under discussion, 2 divisions of the world, Europe a province, Bonaparte's jealousy of the dignity of France, the Englishman in the dockyard of Brest, public audience at the Tuileries, the first consul's remarks upon England, his wish to enjoy the good opinion of the English people, ball at Malmaison, lines on Hortense's dancing, singular motive for giving the ball. Chapter 19. 1803 Mr. Pitt, motive of his going out of office, error of the English government, pretended regard for the Bourbons, violation of the Treaty of Amiens, reciprocal accusations, Malta, Lord Whitworth's departure, Rome and Carthage, secret satisfaction of Bonaparte, message to the Senate, the legislative body, and the tribunate, the King of England's renunciation of the title of King of France, complaints of the English government, French agents in British ports, views of France upon Turkey, observation made by Bonaparte to the legislative body, its false interpretation, conquest of Hanover, the Duke of Cambridge caricatured the King of England and the Elector of Hanover, first address to the clergy, use of the word Monsieur, the Republican weeks and months. Chapter XX. 1803 Presentation of Prince Borghese to Bonaparte, departure for Belgium, revival of a royal custom, the Swans of Amiens, change of formula in the acts of government, company of performers in Bonaparte's suite, revival of old customs, division of the institute into 4 classes, science and literature, Bonaparte's hatred of literary men, Ducis, Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, Chenier and Lemercier, explanation of Bonaparte's aversion to literature, Lalande and his dictionary, education in the hands of government, M. de Roquelaure, Archbishop of Malines. Chapter XXI. 1804 The Temple, the intrigues of Europe, prelude to the continental system, bombardment of Granville, my conversation with the first consul on the projected invasion of England, Fauche, Borel, Moyo and Pichegru, Fauche's manoeuvres, the Abbé David and La Jolesse, Fauche's visit to Street Cloud, Regnier outwitted by Fauche, my interview with the first consul, his indignation at the reports respecting Hortense's contradiction of these calumnies, the brothers Fauche, their execution, the first consul's levee, my conversation with Duroc, conspiracy of Georges, Moyo, and Pichegru, Moyo averse to the restoration of the Bourbons, Bouvet de Lozier's attempted suicide, arrest of Moyo, declaration of Millimeter de Polignac and de Rivière, connivance of the police, arrest of M. Carbonnet and his nephew. Chapter XXII. 1804 The events of 1804, death of the Duc d'Enghien, Napoleon's arguments at St. Helena, comparison of dates, possibility of my having saved the Duc d'Enghien's life, advice given to the Duc d'Enghien, Sir Charles Stuart, delay of the Austrian cabinet, Pichegru and the mysterious being M. Massias, the historians of St. Helena, Bonaparte's threats against the emigrants and M. Cabet, Adventil Singular Adventure of Davoust Secretary the Quartermaster the Brigand of La Vendée. Chapter 23. 1804 General Ordner's mission. Arrest of the Duc d'Enghien. Horrible night scene. Harrel's account of the death of the prince. Order for digging the grave. The foster sister of the Duc d'Enghien reading the sentence. The lantern. General Savary the faithful dog and the police. My visit to Malmaison. Josephine's grief. The Duc d'Engien's portrait and lock of hair. Savary's emotion. M. de Chateaubriand's resignation. M. de Chateaubriand's connection with Bonaparte. Madame Bachoqui and M. de Fontaine's Cardinal Fesch dedication of the second edition of the Génie du Christianisme. M. de Chateaubriand's visit to the first consul on the morning of the Duc d'Engien's death. Consequences of the Duc d'Engien's death. Change of opinion in the provinces. The gentry of the chateaus. Effect of the Duc d'Engien's death on foreign courts. Remarkable words of Mr. Pitt. Louis XVIII sends back the insignia of the Golden Fleece to the King of Spain. Chapter XV. 1804 Pichegru betrayed his arrest. His conduct to his old aide-de-camp. Account of Pichegru's family, and his education at Brian. Permission to visit M. Carbonnet the prisoners in the Temple. Absurd application of the word brigand. Moyo and the state of public opinion respecting him. Pichegru's firmness. Pichegru strangled in prison. Public opinion at the time. Report on the death of Pichegru. Chapter XXV. 1804 Arrest of Georges the fruiterous daughter of the Rue de la Montagne. St. Genevieve. Louis Bonaparte's visit to the Temple. General Lauriston. Arrest of Villeneuve and Barcot. Villeneuve wounded Moyo during his imprisonment. Preparations for leaving the Temple. Remarkable change in Georges' addresses and congratulations speech of the first consul. Forgotten secret negotiations with the Senate. Official proposition of Bonaparte's elevation to the empire. Sitting of the Council of State. Interference of Bonaparte. Individual votes 7 against 20. His subjects and his people. Appropriateness of the title of emperor. Communications between Bonaparte and the Senate. Bonaparte first called sire by Cambacérès. First letter signed by Napoleon as emperor. Grand levee at the Tuileries. Napoleon's address to the Imperial Guard. Organic Senatus. Consult revival of old formulas and titles. The republicanism of Lucien. The Spanish princess. Lucien's clandestine marriage. Bonaparte's influence on the German princes. Intrigues of England. Drake at Munich. Project for overthrowing Bonaparte's government. Circular from the Minister for Foreign Affairs to the members of the diplomatic body. Answers to that circular. Chapter XXVI. 1804 Trial of Moyo, Georges, and others. Public interest excited by Moyo. Arraignment of the prisoners. Moyo's letter to Bonaparte. Violence of the President of the Court towards the prisoners. La Jolesse and Roland. Examinations intended to criminate Moyo. Remarkable observations. Speech written by M. Garrett. Bonaparte's opinion of Garrett's eloquence. General Lecourbe and Moyo's son. Respect shown to Moyo by the military. Different sentiments excited by Georges and Moyo. Thuriot and Touy. Roy Georges answers to the interrogatories. He refuses an offer of pardon. Costa Saint Victor. Napoleon and an actress. Captain Wright. M. de Rivière and the medal of the Comte d'Artois. Generous struggle between Millimetre de Polignac. Sentence on the prisoners. Bonaparte's remark. Pardons and executions. Chapter XXVII. 1804 Clavier and Hemart singular proposal of Corvie's Artem des Maisons project of influencing the judge's visit to the Tuileries rap in attendance long conversation with the Emperor his opinion on the trial of Moreau English assassins and Mr. Fox complaints against the English government Bonaparte and Lequy affectionate behaviour arrest of Pichegru method employed by the first consul to discover his presence in Paris character of Moreau measures of Bonaparte regarding him Lauriston sent to the Temple silence respecting the Duc d'Enghien Napoleon's opinion of Moreau and George's admiration of George's offers of employment and dismissal recital of former vexations audience of the Empress melancholy forebodings what Bonaparte said concerning himself marks of kindness. Chapter XXVIII 1804 Curious disclosures of Fouche remarkable words of Bonaparte respecting the protest of Louis XVIII secret document inserted in the Moniteur announcement from Bonaparte to Regnier Fouche appointed Minister of Police error of Regnier respecting the conspiracy of George's undeserved praise bestowed on Fouche indication of the return of the Bourbons variation between the words and conduct of Bonaparte the Iron Crown celebration of the 14th of July church festivals and loss of time grand ceremonial at the Invalids recollections of the 18th Brumaire new oath of the Legion of Honor general enthusiasm departure for Bolin visits to Josephine at Saint Cloud and Malmaison Josephine and Madame de Remusat pardons granted by the Emperor anniversary of the 14th of July departure for the camp of Bolin general error respecting Napoleon's designs Caesar's tower distribution of the crosses of the Legion of Honor the military throne Bonaparte's charlatanism intrepidity of two English sailors the decennial prizes and the Polytechnic school meeting of the Emperor and Empress first negotiation with the Holy See the Prefect of Arras and Comte Louis de Narbonne change in the French ministry. Chapter 6 1804 England deceived by Napoleon Admirals Messiesi and Villeneuve command given to Lauriston Napoleon's opinion of Madame de Staël her letters to Napoleon her enthusiasm converted into hatred Bonaparte's opinion of the power of the Church the Pope's arrival at Fontainebleau Napoleon's first interview with Pius VII. The Pope and the Emperor on a footing of equality honours rendered to the Pope his apartments at the Tuileries his visit to the Imperial Printing Office paternal rebuke effect produced in England by the Pope's presence in Paris preparations for Napoleon's coronation votes in favour of hereditary succession convocation of the legislative body the presidents of cantons anecdote related by Michot the actor comparisons influence of the coronation on the trade of Paris the insignia of Napoleon and the insignia of Charlemagne the Pope's mule anecdote of the notary Ragged distribution of eagles in the Champ de Mars remarkable coincidence. Chapter XXX 1805 My appointment as Minister Plenipotentiary at Hamburg My interview with Bonaparte at Malmaison Bonaparte's designs respecting Italy His wish to revisit Brian Instructions for my residence in Hamburg Regeneration of European society Bonaparte's plan of making himself the oldest sovereign in Europe Amédée Joubert's mission commission from the Emperor to the Empress My conversation with Madame Bonaparte. Chapter XXXI 1805 Napoleon and Voltaire demands of the Holy See coolness between the Pope and the Emperor. Napoleon's departure for Italy. Last interview between the Pope and the Emperor at Turin. Alessandria. The field of Marengo. The last Doge of Genoa. Bonaparte's arrival at Milan. Union of Genoa to the French Empire. Era in the memorial of Saint Helen. Bonaparte and Madame Grassini. Symptoms of dissatisfaction on the part of Austria and Russia. Napoleon's departure from Milan. Monument to commemorate the Battle of Marengo. Napoleon's arrival in Paris and departure for Boulogne. Unfortunate result of a naval engagement. My visit to Fouche's country seat. Sieyes, Barras, the Bourbons, and Bonaparte. Observations respecting Josephine. Chapter XXI. 1805 Capitulation of Sibolingen. Preparations for war. Utility of commercial information. My instructions. Inspection of the emigrants and the journals. A pamphlet by Kotzebue. Offers from the Emperor of Russia to Moyo. Portrait of Gustavus Adolphus by one of his ministers. Fouche's denunciations. Duels at Hamburg. Emdergimmel. The Hamburg correspondent. Letter from Bernadotte. Chapter XXXIII. 1805 Treaty of Alliance between England and Russia. Certainty of an approaching war. Fishman, the Russian minister. Duroc's mission to Berlin. New project of the King of Sweden. Secret mission to the Baltic. Animosity against France. Fall of the exchange between Hamburg and Paris. Destruction of the First Austrian Army. Taking of Ulm. The Emperor's displeasure at the remark of a soldier. Battle of Trafalgar. Duroc's position at the court of Prussia. Armaments in Russia. Libel upon Napoleon in the Hamburg correspondent. Embarrassment of the syndic and burgomaster of Hamburg. The conduct of the Russian minister censured by the Swedish and English ministers. Chapter XXV. 1805 Difficulties of my situation at Hamburg. Toil and responsibility. Supervision of the emigrants. Foreign ministers. Journals. Packet from Strasbourg. Bonaparte fond of narrating. Giulio, an extempore recitation of a story composed by the Emperor. Volume 3. 1805 to 1814. Chapter I. 1805. Abolition of the Republican calendar. Warlike preparations in Austria. Plan for reorganizing the National Guard. Napoleon in Strasbourg. General Mack proclamation. Captain Bernard's reconnoitering mission. The Emperor's pretended anger and real satisfaction. Information respecting Ragusa communicated by Bernard. Rapid and deserved promotion. General Bernard's retirement to the United States of America. Chapter 2. 1805 Rapidity of Napoleon's victories. Murat at Wertingen. Conquest of Naze Duchy. The French army before Ulm. The Prince of Liechtenstein at the imperial headquarters. His interview with Napoleon described by Rapp. Capitulation of Ulm signed by Berthier and Mack. Napoleon before and after a victory. His address to the captive generals. The Emperor's proclamation. 10,000 prisoners taken by Murat. Battle of Caldero in Italy. Letter from Duroc. Attempts to retard the Emperor's progress fruitless. Mission of M. de Gaillac. The first French eagles taken by the Russians. Bold adventure of Lance and Murat. The French enter Vienna. Savary's mission to the Emperor Alexander. Chapter 3. 1805 My functions at Hamburg. The King of Sweden at Stralsund. My bulletin describing the situation of the Russian armies. Duroc's recall from Berlin. General Dumaria's recruiting of the English in Hanover. The daughter of M. de Marbeuf and Napoleon. Treachery of the King of Naples. The son of Austerlitz. Prince Dolgoruki. Rapp's account of the Battle of Austerlitz. Gerard's picture. Eugene's marriage. Chapter 4. 1805 Depreciation of the bank paper Avrard. His great discretion. Bonaparte's opinion of the rich. Avrad's imprisonment. His partnership with the King of Spain. His connection with Wallenberg and Desprez. Bonaparte's return to Paris after the campaign of Vienna. Hasty dismissal of Barbe Marbois. Chapter V. 1805 to 1806. Declaration of Louis XVIII. Dumouriez watched news of a spy. Remarkable trait of courage and presence of mind. Necessity of vigilance at Hamburg. The King of Sweden. His bulletins. Dr. Gall. Prussia covets Hamburg. Projects on Holland. Negotiations for peace. Mr. Fox at the head of the British cabinet. Intended assassination of Napoleon. Propositions made through Lord Yarmouth. Proposed protection of the Hanse towns. Their state aggrandizement of the imperial family. Neither peace nor war. Sebastiani's mission to Constantinople. Lord Lauderdale at Paris, and failure of the negotiations. Austria despoiled emigrant pensions. Dumouriez's intrigues. Prince of Mecklenburg-Schwerin. Loiseau. Chapter 6. 1806 Menaces of Prussia. Offer for restoring Hanover to England. Insolent ultimatum. Commencement of hostilities between France and Prussia. Battle of Auerstadt. Death of the Duke of Brunswick. Bernadotte in Hamburg. Darvenit and Bernadotte the Swedes at Lubeck. Major Emil service rendered to the English minister at Hamburg. My appointment of minister for the King of Naples. New regulation of the German Post Office. The Confederation of the North. Devices of the Hanse towns. Occupation of Hamburg in the name of the Emperor. Decree of Berlin. The military governors of Hamburg. Brune, Michaud, and Bernadotte. Chapter 7. 1806 Ukase of the Emperor of Russia. Duroc's mission to Weimar. Napoleon's views. Defeated triumphs of the French armies. Letters from Murat. False report respecting Murat. Resemblance between Moreau and Billand. Generous conduct of Napoleon. His interview with Madame Hatzfeld at Berlin. Letter from Bonaparte to Josephine Blucher. My prisoner. His character. His confidence in the future fate of Germany. Prince Paul of Württemberg taken prisoner. His wish to enter the French service. Distinguished emigrants at Altona. Deputation of the Senate to the Emperor at Berlin. The German princes at Altona. Fausch-Boyle and the Comte de Gimel. Chapter 8. 1806 Alarm of the city of Hamburg. The French at Bergdorf. Favorable orders issued by Bernadotte. Extortions in Prussia. False endorsements. Exactions of the Dutch. Napoleon's concern for his wounded troops. Duroc's mission to the King of Prussia. Rejection of the Emperor's demands. My negotiations at Hamburg. Displeasure of the King of Sweden. M. Netzel and M. Wetterated. Chapter 9. 1806 The Continental System. General indignation excited by its sale of licenses by the French government. Custom house system at Hamburg. My letter to the Emperor. Cause of the rupture with Russia. Bernadotte's visit to Mitraille by court-martial for the purchase of a sugarloaf. Davoust and the Captain Rapporteur. Influence of the Continental System on Napoleon's fall. Chapter X 1806 to 1807. New system of war. Winter quarters. The Emperor's proclamation. Necessity of marching to meet the Russians. Distress in the Hanse towns. Order for 50,000 cloaks. Seizure of Russian corn and timber. Murat's entrance into Warsaw. Re-establishment of Poland. Duroc's accident. M. de Tolleran's carriage stopped by the mud. Napoleon's power of rousing the spirit of his troops. His mode of dictating. The Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin. His visits to Hamburg. The Duke of Weimar. His letter and present journey of the hereditary Prince of Denmark to Paris. Batter, the English spy travelling clerks Louis Bonaparte and the Berlin Decree, creation of the Kingdom of Saxony, veneration of Germany for the King of Saxony, the Emperor's uncertainty respecting Poland, fetus and reviews at Warsaw, the French government at the Emperor's headquarters, ministerial portfolios sent to Warsaw, military preparations during the month of January, difference of our situation during the campaigns of Vienna and Prussia, news received and sent, conduct of the Cabinet of Austria similar to that of the Cabinet of Berlin, battle of Eylau, unjust accusation against Bernadotte, death of General de Hautpold, Te Deum chanted by the Russians, Gardens mission to Persia, Chapter 11. 1807 Abuse of military power, defense of diplomatic rights, Marshal Brune, army supplies English cloth and leather, arrest on a charge of libel, dispatch from M. Tolerande, page of Napoleon's glory, interview between the two emperors at Tilsit, Silesia, restored to the Queen of Prussia, unfortunate situation in Prussia, impossibility of re-establishing Poland in 1807, foundation of the Kingdom of Westphalia, the Duchy of Warsaw and the King of Saxony. Chapter 12. 1807 Effect produced at Altona by the Treaty of Tilsit, the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin's departure from Hamburg, English squadron in the Sound, bombardment of Copenhagen, perfidy of England, remark of Bonaparte to M. Lemercier, Prussia erased from the map, Napoleon's return to Paris, suppression of the tribunate, confiscation of English merchandise, 9 millions gained to France, M. Caulaincourt ambassador to Russia, repugnance of England to the intervention of Russia, affairs of Portugal, Junot appointed to command the army, the Prince Regent's departure for the Brazils, the Code Napoleon, introduction of the French laws into Germany, leniency of Hamburg juries, the stolen cloak and the Syndic Dorman. Chapter 13. 1807 to 1808 Disturbed state of Spain, Godoy, Prince of the Peace, reciprocal accusations between the King of Spain and his son, false promise of Napoleon, dissatisfaction occasioned by the presence of the French troops, abdication of Charles IV. The Prince of the Peace made prisoner, Murat at Madrid, important news transmitted by a commercial letter, Murat's ambition, his protection of Godoy, Charles IV denies his voluntary abdication, the crown of Spain destined for Joseph, general disapprobation of Napoleon's conduct, the Bourbon cause apparently lost, Louis XVIII. After his departure from France as Comte de Provence at Koblenz, he seeks refuge in Turin and Verona, death of Louis XVII. Louis XVIII. refused an asylum in Austria, Saxony, and Prussia, his residence at Mitten and Warsaw, Alexander and Louis XVIII. The King's departure from Milan and arrival at Yarmouth, determination of the King of England, M. Lemercier's prophecy to Bonaparte, Fouche's inquiries respecting Comte de Richter, and note from Josephine, new demands on the Hanse Town's order to raise 3,000 sailors in Hamburg. Chapter 14. 1808 Departure of the Prince of Pontecorvo, prediction and superstition, stoppage of letters addressed to the Spanish troops, La Romana and Romanillo's illegible notifications, eagerness of the German princes to join the Confederation of the Rhine, attack upon me on account of M. Hugh Bernadotte's successor in Hamburg, exactions and tyrannical conduct of General Dupas, disturbance in Hamburg, plates broken in a fit of rage, my letter to Bernadotte, his reply, Bernadotte's return to Hamburg, and departure of Dupas for Lubeck, noble conduct of the aide-de-camp Barrel. Chapter 15. 1808 Promulgation of the Code of Commerce. Conquests by status. Consult 3 events in one day. Recollections. Application of a line of Voltaire. Creation of the imperial nobility. Restoration of the university. Aggrandizement of the Kingdom of Italy at the expense of Rome. Cardinal Caprera. A departure from Paris. The interview at a fete. Chapter 16. 1808 The Spanish troops in Hamburg. Romanos siesta. His departure for Funin. Celebration of Napoleon's birthday. Romanos defection. English agents and the Dutch troops. Facility of communication between England and the continent. Delay of couriers from Russia. Alarm and complaints. The people of Hamburg. Montesquieu and the Minister of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. Invitations at 6 months. Napoleon's journey to Italy. Adoption of Eugene Lucien's daughter and the Prince of the Asturias. M. Auguste de Staël's interview with Napoleon. Chapter 17. 1808 The Republic of Batavia. The Crown of Holland offered to Louis. Offer and refusal of the Crown of Spain. Napoleon's attempt to get possession of Brabant. Napoleon before and after Erfurt. A remarkable letter to Louis. Louis summoned to Paris. His honesty and courage. His bold language. Louis returned to Holland, and his letter to Napoleon. Harsh letter from Napoleon to Louis. Affray at Amsterdam. Napoleon's displeasure and last letter to his brother Louis. Abdication in favor of his son. Union of Holland to the French Empire. Protest of Louis against that measure. Letter from M. Otto to Louis. Chapter 18. 1809 Demands for contingents from some of the small states of Germany. Metternich position of Russia with respect to France. Union of Austria and Russia. Return of the English to Spain. Sold King of Portugal and Murat successor to the Emperor. First Levi of the Landwehr in Austria. Agents of the Hamburg correspondent. Declaration of Prince Charles. Napoleon's march to Germany. His proclamation. Bernadottes' departure for the army. Napoleon's dislike of Bernadotte. Prince Charles' plan of campaign. The English at Cuxhaven. Fruitlessness of the plots of England. Napoleon wounded. Napoleon's prediction realized. Major Schill. Hamburg threatened and saved. Schill in Lubeck. His death and destruction of his band. Schill imitated by the Duke of Brunswick. Ill's departure of the English from Cuxhaven. Chapter 19. 1809 The Castle of Dürnstein. Richard Coeur de Lion and Marshal Lanz. The Emperor at the gates of Vienna. The Archduchess Maria Louisa. Facility of correspondence with England. Smuggling in Hamburg. Brown sugar and sand hearses filled with sugar and coffee. Embargo on the publication of news. Supervision of the Hamburg correspondent. Festival of Saint Napoleon. Ecclesiastical adulation. The King of Westphalia's journey through his states. Attempt to raise a loan. Jerome's present to Mither. Present returned. Bonaparte's unfounded suspicions. Chapter XX. 1809 Visit to the field of Wagram. Marshal MacDonald. Union of the Papal States with the Empire. The Battle of Talavera. Sir Arthur Wellesley. English expedition to Holland. Attempt to assassinate the Emperor at Schoenbrunn. Staps interrogated by Napoleon. Pardon offered and rejected. Fanaticism and patriotism. Corvisart's examination of Staps. Second interrogator. A tirade against the Illuminati. Accusation of the courts of Berlin and Weimar. Firmness and resignation of Staps. Particulars respecting his death. Influence of the attempt of Staps on the conclusion of peace. M. de Champagne. Chapter XXI. 1809 The Princess Royal of Denmark. Destruction of the German Empire. Napoleon's visit to the courts of Bavaria and Württemberg. His return to France. First mention of the divorce. Intelligence of Napoleon's marriage with Maria Louisa. Napoleon's quarrel with Louis. Journey of the Emperor and Empress into Holland. Refusal of the Hanse towns to pay the French troops. Decree for burning English merchandise. De Virgin's plan for turning an inevitable evil to the best account. Fall on the exchange of St. Petersburg. Chapter XXII. 1809 to 1810 Bernadotte elected Prince Royal of Sweden. Count Wrede's overtures to Bernadotte. Bernadotte's 3 days visit to Hamburg. Particulars respecting the Battle of Wagram. Secret order of the day. Last intercourse of the Prince Royal of Sweden with Napoleon. My advice to Bernadotte respecting the continental system. Chapter 23. 1810 Bernadotte's departure from Hamburg. The Duke of Holstein-Augustenburg. Arrival of the Crown Prince in Sweden. Misunderstandings between him and Napoleon. Letter from Bernadotte to the Emperor. Plot for kidnapping the Prince Royal of Sweden. Invasion of Swedish Pomerania. Forced alliance of Sweden with England and Russia. Napoleon's overtures to Sweden. Bernadotte's letters of explanation to the Emperor. The Princess Royal of Sweden. My recall to Paris. Union of the Hanse towns with France. Dissatisfaction of Russia. Extraordinary demand made upon me by Bonaparte. Fidelity of my old friends Duroc and Rapp. Visit to Malmaison, and conversation with Josephine. Chapter XIV. 1811 Arrest of La Salle. My visit to him. His confinement at Vincennes. Subsequent history of La Salle. His second journey to France. Detonating powder plot hatched against me by the Prince of Eckmühl. Friendly officers of the Duc de Rovigo. Bugbears of the police. Savary, Minister of Police. Chapter XXV. 1811 M. Chernyshchev. Dissimulation of Napoleon. Napoleon and Alexander. Josephine's foresight respecting the affairs of Spain. My visits to Malmaison. Grief of Josephine. Tears and the toilet. Vast extent of the empire. List of persons condemned to death and banishment in Piedmont. Observation of Alfray respecting the Spaniards' success in Spain. Check of Massena in Portugal. Money lavished by the English. Bertrand sent to Ileria, and Marmont to Portugal. Situation of the French army. Assembling of the Cortes. Europe sacrificed to the continental system. Conversation with Murat in the Champs-Élysées. New titles and old names. Napoleon's dislike of literary menodes, etc. On the marriage of Napoleon. Chateaubriand and Lemire. Death of Chenier. Chateaubriand elected his successor. His discourse read by Napoleon Bonaparte compared to Nero. Suppression of the Mercer. M. de Chateaubriand ordered to leave Paris. Millimetre. Lemercier and Esmenard presented to the Emperor. Birth of the King of Rome. France in 1811. Chapter XXVI. 1811 My return to Hamburg. Government Committee established their anecdote of the Comte de Chaban. Napoleon's misunderstanding with the Pope. Cardinal Fesch. Convention of a Council. Declaration required from the bishops. Spain in 1811. Certainty of war with Russia. Lauriston supersedes Caulaincourt at St. Petersburg. The war in Spain. Neglected troops of all nations at the disposal of Bonaparte. Levy of the National Guard. Treaties with Prussia and Austria. Capitulation renewed with Switzerland. Intrigues. with Chernischev attacks of my enemies memorial to the Emperor Ogier de la Saussure and the mysterious box removal of the Pope to Fontainebleau anecdote of His Holiness and Emden departure of Napoleon and Maria Louisa for Dresden situation of affairs in Spain and Portugal Rapp's account of the Emperor's journey to Danzig mutual wish for war on the part of Napoleon and Alexander Sweden and Turkey Napoleon's vain attempt to detach Sweden from her alliance with Russia. Chapter XXI 1812 Changeableness of Bonaparte's plans and opinions. Articles for the Moniteur dictated by the first consul. The protocol of the Congress of Chatillon. Conversations with Davoust at Hamburg. Promise of the Viceroyalty of Poland. Hope and disappointment of the Poles. Influence of illusion on Bonaparte. The French in Moscow. Disasters of the retreat. Mallet's conspiracy. Intelligence of the affair communicated to Napoleon at Smolensk. Circumstances detailed by Rapp. Real motives of Napoleon's return to Paris. Murat, Ney, and Eugene. Power of the Italians to endure cold. Napoleon's exertions to repair his losses. Defection of General York. Convocation of a Privy Council. War resolved on wavering of the Pope. Useless negotiations with Vienna. Maria Louisa appointed regent. Chapter XXVIII 1813 Riots in Hamburg and Lübeck. Attempted suicide of M. Conning. Evacuation of Hamburg. Dissatisfaction at the conduct of General Street. Cyr. The cabinets of Vienna and the Tuileries. First appearance of the Cossacks. Colonel Tettenborn invited to occupy Hamburg. Cordial reception of the Russians. Depredations. Levies of troops. Testimonials of gratitude to Tettenborn. Napoleon's new army. Death of General Morand. Remarks of Napoleon on Vandamme. Bonaparte and Gustavus Adolphus. Junction of the Corps of Davoust and Vandamme. Reoccupation of Hamburg by the French. General Hogendorf appointed governor of Hamburg. Exactions and vexatious contributions levied upon Hamburg and Lübeck. Hostages. Chapter XXVI 1813 Napoleon's second visit to Dresden. Battle of Bautzen. The Congress at Prague. Napoleon ill-advised. Battle of Vittoria. General Moyo. Rupture of the conferences at Prague. Defection of Jemina. Battles of Dresden and Leipzig. Account of the death of Duroc. An interrupted conversation resumed a year after. Particulars respecting Poniatowski. His extraordinary courage and death. His monument at Leipzig and tomb in the Cathedral of Warsaw. Chapter XXX 1813 Amount of the Allied forces against Napoleon. Their advance towards the Rhine. Levy of 280,000 men. Dreadful situation of the French at Mayence. Declaration of the Allies at Frankfurt. Diplomatic correspondence. The Duc de Bassano succeeded by the Duke of Vicenza. The conditions of the Allies vaguely accepted. Caulaincourt sent to the headquarters of the Allies. Manifesto of the Allied powers to the French people. Gift of 30 million from the Emperor's privy purse. Wish to recall M. de Talleyrand. Singular advice relative to Wellington. The French army recalled from Spain. The throne resigned. Joseph. Absurd accusation against M. Lane. Adjournment of the legislative body. Napoleon's speech to the legislative body. Remarks of Napoleon reported by Cambacérès. Chapter XXXI 1813 The flag of the Army of Italy and the Eagles of 1813 Entrance of the Allies into Switzerland Summons to the Minister of Police my refusal to accept a mission to Switzerland Interviews with M. de Talleyrand and the Duc de Pissance Offer of a dukedom and the Grand Cordon of the Legion of Honor Definitive refusal The Duc de Vicence's message to me in 1815 Commencement of the Siege of Hamburg a bridge 2 leagues long executions at Lübeck Scarcity of provisions in Hamburg Banishment of the inhabitants Men based in Ardode and women whipped Hospitality of the inhabitants of Altona. Chapter XXI 1813 to 1814 Prince Eugene and the affairs of Italy The Army of Italy on the frontiers of Austria Eugene's regret at the defection of the Bavarians Murat's dissimulation and perfidy His treaty with Austria Hostilities followed by a declaration of war Murat abandoned by the French general's proclamation from Paris Murat's success Gigantic scheme of Napoleon advised to join the Jacobins His refusal Armament of the National Guard The Emperor's farewell to the officers The Congress of Chatillon refusal of an armistice Napoleon's character displayed in his negotiations Opening of the Congress discussions Rupture of the conferences. Chapter XXXIII 1814 Curious conversation between General Rainier and the Emperor Alexander Napoleon repulses the Prussians The Russians at Fontainebleau Battle of Brian Sketch of the Campaign of France Supper after the Battle of Champeaux Intelligence of the arrival of the Duc d'Angoulême and the Comte d'Artois in France The Battle of the Ravens and the Eagle Battle of Cron Departure of the Pope and the Spanish Prince's capture of a convoy MacDonald at the Emperor's headquarters The inverted cipher. Chapter XXIV 1814 The men of the Revolution and the men of the Empire The Council of Regents A departure of the Empress from Paris Marmont and Mortier Joseph's flight meeting at Marmont's Hotel Capitulation of Paris Marmont's interview with the Emperor at Fontainebleau Colonels Fabvier and denies the Royalist cavalcade meeting at the Hotel of the Comte de Morfontaine de Chateaubriand and his pamphlet Deputation to the Emperor Alexander Entrance of the Allied sovereigns into Paris Alexander lodged in M. Talleyrand's hotel meetings held there The Emperor Alexander's declaration My appointment as Postmaster General Composition of the Provisional Government Mistake respecting the conduct of the Emperor of Austria Caulaincourt's mission from Napoleon His interview with the Emperor Alexander's address to the deputation of the Senate M. de Caulaincourt ordered to quit the capital. Chapter XXXV 1814 Situation of Bonaparte during the events of the 30th and 31st of March His arrival at Fontainebleau Plan of attacking Paris Arrival of troops at Fontainebleau The Emperor's address to the Guard Forfeiture pronounced by the Senate Letters to Marmont Correspondence between Marmont and Schwarzenberg MacDonald informed of the occupation of Paris Conversation between the Emperor and MacDonald at Fontainebleau Bournonville's letter Abdication on condition of a regency Napoleon's wish to retract his act of abdication MacDonald nay, and Caulaincourt sent to Paris Marmont released from his promise by Prince Schwarzenberg. Chapter XXV 1814 Unexpected receipts in the Post Office Department. Arrival of Napoleon's commissioners at M. de Tolleran's conference of the marshals with Alexander. Alarming news from Marmont's courage. The white cockade and the tricolored cockade. A successful stratagem. 3 governments in France. The Duc de Cador sent by Maria Louisa to the Emperor of Austria. Maria Louisa's proclamation to the French people. Interview between the Emperor of Austria and the Duc de Cador. The Emperor's protestation of friendship for Napoleon. M. Metternich and M. Stadion. Maria Louisa's departure for Orleans. Blucher's visit to me. Audience of the King of Prussia. His Majesty's reception of Berthier, Clark, and myself. Bernadotte in Paris. Cross of the Polar Star presented to me by Bernadotte. Volume 4. 1814 to 1821. Chapter I. 1814. Unalterable determination of the Allies with respect to Napoleon. Fontainebleau included in the limits to be occupied by the Allies. Alexander's departure from Paris. Napoleon informed of the necessity of his unconditional abdication. Macdonald and Ney again sent to Paris. Alleged attempt of Napoleon to poison himself. Farewell interview between Macdonald and Napoleon. The sabre of Murad Bey. Signature of the act of unconditional abdication. Tranquility of Paris during the change of government. Ukase of the Emperor of Russia relative to the post office. Religious ceremony on the Place Louis XV. Arrival of the Comte d'Artois. His entrance into Paris. Arrival of the Emperor of Austria. Singular assemblage of sovereigns in France. Visit of the Emperor of Austria to Maria Louisa. Her interview with the Emperor Alexander. Her departure for Vienna. Chapter 2. 1814 Italy and Eugene. Siege of Danzig. Capitulation concluded but not ratified. Rapp made prisoner and sent to Coup d'Arvoust's refusal to believe the intelligence from Paris. Projected assassination of one of the French princes. Departure of Davoust and General Hogendorf from Hamburg. The affair of Manbreuil. Arrival of the commissioners of the Allied powers at Fontainebleau. Preference shown by Napoleon to Colonel Campbell. Bonaparte's address to General Koller. His farewell to his troops. First day of Napoleon's journey. The Imperial Guard succeeded by the Cossacks. Interview with Augurio. The first white cockades. Napoleon hanged in effigy at Organ. His escape in the disguise of a courier seen in the inn of l'Arcalade. Arrival at Aix. The Princess Pauline. Napoleon embarks for Elba. His life at Elba. Chapter 3. 1814 Changes produced by time. Correspondence between the Provisional Government and Hartwell. Louis XVIII's reception in London. His arrival at Calais. Berthier's address to the King at Compiègne. My presentation to His Majesty at Street UN. Louis XVIII's entry into Paris. Unexpected dismissal from my post. M. de Tolleran's departure for the Congress of Vienna. Signs of a commotion. Impossibility of seeing M. de Blackadder Abbey. Fleury. Unanswered letters. My letter to M. de Tollerand at Vienna. Chapter 4. 1814 to 1815 Escape from Elba. His landing near Caen's. March on Paris. Chapter V. 1815. Message from the Tuileries. My interview with the King. My appointment to the office of Prefect of the Police Council at the Tuileries. Order for arrests. Fouche's escape. Davoust unmolested conversation with M. de Blackadder. Intercepted letter and time lost. Evident understanding between Murat and Napoleon. Plans laid at Elba. My departure from Paris. The postmaster of Fins. My arrival at Lille. Louis XVIII Detained an hour at the gates, His Majesty obliged to leave France. My departure for Hamburg. The Duc de Berry at Brussels. Chapter 6. 1815 Message to Madame de Bourrienne. On the 20th of March, Napoleon's nocturnal entrance into Paris. General Becton sent to my family by calling curt recollection of old persecutions. General Dreysen solution of an enigma. Seals placed on my effects. Useless searches. Persecution of women. Madame de Staël and Madame de Recamier. Paris during the 100 Days. The Federates and patriotic songs. Declaration of the plenipotentiaries at Vienna. Chapter 7. 1815 by the editor of the 1836 edition, Napoleon at Paris. Political maneuvers. The meeting of the Champ de Mai. Napoleon, the liberals, and the moderate constitutionalists. His love of arbitrary power as strong as ever. Paris during the Saint-Jean. Preparations for his last campaign. The Emperor leaves Paris to join the armistice of Brussels. Proclamation of Napoleon to the Belgians. Effective strength of the French and Allied armies. The Emperor's proclamation to the French army. Chapter 8. 1815, like the preceding, this chapter first appeared in the 1836 edition, and is not from the pen of M. de Bourrienne. The Battles of Ligny and Quatre Bras. Chapter 9. 1815 The Battle of Waterloo. Chapter X 1815 Interview with Lavalette. Proceedings in the French Chambers. Second abdication of Napoleon. He retires to Rochefort, negotiates with Captain Maitland, and finally embarks in the Bellerophon. Chapter 11. 1815 My departure from Hamburg. The King at Saint Denis. Fouché appointed Minister of the Police. Delay of the King's entrance into Paris. Effect of that delay. Fouché's nomination due to the Duke of Wellington. Impossibility of resuming my post. Fouché's language with respect to the Bourbons. His famous postscript. Character of Fouché. Discussion respecting the two cockades. Manifestations of public joy repressed by Fouché. Composition of the new ministry. Kind attention of Blücher. The English at St. Cloud. Blücher in Napoleon's cabinet. My prisoner become my protector. Blücher and the innkeeper's dog. My daughter's marriage contract. Rigid etiquette. My appointment to the presidentship of the Electoral College of the Yon. My interview with Fouché. My audience of the King. His Majesty made acquainted with my conversation with Fouché. The Duke of Otranto's disgrace. Care not deceived by Bonaparte. My election as deputy. My colleague, M. Raw. My return to Paris. Regret caused by the sacrifice of Ney. Noble conduct of MacDonald. A drive with Rapp in the Bois de Boulogne. Rapp's interview with Bonaparte in 1815. The Duc de Berry and Rapp. My nomination to the office of Minister of State. My name inscribed by the hand of Louis XVIII. Conclusion. Chapter 12. The Saint-Jean. Chapter 13 1815-1821. This chapter, by the editor of the 1836 edition, is based upon the memorial, and O'Meara's and Antomarchi's works. Voyage to St. Helena. Personal trace of the Emperor. Arrival at Jamestown. Napoleon's temporary residence at the Briars. Removal to Longwood. The daily routine there. The campaign of Italy. The arrival of Sir Hudson Lowe. Unpleasant relations between the Emperor and the new governor. Visitors at St. Helena. Captain Basil Hall's interview with Napoleon. Anecdotes of the Emperor. Departure of Las Cases and O'Meara. Arrivals from Europe. Physical habits of the Emperor. Dr. Antomarchi. The Emperor's toilet. creation of a new bishopric, the emperor's energy with the spade, his increasing illness, last days of Napoleon, his death, lying in state, military funeral, Marchand's account of the emperor's last moments, Napoleon's last bequests, the watch of Rivoli. Illustrations Volume I Napoleon I, First Portrait, 2. Letitia Ramalino 3. The Empress Josephine, First Portrait, 4. Eugene Bohonais v General Kleber 6. Marshal Lantz 7. Talleyrand 8. General Duroc 9. Murat, King of Naples Volume 2. I. The Empress Josephine, Second Portrait, 2. General Desailly 3. General Morio 4. Hortense Bohonais v the Duc d'Enghien 6. General Pichegru Volume 3. I. Napoleon, Second Portrait, 2. Marshal Ney, First Portrait, 3. Caulaincourt, Duke of Vicenza 4. Marshal Davoust v the charge of the cuirassiers at Eylau 6. General Junot 7. Marshal Soult 8. The Empress Maria Louisa, First Portrait, 9. General Lazel ex Marshal Massena 11. Colored Map of Europe to illustrate the Dominion of Napoleon Volume 4. I. The Empress Maria Louisa, Second Portrait, 2. Marshal MacDonald 3. Facsimile of the Emperor's abdication in 1814 4. Napoleon I, Third Portrait, v Marshal Suchet 6. The Duke of Wellington 8. Marshal Blucher 9. Marshal Gouverne Stcyr ex Marshal Ney, Second Portrait, 11. The King of Rome 12. General Bessieres Recollections of the Private Life of Napoleon, complete by Constant Premier Valet de Chamber, translated by Walter Clark. Contents Volume I Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter X. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter XX. Chapter XXI. Chapter XXII. Chapter 23. Chapter XIV. Chapter XXV. Chapter XXVI. Chapter XXI. Chapter XXVIII. Chapter XX. Chapter XXX. Chapter XXXI. Volume 2. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter X. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter XX. Chapter XXI. Chapter XXII. Chapter 23. Chapter XIV. Chapter XXV. Chapter XXVI. Chapter XXVIII. Chapter XXVIII. Chapter XXVI. Chapter XXX. Chapter XXXI. Volume 3. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter X. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter XX. Chapter XXI. Chapter XXII. Chapter 23. Chapter XIV. Chapter XXV. Chapter XXVI. Chapter XXVIII. Chapter XXVIII. Chapter XXVI. Chapter XXX. Chapter XXXI. L'Envoi. Illustrations Napoleon at Malmaison Frontispiece Volume 1 Prince Eugene Josephine Née Davoust Berthier MacDonald Augurio Napoleon, 1814 Frontispiece Vol 2. Rap Murat Lucien Bonaparte Soult Bernadotte Marie-Louise Duroc Napoleon and his son Frontispiece Vol 3. Lance Joseph Napoleon Masséna the King of Rome Jerome Bonaparte Le Maréchal Ney Oudinot Memoirs of the Court of St. Cloud being secret letters from a gentleman at Paris to a nobleman in London Illustrations at Cardinal Caprera's Cardinal Fesch Episode at Mme Maillet's Napoleon's Garde Grand Dinner Chaptal Turio Carrier Barra Air Cambacérès Pauline Bonaparte The Life of Napoleon I, Volumes 1 and 2, by John Holland Rose Contents Chapter Page Preface 7 Note on the Republican Calendar 15. Volume II Parentage and Early Years 1-2. The French Revolution and Corsica 24-3. Toulon 44-4. Vendemiaire 57 v. The Italian Campaign, 1796, 77-6. The Fights for Mantua 105-7. Leo Bento Campo Formio 148. Egypt 174-9. Syria 201 ex Brumaire 216-11. Marengo, Lunéville 240-12. The New Institutions of France 266-13. The Consulate for Life 302-14. The Peace of Amiens 331-15. A French Colonial Empire, St. Domingo Louisiana India Australia 355-16. Napoleon's Interventions 386-17. The Renewal of War 401-18. Europe and the Bonapartes 430-19. The Royalist Plot 446-XX. The Dawn of the Empire 465-XXI. The Bolan Flotilla 462-XXII. Appendix, reports hitherto unpublished on, a. the sale of Louisiana, b. The Irish division in Napoleon's service. 509 illustrations, maps, and plans. The siege of Toulon. 1793. 51 Map to illustrate the campaigns in North Italy. 81 Plan to illustrate the victory of Arcola. 125 The neighborhood of Rivoli. 133 Facsimile of a letter of Napoleon to La Citoyen Tallien, 1797. 156 Central Europe, after the Peace of Campo Formio. 1797. 171 Plan of the Siege of Acre, from a contemporary sketch. 205 The Battle of Marengo, to illustrate Kellermann's charge. 255 French map of the south of Australia, 1807. 378 Volume 2 XXII. ULM and Trafalgar. 123. Austerlitz. 29 Xiv. Prussia and the New Charlemagne. 51 XXV. The Fall of Prussia. 79 XXVI. The Continental System, Friedland. 103 XXE. Tilsit. 125 XXVIII. The Spanish Rising. 159 XXVI. Erfurt. 174 XXX. Napoleon and Austria. 189 XXXI. The Empire at its height. 208 XXI. The Russian Campaign. 231 XXXII. The First Saxon Campaign. 267 XXIV. Vittoria and the Armistice. 300 XXXV. Dresden and Leipzig. 329 XXV. From the Rhine to the Seine. 368 XXE. The First Abdication. 399 XXVIII. Elba and Paris. 435 XXVI. Ligny and Quatre Bras. 453 XL. Waterloo. 487 XLI. From the Elysee to St. Helena. 512 XLII. Closing years. 539 Appendix I. List of the chief appointments and dignities bestowed by Napoleon. 575 Appendix II. The Battle of Waterloo. 577 Index. 579 Maps and Plans. Battle of Ulm. 15 Battle of Austerlitz. 39 Battle of Jena. 95 Battle of Friedland. 121 Battle of Wagram. 196 Central Europe after 1810. 215 Campaign in Russia. 247 Battle of Vittoria. 310 The Campaign of 1813. 336 Battle of Dresden. 343 Battle of Leipzig. 357 The Campaign of 1814 to face. 383 Plan of the Waterloo Campaign. 458 Battle of Ligny. 465 Battle of Waterloo, about 11 o'clock am to face. 490 St. Helena. 540 Footnotes. Index. The History of Napoleon Bonaparte by John Gibson Lockhart. Contents. Introduction. 9 Chapter I. Birth and Parentage of Napoleon Bonaparte, his education at Brienne and at Paris, his character at this period, his political predilections. He enters the army as second lieutenant of artillery. his first military service in Corsica in 1793. 1 Chapter 2 Bonaparte commands the artillery at Toulon, fall of Toulon, the representatives of the people, Junot. 9 Chapter 3 Bonaparte chief of battalion at Nice, fall of Robespierre, he is superseded. Bonaparte at Paris in 1795, the day of the sections, commands the Army of the Interior, marries Josephine de Beauharnois, appointed to the command of the Army of Italy. 15 Chapter 4 The Army of Italy, Tactics of Bonaparte, Battle of Montenotte, Battle of Millesimo, Battle of Mondovi, Armistice of Cherasco, close of the Campaign of Piedmont, peace granted to Sardinia. 24 Chapter V The French cross the Po at Placenza, the Battle of Fombio, the Bridge of Lodi, Napoleon occupies Milan, resigns, and resumes his command, insurrection of Pavia, military executions, the French pass the Mincio at Borghetto, Beaulieu retreats behind the Adige, Mantua besieged, peace with the King of the Two Sicilies, the Pope buys a respite. 30 Chapter 6 Wormser supersedes Beaulieu, Jourdan and Morio march into Germany, and are forced to retreat again. The Austrians advance from the Tyrol, Battle of Lonato, escape of Napoleon, battle near Castiglione, Wormser retreats on Trent, and is recruited, Battle of Rovedo, Battle of Primolano, Battle of Barsano, Battle of St. George, Wormser shut up in Mantua. 42 Chapter 7 Affairs of Corsica, Alvinzi assumes the command of the Austrians on the Italian frontier, the three battles of Arcola, retreat of Alvinzi, Battle of Rivoli, Battle of La Favorita, surrender of Mantua, victor marches on Ancona, despair of the Pope, Treaty of Tolentino. 50 Chapter 8 Neutrality of Venice, the Archduke Charles, Battle of Tagliamento, retreat of the Archduke, Treaty of Leoben, war with Venice, Venice conquered. 64 Chapter 9 Pichegru, the Directory appeal to Bonaparte, the 18th Fructida, the Court of Montebello, Josephine, the Treaty of Campo Formio, Bonaparte leaves Italy. 70 Chapter X Napoleon at Rastatt, he arrives in Paris, his reception by the Directory, his conduct and manners, he is appointed to command the army for the invasion of England, he recommends an expedition to Egypt, reaches Toulon, embarks. 78 Chapter 11 The Voyage to Egypt, Malta surrendered, the French escape Nelson, and take Alexandria, the march up the Nile, the Battle of the Pyramids, Cairo surrenders, the Battle of Abalxa. 88 Chapter 12 Bonaparte's administration in Egypt, armaments of the Porte, Bonaparte at Suez, at El Arish, Gaza, Jaffa, Acre, retreat to Egypt, defeat of the Turks at Abalxa, Napoleon embarks for France. 96 Chapter 13 Retrospect, Bonaparte arrives in France, the revolution of the 18th Brumaire, the provisional consulate. 111 Chapter 14 The provisional consulate, reforms in France, pacification of the Chouans, constitution of the year 8. Bonaparte chief consul. 125 Chapter 15 The chief consul writes to the King of England, Lord Grenville's answer, Napoleon passes the Great Saint Bernard, the taking of Saint Bard, the siege of Genoa, the Battle of Montebello, the Battle of Marengo. Napoleon returns to Paris, the infernal machine, the Battle of Hohenlinden, the Treaty of Luneville. 135 Chapter 16 Affairs of Naples and of the Pope, the Emperor Paul of Russia, Northern Confederacy against England, Battle of Copenhagen, Nelson's victory, death of Paul, expedition to Egypt under Sir Ralph Abercrombie, Battle of Alexandria, conquest of Egypt, the flotilla of Bolan, negotiations with England, Peace of Amiens. 161 Chapter 17 Peace of Amiens, the Concordat, the Legion of Honor, Bonaparte President of the Cisalpine Republic, First Consul for life, Grand Mediator of the Helvetic Confederacy, Saint Domingo, to Saint Aluvatia, dissatisfaction of England, trial of Peltier, Lord Whitworth, rupture of the Peace of Amiens, detention of English travellers in France. 168 Chapter 18 Recommencement of the war, French seize Hanover and Naples, the English seize various French colonies, scheme of invading England resumed, Moyo, Pichegru, George's Cadoudal, Captain Wright, murder of the Duke d'Enghien, Napoleon Emperor of France, King of Italy, Genoa united to the Empire. 189 Chapter 19 New coalition against France, Sweden, Russia, Austria joins the alliance, Napoleon heads the army in Germany, Ulm surrendered by Mack, Vienna taken, naval operations, Battle of Trafalgar, Battle of Austerlitz, Treaty of Presburg, Joseph Bonaparte King of Naples, Louis Bonaparte King of Holland, Confederation of the Rhine, new nobility in France. 210 Chapter XX Discontent of Prussia, death of Pitt, negotiation of Lords Yarmouth and Lord Iredale broken off, murder of Palm, the bookseller, Prussia declares war, Bonaparte heads the army, Naumburg taken, Battle of Jena, Napoleon enters Berlin, fall of Magdeburg, and C. Humiliation of Prussia, Bonaparte's cruelty to the Duke of Brunswick, his rapacity and oppression in Prussia. 228 Chapter XXI The decrees of Berlin, Napoleon renews the campaign, Warsaw taken, enthusiasm of the Poles, retreat of the Russians, Battle of Pultusk, the French go into winter quarters, Battle of Preussilau, taking of Danzig, Battle of Friedland, armistice, expeditions of the English to Calabria, Constantinople, Egypt, and Buenos Aires, Peace of Tilsit. 240 Chapter XXII British expedition to Copenhagen, coalition of France, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, against English commerce, internal affairs of France, the administration of Napoleon, his Council of State, Court, Code, Public Works, Manufactures, Taxes, Military Organization, the Conscription. 258 Chapter 23 Relations of Napoleon with Spain, Treaty of Fontainebleau, Junot marches to Portugal, flight of the Braganzas to Brazil, French troops proceed into Spain, dissensions in the court, both parties appeal to Napoleon, Murat occupies Madrid, Charles and Ferdinand abdicate at Bayonne, Joseph Bonaparte crowned King of Spain. 265 Chapter XIV Insurrection of the Spaniards and Portuguese, their alliance with England, Battle of Rio Seco, Joseph enters Madrid, First Siege of Zaragoza, Dupont's march into Andalusia, the Battle of Bailén, Dupont surrenders, Joseph quits Madrid, situation of Junot, arrival of Sir Arthur Wellesley, Battle of Rorica, Battle of Vimero, Convention of Sintra. 275 Chapter XXV Napoleon at Erfurt, at Paris, arrives at Vittoria, disposition of the French and Spanish armies, successes of Soult, passage of the Somme Sierra, surrender of Madrid, Sir John Moore's campaign, his retreat, Battle of Corunna, death of Moore, Napoleon leaves Spain. 286 Chapter XXVI Austria declares war, Napoleon heads his army in Germany, battles of Landshut and Eckmühl, Ratisbon taken, Napoleon in Vienna, hostilities in Italy, Hungary, Poland, the north of Germany, and the Tyrol, Battle of Raab, Battle of Wagram, armistice with Austria. Progress of the war in the peninsula, Battle of Talavera, Battle of Ocana, English expedition to Walcheren. Seizure of Rome and arrest of the Pope. Treaty of Schoenbrunn. 296 Chapter XXI Napoleon divorces Josephine, marries the Archduchess Maria Louisa, deposes Louis Bonaparte, annexes Holland and the whole coast of Germany to France, revolution in Sweden, Bernadotte elected Crown Prince of Sweden, progress of the war in the peninsula, Battle of Bisaco, Lord Wellington retreats to the lines of Torres Vedras. 309 Chapter XXVIII Events of the year 1811, birth of the King of Rome, disgrace of Fauch, discontents in France, relations with Russia, license system, Napoleon prepares for war with Russia, the campaign in the peninsula, Massena's retreat, Battle of Fuentes de Huana, Lord Wellington blockades Ciudad Rodrigo, retreats, Joseph wishes to abdicate. 320 Chapter XXVI Capture of Ciudad Rodrigo, and of Badajoz, Battle of Salamanca, state of Napoleon's foreign relations, his military resources, Napoleon at Dresden, rupture with Russia, Napoleon's conduct to the Poles, distribution of the armies, passage of the Niemen, Napoleon at Wilna. 329 Chapter XXX Russia makes peace with England, with Sweden, and with Turkey, internal preparations, Napoleon leaves Wilna, the Dwina, Bagratian's movements, Battle of Smolensko, Battle of Borodino, Napoleon enters Moscow, constancy and enthusiasm of the Russians, conduct of Rostovchin, the burning of Moscow, Kutuzov refuses to treat. 343 Chapter XXXI Napoleon quits Moscow, battles of Vinkovo and Maloyaroslavets, retreat on Varia, and Smolensko, repeated defeats and sufferings of the French, Smolensko, Krasnoy, passage of the Bsina, Smorgony, Napoleon quits the army, his arrival at Warsaw, at Dresden, in Paris. 354 Chapter XXI Conspiracy of Malet, Napoleon's reception in Paris, his military preparations, Prussia declares war, Austria negotiates with Napoleon, Bernadette appears in Germany, the Russians advance into Silesia, Napoleon heads his army in Saxony, Battle of Lutzen, Battle of Bautzen. 371 Chapter XXXII Napoleon's interview with Metternich, advice of his ministers and generals, intelligence from Spain, Battle of Vittoria, Congress of Prague dissolved, Austria declares war, Battle of Dresden, death of Moyo, Battle of Kulm, surrender of Vandam, battles of Grossban, Wallstatt, and Denewitz, Napoleon retires from the Elbe, the Battle of Leipzig, the Battle of Hanau, the Allies on the Rhine. 381 Chapter XXV Declaration of the Allies at Frankfurt, Revolution of Holland, Liberation of the Pope and Ferdinand VII. Obstinacy of Napoleon, his military preparations, dissolution of the Legislative Senate. 395 Chapter XXXV The Campaign of France, Battles of Brienne and La Rothiere, Expedition of the Marne, Battles of Nangis and Montero, Schwarzenberg retreats, Napoleon again marches against Blucher, attacks Soissons and is repulsed, Battles of Cron and Laon, Napoleon at Reims, his perplexities, he marches to Saint Dizier. 406 Chapter XXV The Allies approach Paris, Maria Louisa retires to Blois, Marmont and Mortier occupy the heights of Montmartre, they are defeated, King Joseph escapes, Marmont capitulates, the Allies enter Paris, Napoleon at Fontainebleau, his abdication. 420 Chapter XXVIII Napoleon's journey to Frejus, voyage to Elba, his conduct and occupations there, discontents in France, return of prisoners of war, jealousy of the army, union of the Jacobins and Bonapartists, their intrigues, Napoleon escapes from Elba. 438 Chapter XXVIII Napoleon lands at Cannes, his progress to Grenoble, Lyons, Fontainebleau, treason of Les Bedoyers and Ney, Louis XVIII. Retires to Ghent, and Napoleon arrives in Paris. 447 Chapter XXVI The 100 Days, Declaration of the Congress at Vienna, Napoleon prepares for war, capitulation of the Duc d'Angoulême, insurrection of La Vendée, Murat advances from Naples, is defeated, and takes refuge in France, the Champ de Mai, dissatisfaction of the constitutionalists. 456 Chapter XL Napoleon heads his army on the Belgian frontier, passes the Sambre at Charleroi, defeats Blucher at Ligny, Battle of Quatre Bras, the English fall back on a position previously selected by Wellington, the Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon returns to Paris. 466 Chapter XLI Napoleon appeals in vain to the Chambers, abdicates for the second time, is sent to Malmaison, and then to Rochefort, negotiates with Captain Maitland, embarks in the Bellerophon, arrives at Torbay, decision of the English government, interview with Lord Keith, and C. Napoleon on board the Northumberland, sails for St. Helena. 478 Chapter XLII Napoleon at St. Helena, the Briars, Longwood, charges against the English government respecting his accommodations and treatment at St. Helena, charges against the governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, Napoleon's mode of life at Longwood, his health falls off, his death and funeral, conclusion. 491 Index 507 Napoleon Bonaparte by Sir Walter Scott, Bart. Volume 1 of 4 Napoleon's Logement Quotient View of the French Revolution Chap. I Review of the State of Europe after the Peace of Versailles, England, France, Spain, Prussia, imprudent innovations of the Emperor Joseph, disturbances in his dominions, Russia, France, her ancient system of monarchy, how organized, causes of its decay, decay of the nobility as a body, the new nobles, the country nobles, the nobles of the highest order, the church, the higher orders of the clergy, the lower orders, the commons, their increase in power and importance, their claims opposed to those of the privileged classes. 1 Chap. 2 State of France continued, state of public opinion, men of letters encouraged by the great disadvantages attending this patronage, licentious tendency of the French literature, their irreligious and infidel opinions, free opinions on politics permitted to be expressed in an abstract and speculative, but not in a practical form, disadvantages arising from the suppression of free discussion, Anglomania, share of France in the American War, disposition of the troops who returned from America, 22 Chap. 3 Proximate cause of the Revolution, deranged state of the finances, reforms in the royal household, system of Turgot and Necker, Necker's exposition of the state of the public revenue, the Red Book, Necker displaced, succeeded by Calonne, general state of the revenue, assembly of the notables, Calonne dismissed, Archbishop of Sens administrator of the finances, the king's contest with the parliament, bed of justice, resistance of the parliament and general disorder in the kingdom, vacillating policy of the minister, royal sitting, scheme of forming a corps plénière, it proves ineffectual, Archbishop of Sens retires, and is succeeded by Necker, he resolves to convoke the States General, Second Assembly of Notables previous to convocation of the States, questions as to the numbers of which the tiers état should consist, and the mode in which the estates should deliberate, 39 Chap. 4 Meeting of the States General, predominant influence of the tiers état, property not represented sufficiently in that body, general character of the members, disposition of the estate of the nobles, and of the clergy, plan of forming the 3 estates into 2 houses, its advantages, it fails, the clergy unite with the tiers état, which assumes the title of the National Assembly, they assume the task of legislation, and declare all former fiscal regulations illegal, they assert their determination to continue their sessions, royal sitting, terminates in the triumph of the Assembly, parties in that body, Maunia, Constitutionalists, Republicans, Jacobins, Orleans, 58 Chap. V. Plan of the Democrats to bring the King and Assembly to Paris, banquet of the Garde du Corps, riot at Paris, a formidable mob of women assemble to march to Versailles, the National Guard refuse to act against the insurgents, and demand also to be led to Versailles, the female mob arrive, their behavior to the Assembly, to the King, alarming disorders at night, Lafayette arrives with the National Guard, mob force the palace, murder the bodyguards. The Queen's safety endangered, Fayette's arrival with his force restores order, royal family obliged to go to reside at Paris. The procession. This step agreeable to the views of the constitutionalists, republicans, and anarchists. Duke of Orleans sent to England, 88 chap. 6 Lafayette resolves to enforce order. A baker is murdered by the rabble, one of his murderers executed. Decree imposing martial law, introduction of the doctrines of equality. They are in their exaggerated sense inconsistent with human nature and the progress of society. The Assembly abolished titles of nobility, armorial bearings, and phrases of courtesy. Reasoning on these innovations. Disorder of finance, Necker becomes unpopular. Seizure of church lands, issue of assignats, Necker leaves France in unpopularity. New religious institution, oath imposed on the clergy, resisted by the greater part of the order. General view of the operations of the Constituent Assembly, enthusiasm of the people for their new privileges, limited privileges of the Crown. King is obliged to dissemble. His negotiations with Mirabeau, with Bouillé, attack on the palace, prevented by Fayette. Royalists expelled from the Tuileries. Escape of Louis, he is captured at Varennes, brought back to Paris. Riot in the Champ de Mars. Louis accepts the Constitution, 102 chap. 7 Legislative Assembly, its composition. Constitutionalists, Girondists or Brécetins, Jacobins. Views and sentiments of foreign nations. England, views of the Tories and Whigs. Anacharsis Cloots, Austria, Prussia, Russia, Sweden. Emigration of the French princes and clergy. Increasing unpopularity of Louis from this cause. Death of the Emperor Leopold, and its effects. France declares war. Views and interests of the different parties in France at this period. Decree against Monsieur Louis interposes his veto. Decree against the priests who should refuse the constitutional oath. Louis again interposes his veto. Consequences of these refusals. Fall of de Lessart. Ministers now chosen from the Brécetins. All parties favorable to war, 128 chap. 8 Defeats of the French on the frontier. Decay of constitutionalists. They form the Club of Feuillants, and are dispersed by the Jacobins. The Ministry, Dumouriez. Breach of confidence betwixt the King and his ministers. Dissolution of the King's Constitutional Guard. Extravagant measures of the Jacobins, alarms of the Girondists. Departmental army proposed. King puts his veto on the decree, against Dumouriez's representations. Decree against the recusant priests. King refuses it. Letter of the ministers. To the King, he dismisses Roland, Clavière, and Servan. Dumouriez, Duranton, and Lacoste, appointed in their stead. King ratifies the decree concerning the departmental army. Dumouriez resigns, and departs for the frontiers. New ministers named from the constitutionalists. Insurrection of 20th June. Armed mob intrude into the assembly, thence into the Tuileries. Lafayette repairs to Paris, remonstrates in favor of the king, but is compelled to return to the frontiers. Marseillois appear in Paris. Duke of Brunswick's Manifesto, 152 chap. 9. The day of the 10th of August, tocsin sounded early in the morning. Swiss guards, and relics of the royal party, repair to the Tuileries. Mandat assassinated. Dejection of Louis, and energy of the Queen. King's ministers appear at the bar of the Assembly, stating the peril of the royal family, and requesting a deputation might be sent to the palace. Assembly pass to the order of the day. Louis and his family repair to the Assembly. Conflict at the Tuileries. Swiss ordered to repair to the king's person, and are many of them shot and dispersed on their way to the Assembly. At the close of the day almost all of them are massacred. Royal family spend the night in the convent of the Feuillans. 172 chap. X. Lafayette, compelled to escape from France, is made prisoner by the Prussians, with 3 companions. Reflections. The triumvirate, Danton, Robespierre, and Marat, Revolutionary Tribunal appointed. Stupor of the Legislative Assembly, Longwy, Stenay, and Verdun, taken by the Prussians. Mob of Paris enraged. Great massacre of prisoners in Paris, commencing on the 2d, and ending 6 September. Apathy of the Assembly during and after these events. Review of its causes. 182 chap. 11. Election of representatives for the National Convention. Jacobins are very active. Right-hand party, left-hand side, neutral members. The Girondists are in possession of the ostensible power. They denounce the Jacobin chiefs, but in an irregular and feeble manner. Marat, Robespierre, and Danton, supported by the Commune and populace of Paris. France declared a republic. Duke of Brunswick's campaign, neglects the French emigrants, is tardy in his operations, occupies the poorest part of Champagne. His army becomes sickly. Prospects of a battle. Dumaria's army recruited with Carmagnoles. The Duke resolves to retreat. Thoughts on the consequences of that measure. The retreat disastrous. The emigrants disbanded in a great measure. Reflections on their fate. The Prince of Conde's army. 199 chap. 12. Jacobins determine upon the execution of Louis. Progress and reasons of the king's unpopularity. Girondists taken by surprise by a proposal for the abolition of royalty made by the Jacobins. Proposal carried. Thoughts on the new system of government, compared with that of Rome, Greece, America, and other republican states. Enthusiasm throughout France at the change. Follies it gave birth to, and crimes. Monuments of art destroyed. Madame Roland interposes to save the life of the king. Barrère. Girondists move for a departmental legion. Carried, revoked, and Girondists defeated. The authority of the community of Paris paramount even over the convention. Documents of the Iron Chest. Parallel betwixt Charles I and Louis XVI. Motion by Pétion, that the king should be tried before the convention. 208 chap. 13. The trial of Louis, indecision of the Girondists, and its effects. The royal family insulted by the agents of the community. The king deprived of his son's society. The king brought to trial before the convention. His first examination. Carried back to prison amidst insult and abuse. Tumult in the assembly. the king deprived of intercourse with his family. Male Sherbies appointed as counsel to defend the king, and de Seze, Louis again brought before the convention. Opening speech of de Seze, king. Remanded to the Temple, stormy debate, eloquent attack of Vernschouw on the Jacobins, sentence of death pronounced against the king, general sympathy for his fate. Dumouriez arrives in Paris, vainly tries to avert the king's fate. Louis XVI. Beheaded on the 21st of January, 1793, Marie Antoinette on the 16th of October thereafter, the Princess Elizabeth in May 1794, the Dauphin perishes by cruelty, the 8th of June, 1795, the Princess Royal exchanged for Lafayette, the 19th of December, 1795, 236 chap. 14 Dumouriez, his displeasure at the treatment of the Flemish provinces by the Convention, his projects in consequence, gains the ill will of his army, and is forced to fly to the Austrian camp, lives many years in retreat, and finally dies in England. Struggles betwixt the Girondists and Jacobins. Robespierre impeaches the leaders of the Girondists, and is denounced by them. Decree of accusation against Marat. Commission of 12. Marat acquitted. Terror of the Girondists. Jacobins prepare to attack the Palais Royal, but are repulsed. Repair to the Convention, who recall the Commission of 12. Louvet and other Girondist leaders fly from Paris. Convention go forth in procession to expostulate with the people, forced back to their hall, and compelled to decree the accusation of 30 of their body. Girondists finally ruined, and their principal leaders perish. Close of their history, 258 chap. 15 Views of parties in Britain relative to the Revolution. Affiliated societies, counterpoised by aristocratic associations. Aristocratic party eager for war with France. The French proclaim the navigation of the Scheldt. British ambassador recalled from Paris, and French envoy no longer accredited in London. France declares war against England. British army sent to Holland, under the Duke of York. State of the army. View of the military positions of France, in Flanders, on the Rhine, in Piedmont, Savoy, on the Pyrenees. State of the war in La Vendée. Description of the country. Le Bocage, Le Loures. Close union betwixt the nobles and peasantry, both strongly attached to royalty, and abhorrent of the revolution. The priests. The religion of the Vendeans outraged by the Convention. A general insurrection takes place in 1793. Military organization and habits of the Vendeans. Division in the British cabinet on the mode of conducting the war. Pitt, Wyndham, reasoning upon the subject. Vendeans defeated, they defeat in their turn the French troops at Laval, but are ultimately destroyed and dispersed. Unfortunate expedition to Quiberon. La Charette defeated and executed, and the War of La Vendée finally terminated. Unsuccessful resistance of Bordeaux, Marseilles, and Lyons to the Convention. Siege of Lyons, its surrender and dreadful punishment. Siege of Toulon, 274 chap. 16 Views of the British Cabinet regarding the French Revolution. Extraordinary situation of France. Explanation of the anomaly which it exhibited. System of terror. Committee of Public Safety, of Public Security. David the Painter. Law against suspected persons. Revolutionary Tribunal. Effects of the emigration of the princes and nobles. Causes of the passiveness of the French people under the tyranny of the Jacobins. Singular address of the Committee of Public Safety. General Reflections. 307 chap. 17 Marat. Danton, Robespierre. Marat poniarded. Danton and Robespierre become rivals. Commune of Paris. Their gross irreligion. Gobel, goddess of reason. Marriage reduced to a civil contract. Views of Danton, and of Robespierre. Principal leaders of the Commune arrested, and 19 of them executed. Danton arrested by the influence of Robespierre, and, along with Camille Desmoulins, Westermann, and Lacroix, taken before the Revolutionary Tribunal, condemned, and executed. Decree issued, on the motion of Robespierre, acknowledging a supreme being, Cécile Regnault. Gradual change in the public mind. Robespierre becomes unpopular, makes every effort to retrieve his power. Stormy debate in the convention. Collot d'Herbois, Tallien, and c. expelled from the Jacobin Club at the instigation of Robespierre. Robespierre denounced in the convention on the 9th Thermidor, the 27th of July, 1794, and, after furious struggles, arrested, along with his brother, Couthon, and Saint Just, Henriot, commandant of the National Guard, arrested. Terrorists take refuge in the Hôtel de Ville, attempt their own lives. Robespierre wounds himself, but lives, along with most of the others, long enough to be carried to the guillotine, and executed. His character, struggles that followed his fate, final destruction of the Jacobinical system, and return of tranquility, singular color given to society in Paris. Ball of the Victims. 321 chap. 18 Retrospective view of the external relations of France, her great military successes, whence they arose, effect of the compulsory levies, military genius and character of the French generals, new mode of training the troops, light troops, successive attacks in column, attachment of the soldiers to the revolution, also of the generals, cannot, effect of the French principles preached to the countries invaded by their arms, close of the revolution with the fall of Robespierre, reflections upon what was to succeed. 364 Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Sir Walter Scott, Bart. Volume 2 Vincennes Contents Chap. I Corsica, family of Bonaparte, Napoleon born the 15th of August, 1769, his early habits, sent to the Royal Military School at Brian, his great progress in mathematical science, deficiency in classical literature, anecdotes, removed to the General School of Paris, when in his 17th year, appointed second lieutenant of artillery, his early politics, promoted to a captaincy. Pascal Paoli. Napoleon sides with the French government against Paoli, and is banished from Corsica, visits Marseilles, and publishes The Super de Beaucaire, 1 chap. 2 Siege of Toulon, Recapitulation. Bonaparte, appointed to the command of the artillery at Toulon, finds everything in disorder. His plan for obtaining the surrender of the place adopted. Anecdotes during the siege. Allied troops resolve to evacuate Toulon. Dreadful particulars of the evacuation. England censured on this occasion. Lord Lynedoch. Fame of Bonaparte increases, and he is appointed chief of battalion in the army of Italy. Joins headquarters at Nice. On the fall of Robespierre, Bonaparte, superseded in command, arrives in Paris in May 1795. To solicit employment, he is unsuccessful. Retrospect of the proceedings of the National Assembly. Difficulties in forming a new constitution. Appointment of the Directory, of the two councils of elders and of 500, nation at large, and Paris in particular, disgusted with their pretensions. Paris assembles in sections. General Danican appointed their commander-in-chief. Men are appointed by the Directory to disarm the National Guards, but suspended for incapacity. Bonaparte appointed in his room. The day of the sections. Conflict betwixt the troops of the Convention under Bonaparte, and those of the sections of Paris under Danican. The latter defeated with much slaughter. Bonaparte appointed second in command of the Army of the Interior, then General-in-Chief, marries Madame Beauharnais. Her character. Bonaparte immediately afterwards joins the Army of Italy. 14 Chap. 3. The Alps. Feelings and views of Bonaparte on being appointed to the command of the Army of Italy. General account of his new principles of warfare. Mountainous countries peculiarly favorable to them. Retrospect of military proceedings since October 1795. Hostility of the French government to the Pope. Massacre of the French envoy, Basseville, at Rome. Austrian army under Beaulieu. Napoleon's plan for entering Italy. Battle of Montenotte, and Bonaparte's first victory, again defeats the Austrians. At Millesimo, and again under Colli, takes possession of Cherasco. King of Sardinia requests an armistice, which leads to a peace, concluded on very severe terms. Close of the Piedmontese campaign. Napoleon's character at this period. 43 Chap. 4. Farther progress of the French army under Bonaparte. He crosses the Po, at Placenza, on 7th May. Battle of Lodi takes place on the 10th, in which the French are victorious. Remarks on Napoleon's tactics in this celebrated action. French take possession of Cremona and Pizzaiton. Milan deserted by the Archduke Ferdinand and his Duchess. Bonaparte enters Milan on the 15th May. General situation of the Italian states at this period. Napoleon inflicts fines upon the neutral and unoffending states of Parma and Modena, and extorts the surrender of some of their finest pictures. Remarks upon this novel procedure. 59 Chap. V. Directory proposes to divide the army of Italy betwixt Bonaparte and Kellerman. Bonaparte resigns, and the Directory give up the point. Insurrection against the French at Pavia, crushed, and the leaders shot. Also at the imperial fiefs, and Lugo, quelled and punished in the same way. Reflections. Austrians defeated at Borghetto, and retreat behind the Adige. Bonaparte narrowly escapes being made prisoner at Valeggio. Mantua blockaded. Verona occupied by the French. King of Naples secedes from Austria. Armistice purchased by the Pope. The neutrality of Tuscany violated, and Leghorn occupied by the French troops. Views of Bonaparte respecting the revolutionizing of Italy. He temporizes. Conduct of the Austrian government at this crisis. Beaulieu displaced, and succeeded by Wurmser. Bonaparte sits down before Mantua. 79 chap. 6 Campaign on the Rhine. General plan. Wartensleben and the Archduke Charles retire before Jordan and Moyo. The Archduke forms a junction with Wartensleben, and defeats Jordan, who retires. Moyo, also, makes his celebrated retreat through the Black Forest. Bonaparte raises the siege of Mantua, and defeats the Austrians at Salo and Lonato. Misbehavior of the French General Valette, at Castiglione, Lonato taken, with the French artillery, on 3 August, retaken by Massena and Augurio, singular. Escape of Bonaparte from being captured at Lonato. Wurmser defeated between Lonato and Castiglione, and retreats on Trent and Roveredo. Bonaparte resumes his position before Mantua. Effects of the French victories on the different Italian states. Inflexibility of Austria. Wurmser recruited. Battle of Roveredo. French victorious, and Massena occupies Trent. Bonaparte defeats Wurmser at Primolano, and at Barsano. 8 September. Wurmser flies to Vicenza. Battle of St. George. Wurmser finally shut up within the walls of Mantua. 95 chap. 7 Corsica reunited with France. Critical situation of Bonaparte in Italy at this period. The Austrian General Alvinzi placed at the head of a new army. Various contests, attended with no decisive result. Want of concert among the Austrian generals. French army begin to murmur. First Battle of Arcola. Napoleon in personal danger. No decisive result. Second Battle of Arcola. The French victorious. Fresh want of concert among the Austrian generals. General views of military and political affairs. After the conclusion of the Fourth Italian Campaign, Austria commences a fifth campaign, but has not profited by experience. Battle of Rivoli, and victory of the French, further successful at La Favorita. French regain their lost ground in Italy. Surrender of Mantua. Instances of Napoleon's generosity. 111 chap. 8 Situation and views of Bonaparte at this period. His politic conduct towards the Italians. Popularity. Severe terms of peace proposed to the Pope. Rejected. Napoleon differs from the Directory, and negotiations are renewed, but again rejected. The Pope raises his army to 40,000 men. Napoleon invades the papal territories. The papal troops defeated near Imola, and at Ancona, which is captured. Loreto taken. Clemency of Bonaparte to the French recusant clergy. Peace of Tolentino. Napoleon's letter to the Pope. San Marino. View of the situation of the different Italian states. Rome, Naples, Tuscany, Venice. 130 chap. 9 Archduke Charles, compared with Napoleon, fettered by the Aulic Council. Napoleon, by a stratagem, passes the Tagliamento, and compels the Archduke to retreat. Gradisca carried by storm. Chiusa Veneta taken. Trieste and Fiume occupied. Venice breaks the neutrality. Terrified on learning that an armistice had taken place betwixt France and Austria, the Archduke retreats by hasty marches on Vienna, the government irresolute, and the Treaty of Leoben signed. Venice makes humiliating submissions. Napoleon's speech to her envoys, he declares war against Venice, and evades obeying the orders of the Directory to spare it. The Great Council, on the 31st of May, concede everything to Bonaparte, terms granted, 147 chap. X. Napoleon's amatory correspondence with Josephine, his court at Montebello, negotiations and pleasure mingled there. Genoa, revolutionary spirit of the Genoese, they rise in insurrection, but are quelled by the government, and the French plundered and imprisoned. Bonaparte interferes, and appoints the outlines of a new government. Sardinia, Naples, the Cispadane, Transpadane, and Emilian republics, united under the name of the Cisalpine Republic. The Valtelline, the Grisons, the Valtelline united to Lombardy, great improvement of Italy, and the Italian character. From these changes, difficulties in the way of pacification betwixt France and Austria, the Directory and Napoleon take different views. Treaty of Campo Formio. Bonaparte takes leave of the Army of Italy, to act as French plenipotentiary at Rastatt, 166 chap. 11 Retrospect. The Directory, they become unpopular. Causes of their unpopularity, also at enmity among themselves. State of public feeling in France, in point of numbers, favorable to the Bourbons, but the army and moneyed interest against them. Pichegru, head of the Royalists, appointed president of the Council of 500. Barbe Marbois, another Royalist, president of the Council of Ancients. Directory throw themselves upon the succor of Hoche and Bonaparte. Bonaparte's personal politics discussed. Pichegru's correspondence with the Bourbons, known to Bonaparte, he dispatches Augurio to Paris. Directory arrest their principal opponents in the councils on the 18th Fructida, and banish them to Guiana. Narrow and impolitic conduct of the Directory to Bonaparte. Projected invasion of England, 178 chap. 12 View of the respective situations of Great Britain and France, at the period of Napoleon's return from Italy. Negotiations at Lille, broken off, Army of England decreed, and Bonaparte named to the command. He takes up his residence in Paris. Public honors. The real views of the Directory discovered to be the expedition to Egypt, armies of Italy and the Rhine. Compared and contrasted. Napoleon's objects and motives in heading the Egyptian expedition. Those of the Directory regarding it, its actual impolicy. Curious statement by Myatt. The armament sails from Toulon, on the 19th of May, 1798. Napoleon arrives before Malta on 10th June, proceeds on his course, and, escaping the British squadron, lands at Alexandria on the 1st July. Description of the various classes who inhabit Egypt. 1. The Fellahs and Bedouins. 2. The Copts. 3. The Mamelukes. Napoleon issues a proclamation against the Mamelukes, marches against them on the 7th July. Discontent of the French troops. Battle of the Pyramids on 21st of July. Cairo surrenders, 192 chap. 13 French fleet, conflicting statements of Bonaparte and Admiral Ganthiaum. Battle of Abalxa on 1 August 1798, the French admiral, Brueys, killed, and his ship, L'Orient, blown up. The victory complete. Effects of this disaster, means by which Napoleon proposed to establish himself in Egypt, his administration, in many respects, praiseworthy, in others, his conduct absurd. He aspires to be regarded an envoy of the deity, his endeavors to propitiate the Porte, the fort of El-Arish falls into his hands. Massacre of Jaffa, admitted by Bonaparte himself, his arguments in its defense, replies to them, general conclusions, plague in the French army, Napoleon's humanity and courage upon this occasion, proceeds against Acre to attack Gizeh Pasha, Sir Sidney Smith, his character, captures a French convoy, and throws himself into Acre. French arrive before Acre on the 17th of March, 1799, and effect a breach on the 28th, but are driven back, assaulted by an army of Moslems assembled without the walls of Acre, whom they defeat and disperse. Personal misunderstanding and hostility between Napoleon and Sir Sidney Smith, explained. Bonaparte is finally compelled to raise the siege, 216 chap. 14 Discussion concerning the alleged poisoning of the sick in the hospitals at Jaffa, Napoleon acquitted of the charge. French army re-enter Cairo on 14 June. Retrospect of what had taken place in Upper and Lower Egypt during Napoleon's absence. Incursion of Murad Bey, 18,000 Turks occupy Abalxa, attacked and defeated. This victory terminates Napoleon's career in Egypt. Admiral Ganthiaum receives orders to make ready for sea. On the 22 August, Napoleon embarks for France, arrives in Ajaccio on the 30th September, and lands at Frejus on the 9th of October, 236 chap. 15 Retrospect of public events since the departure of Napoleon for Egypt, invasion and conquest of Switzerland, seizure of Turin, expulsion of the Pope, the Neapolitans declare war against France, the French enter Naples, disgraceful avarice exhibited by the Directory, particularly in their negotiations with the United States of America. Russia comes forward in the general cause, her strength and resources, reverses of the French in Italy, and on the Rhine. Insurrections in Belgium and Holland against the French, Anglo-Russian expedition sent to Holland, the Chouans again in the field, great and universal unpopularity of the Directory, state of parties in France, law of hostages. Abésides becomes one of the Directory, his character and genius. Description of the constitution proposed by him for the year 3, Ducas, Gahia, and Molins, also introduced into the Directory. Family of Napoleon strive to keep him in the recollection of the people. Favorable change in the French affairs. Holland evacuated by the Anglo-Russian army, Corsica defeated by Massena, and Suwarrow retreats before Les Corbes, 246 chap. 16 General rejoicing on the return of Bonaparte, advances made to him on all sides. Napoleon coalesces with Sieyes, Revolution of the 18th Brumaire, November the 9th. Clashing views of the councils of ancients, and the 500. Barras and his colleagues resign. Proceedings of the councils on the 18th and 19th. Sittings removed from Paris to Saint Cloud. Commotion in the Council of 500. Napoleon menaced and assaulted, and finally extricated by his grenadiers. Lucien Bonaparte, the president, retires from the hall, declares the council dissolved. Provisional consular government of Bonaparte, Sieyes, and Ducas, 260 chap. 17 Clemency of the new consulate. Beneficial change in the finances. Law of hostages repealed, religious liberty allowed, improvements in the War Department, pacification of La Vendée, ascendancy of Napoleon, disappointment of Sieyes. Committee formed to consider Sieyes' plan of a constitution, rejected as too essentials, a new one adopted, monarchical in everything but form. Sieyes retires from public life. General view of the new government. Despotic power of the first consul, 276 chap. 18 Proceedings of Bonaparte in order to consolidate his power, his great success, causes that led to it. Cambacérès and Lebrun chosen second and third consuls. Talleyrand appointed Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Fauch Minister of Police. Their characters, other ministers nominated, various changes made in order to mark the commencement of a new era. Napoleon addresses a letter personally to the King of England, answered by Lord Grenville. Negotiation for peace that followed, speedily broken off. Campaigns in Italy and on the Rhine, successes of Moreau, censured by Napoleon for overcaution. The charge considered, the chief consul resolves to bring back, in person, victory to the French standards in Italy, his measures for that purpose, 292 chap. 19 The chief consul leaves Paris on the 6th of May. 1800, has an interview with Necker at Geneva on 8th, arrives at Lausanne on the 13th, various corps put in motion to cross the Alps. Napoleon, at the head of the main army, marches on the 15th, and ascends Mont Saint Bernard, on the 16th. The vanguard takes possession of Aosta, fortress and town of Bard threaten to baffle the whole plan. The town is captured, and Napoleon contrives to send his artillery through it, under the fire of the fort, his infantry and cavalry passing over the Alberdu. Lance carries Ivoire. Recapitulation. Operations of the Austrian General Mellers. At the commencement of the campaign, Mellers advances towards Genoa. Actions betwixt him and Masséna. In March, Lord Keith blockades Genoa. Mellers compelled to retreat, enters Nice, recalled from thence by the news of Napoleon's having crossed Mont Saint Bernard. Genoa surrenders. Bonaparte enters Milan. Battle of Montebello. The chief consul is joined by Desailly. Battle of Marengo on the 14th. Death of Desailly. Capitulation on the 15th, by which Genoa and C are yielded. Napoleon returns to Paris on the 2 July, 305 chap. XX Napoleon offers, and the Austrian envoy accepts, a new treaty. The Emperor refuses it, unless England is included. Negotiations with England fail. Renewal of the war, armistice. resumption of hostilities, Battle of Hohenlinden, other battles, the Austrians agree to a separate peace, Treaty of Luneville, convention between France and the United States, the Queen of Naples repairs to Petersburg, Paul receives her with cordiality, and applies in her behalf to Bonaparte, his envoy received at Paris with the utmost distinction, and the royal family of Naples saved for the present, Rome restored to the authority of the Pope. Napoleon demands of the King of Spain to declare war against Portugal. Olivenza and Almeida taken. Malta, after a blockade of 2 years, obliged to submit to the English. 324 chap. XXI Internal Government of France, general attachment to the chief consul, plot to remove him by assassination, defeated, vain hopes of the royalists, that Napoleon would restore the Bourbons, infernal machine, it fails, suspicion first falls on the Republicans, the actual conspirators executed. Use made by Bonaparte of the conspiracy to consolidate despotism, system of police, Fauch, his skill, influence, and power, apprehension entertained by the chief consul of the effects of literature, persecution of Madame de Staël, the Concordat, plan for a general system of jurisprudence, amnesty granted to the emigrants, plans of public education, hopes of a general peace. 337 chap. XXII return to the external relations of France, her universal ascendancy, Napoleon's advances to the Emperor Paul, plan of destroying the British power in India, right of search at sea, death of Paul, its effects on Bonaparte, affairs of Egypt, assassination of Kleber, men are appointed to succeed him, British army lands in Egypt, battle and victory of Alexandria, death of Sir Ralph Abercrombie, General Hutchinson succeeds him, the French General Belliard capitulates, as does Mena, war in Egypt brought to a victorious conclusion. 356 chap. 23 Preparations for the invasion of Britain, Nelson put in command of the sea, attack of the Bolan flotilla, Pitt leaves the ministry, succeeded by Mr. Addington, negotiations for peace, just punishment of England, in regard to the conquered settlements of the enemy, forced to restore them all, save Ceylon and Trinidad. Malta is placed under the guarantee of a neutral power, preliminaries of peace signed, joy of the English populace, and doubts of the better classes, Treaty of Amiens signed, the ambitious projects of Napoleon, nevertheless, proceed without interruption, extension of his power in Italy, he is appointed consul for life, with the power of naming his successor, his situation at this period, 364 chap. Of different views entertained by the English ministers and the chief consul of the effects of the Treaty of Amiens, Napoleon, misled by the shouts of a London mob, misunderstands the feelings of the people of Great Britain, his continued encroachments on the independence of Europe, his conduct to Switzerland, interferes in their politics, and sets himself up, uninvited, as mediator in their concerns, Ney enters Switzerland at the head of 40,000 men, the patriot, Reading, disbands his forces, and is imprisoned, Switzerland is compelled to furnish France with a subsidiary army of 16,000 troops. The chief consul adopts the title of Grand Mediator of the Helvetic Republic. 372. Appendix No. I. Bonaparte's letter to General Paoli. 381 No. 2. Letter of Napoleon Bonaparte to M. Matteo Buttafuoco, deputy from Corsica to the National Assembly. 382 No. 3. The Supper of Beaucaire. 388 No. 4. Letters of Napoleon to Josephine. 392 Novi Descent of the French in South Wales, under General Tate. 396 No. 6. Bonaparte's Camp Library. 397 No. 7. Bonaparte, member of the National Institute, Commander-in-Chief, to the people of Egypt. 398 No. 8. Historical Notes on the 18th Brumaire. 399 Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Sir Walter Scott, Bart. Volume 3. Hotel de Ville. Paris. Contents. Chap. XXV. Increasing jealousies betwixt France and England, encroachments on the part of the former, instructions given by the first consul to his commercial agents, orders issued by the English ministers, Peltier's celebrated royalist publication, El Ambigu. Peltier tried for a libel against the first consul, found guilty. Angry discussions respecting the Treaty of Amiens, Malta. Report of Sebastiani. Resolutions of the British government. Conferences betwixt Bonaparte and Lord Whitworth. Britain declares war against France on the 18th of May, 1803. 1 Chap. XXVI. Saint Domingo. The Negroes split into parties under different chiefs. To Saint Louverture, the most distinguished of these, appoints a consular government. France sends an expedition against Saint Domingo, under General Leclerc, in December, 1801. To Saint submits. He is sent to France, where he dies. The French are assaulted by the Negroes. Leclerc is succeeded by Rochambeau. The French finally obliged to capitulate to an English squadron. Bonaparte's scheme to consolidate his power, the consular guard augmented, Legion of Honor, opposition formed against the consular government, application to the Count de Provence, Louis XVIII, 16 Chap. XXVII. Renewal of the war. England lays an embargo on French vessels. Napoleon retaliates by detaining British subjects. Effects of this unprecedented measure. Hanover and other places occupied by the French. Scheme of invasion renewed. Napoleon's preparations. Defensive measures of England. 27 Chap. XXVIII. Disaffection begins to arise against Napoleon among the soldiery. Purpose of setting up Moreau against him. Character of Moreau. Causes of his estrangement from Bonaparte. Pichegru. The Duke d'Enghien, Georges Cadoudal, Pichegru, and other royalists, landed in France. Desperate enterprise of Georges. Defeated. Arrest of Moreau, of Pichegru, and Georges. Captain Wright. Duke d'Enghien seized at Strasbourg, hurried to Paris, transferred to Vincennes, tried by a military commission, condemned, and executed. Universal horror of France and Europe. Bonaparte's vindication of his conduct, his defense considered, Pichegru found dead in his prison, attempt to explain his death by charging him with suicide, Captain Wright found with his throat cut, a similar attempt made, Georges and other conspirators tried, condemned, and executed, Royalists silenced, Morio sent into exile, 38 Chap. 6 General indignation of Europe in consequence of the murder of the Duke d'Enghien. Russia complains to Talleyrand of the violation of Baden, and, along with Sweden, remonstrates in a note laid before the German Diet, but without effect. Charges brought by Bonaparte against Mr. Drake and Mr. Spencer Smith, who are accordingly dismissed from the courts of Stuttgart and Munich, seizure, imprisonment, and dismissal of Sir George Rumbold, the British envoy at Lower Saxony, treachery attempted against Lord Elgin, by the agents of Bonaparte, details, defeated by the exemplary prudence of that nobleman. These charges brought before the House of Commons, and peremptorily denied by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, 57 Chap. XXX Napoleon meditates a change of title from Chief Consul to Emperor, a motion to this purpose brought forward in the Tribunate, opposed by Carnot, adopted by the Tribunate and Senate, outline of the new system, coldly received by the people. Napoleon visits Poland, La Chapelle, and the frontiers of Germany, where he is received with respect. The coronation, Pius VII, is summoned from Rome to perform the ceremony at Paris. Details, reflections, changes that took place in Italy. Napoleon appointed sovereign of Italy, and crowned at Milan, Genoa annexed to France, 63 Chap. XXXI Napoleon addresses a second letter to the King of England personally, answered by the British Secretary of State to Talleyrand. Alliance formed betwixt Russia and England. Prussia keeps aloof, and the Emperor Alexander visits Berlin. Austria prepares for war, and marches an army into Bavaria. Her impolicy in prematurely commencing hostilities, and in her conduct to Bavaria, unsoldier-like conduct of the Austrian General Mack. Bonaparte is joined by the electors of Bavaria and Württemberg, and the Duke of Baden, skillful maneuvers of the French generals, and successive losses of the Austrians. Napoleon violates the neutrality of Prussia, by marching through Ansbach and Bayreuth. Further losses of the Austrian leaders, and consequent disunion among them. Mack is cooped up in Ulm, issues a formidable declaration on the 16th October, and surrenders on the following day. Fatal results of this man's poltroonery, want of skill, and probable treachery. 79 Chap. XXI Position of the French armies. Napoleon advances towards Vienna. The Emperor Francis leaves his capital. French enter Vienna on 13 November. Review of the French successes in Italy and the Tyrol. Schemes of Napoleon to force on a general battle. Battle of Austerlitz is fought on the 2 December, and the combined Austro-Russian armies completely defeated. Interview betwixt the Emperor of Austria and Napoleon. The Emperor Alexander retreats towards Russia. Treaty of Presburg signed on the 26th December. Its conditions. Fate of the King of Sweden, and of the two Sicilies. 95 Chap. XXXII Relative situations of France and England. Hostilities commenced with Spain, by the stoppage, by Commodore Moore, of 4 Spanish galleons, when 3 of their escort were taken, and 1 blew up. Napoleon's plan of invasion stated and discussed. John Clark of Eldon's great system of breaking the line, explained. The French admiral, Villeneuve, forms a junction with the Spanish fleet under Gravina, attacked and defeated by Sir Robert Calder. Nelson appointed to the command in the Mediterranean. Battle of Trafalgar, fought the 21st of October, 1805. Death of Nelson. Behavior of Napoleon on learning the intelligence of this signal defeat. Villeneuve commits suicide. Address of Bonaparte to the legislative body. Statement of M. de Champagne on the internal improvements of France. Elevation of Napoleon's brothers, Louis and Joseph, to the thrones of Holland and Naples. Principality of Lucca conferred on Eliza, the eldest sister of Bonaparte, and that of Guisola on Pauline, the youngest. Other alliances made by his family. Napoleon appoints a new hereditary nobility, converts from the old noblesse anxiously sought for and liberally rewarded. Confederation of the Rhine established, and Napoleon appointed protector. The Emperor of Austria lays aside the imperial crown of Germany, retaining only the title of Emperor of Austria. Vacillating and impolitic conduct of Prussia. 111 chap. Death of Pitt. He is succeeded by Fox as Prime Minister. Negotiation with France. The Earl of Lauderdale sent to Paris as the British negotiator. Negotiation broken off, in consequence of the refusal of England to cede Sicily to France. Temporizing policy of Prussia. An attempt made by her to form a confederacy in opposition to that of the Rhine. Defeated by Napoleon. General disposition of the Prussians to war. Legal murder of Palm, a bookseller. The Emperor Alexander again visits Berlin. Prussia begins to arm in August 1806, and after some negotiation, takes the field in October, under the Duke of Brunswick. Impolicy of the plans of the campaign. Details. Action at Saalfeld. Battle of Auerstadt, or Jena, on 14 October. Duke of Brunswick mortally wounded. Consequences of this total defeat. Bonaparte takes possession of Berlin on the 25th. Situations of Austria and Prussia, after their several defeats. Reflections on the fall of Prussia, 137 chap. XXXV Ungenerous conduct of Bonaparte to the Duke of Brunswick. The approach of the French troops to Brunswick compels the dying prince to cause himself to be carried to Altona, where he expires. Oath of revenge taken by his son, at Potsdam and Berlin. The proceedings of Napoleon are equally cruel and vindictive. His clemency towards the Prince of Hatzfeld, his treatment of the lesser powers. Jerome Bonaparte, seizure of Hamburg. Berlin decrees against British commerce. Napoleon rejects all application from the continental commercial towns to relax or repeal them. Commerce, nevertheless, flourishes in spite of them. Second anticipation called for of the conscription for 1807. The King of Prussia applies for an armistice, which is clogged with such harsh terms, that he refuses them. 162 chap. XXV Retrospect of the partition of Poland. Napoleon receives addresses from Poland, which he evades. he advances into Poland, Bennigsen retreating before him. Character of the Russian soldiery. The Cossacks. Engagement at Pultusk, on the 26th of November, terminating to the disadvantage of the French. Bennigsen continues his retreat. The French go into winter quarters. Bennigsen appointed commander-in-chief in the place of Kamenskoy, who shows symptoms of insanity. He resumes offensive operations. Battle of Eylau, the 8th of February, 1807, claimed as a victory by both parties. The loss on both sides amounts to 50,000 men killed, the greater part Frenchmen. Bennigsen retreats upon Königsberg. Napoleon offers favorable terms for an armistice to the King of Prussia, who refuses to treat, save for a general peace. Napoleon falls back to the line of the Vistula. Danzig is besieged, and surrenders. Russian army is poorly recruited. The French powerfully. Actions during the summer. Battle of Heilsberg, and retreat of the Russians. Battle of Friedland, 14th June. An armistice takes place on the 23d. 174 chap. British expedition to Calabria, under Sir John Stuart. Character of the people, opposed by General Rainier. Battle of Maida, the 4th of July, 1806. Defeat of the French. Calabria evacuated by the British. Erroneous commercial views and military plans of the British ministry. Unsuccessful attack on Buenos Aires. General Whitelock is cashiered. Expedition against Turkey and its dependencies. Admiral Duckworth's squadron sent against Constantinople. Passes and repasses the Dardanelles, without accomplishing anything. Expedition against Alexandria. Rosetta attacked. British troops defeated, and withdrawn from Egypt. September, 1807. Curaçao and Cape of Good Hope taken by England. British expedition against Copenhagen, its citadel, forts, and fleet, surrendered to the British. Effects of this proceeding upon France and Russia. Coalition of France, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, against British commerce. 206 chap. 8 View of the internal government of Napoleon at the period of the Peace of Tilsit. The Tribunate abolished. Council of State. Prefectures. Their nature and object described. The Code Napoleon, its provisions, its merits and defects. Comparison betwixt that code and the jurisprudence of England. Laudable efforts of Napoleon to carry it into effect. 218 chap. 6 System of education introduced into France by Napoleon. National University. Its nature and objects. Lyceums. Proposed establishment at Moudon. 249 chap. XL Military details. Plan of the conscription, its nature, and effects, enforced with unsparing rigor. Its influence upon the general character of the French soldiery. New mode of conducting hostilities introduced by the Revolution. Constitution of the French armies. Forced marches. La Maraude, its nature, and effects, on the enemy's country, and on the French soldiers themselves. Policy of Napoleon, in his personal conduct to his officers and soldiers. Altered character of the French soldiery during, and after, the Revolution. 252 chap. XLI effects of the Peace of Tilsit. Napoleon's views of a state of peace, contrasted with those of England, the continental system, Berlin and Milan decrees, British orders in council, Spain, retrospect of the relations of that country with France since the Revolution, Godoy, his influence, character, and political views, Ferdinand, Prince of Asturias, applies to Napoleon for aid, affairs of Portugal, Treaty of Fontainebleau, departure of the Prince Regent for Brazil, entrance of Junot into Lisbon, his unbounded rapacity, disturbances at Madrid, Ferdinand detected in a plot against his father, and imprisoned. King Charles applies to Napoleon, wily policy of Bonaparte, orders the French army to enter Spain, 259 chap. XLII Pamplona, Barcelona, Montiel, and Saint Sebastian's, are fraudulently seized by the French. King Charles proposes to sail for South America. Insurrection at Aranjuez. Charles resigns the crown in favor of Ferdinand. Murat enters Madrid. Charles disavows his resignation. General Savary arrives at Madrid. Napoleon's letter to Murat, touching the invasion of Spain. Ferdinand sets out to meet Napoleon, halts at Vitoria, and learns too late Napoleon's designs against him, joins Bonaparte at Bayonne. Napoleon opens his designs to Escouiques and Civilis, both of whom he finds intractable. He sends for Charles, his queen, and Godoy, to Bayonne. Ferdinand is induced to abdicate the crown in favor of his father, who resigns it next day to Napoleon. This transfer is reluctantly confirmed by Ferdinand, who, with his brothers, is sent to splendid imprisonment at Valencia. Joseph Bonaparte is appointed to the throne of Spain, and joins Napoleon at Bayonne. Assembly of Notables convoked, 272 chap. XLII State of morals and manners in Spain. The nobility, the middle classes, the lower ranks, the indignation of the people strongly excited against the French insurrection at Madrid on the 2 May. Murat proclaims an amnesty, notwithstanding which, many Spanish prisoners are put to death. King Charles appoints Murat Lieutenant General of the kingdom, and Ferdinand's resignation of the throne is announced. Murat unfolds the plan of government to the Council of Castile, and addresses of submission are sent to Bonaparte from various quarters. Notables appointed to meet at Bayonne on 15 June. The flame of resistance becomes universal throughout Spain. 289 chap. Xliv plans of defense of the Spanish juntas, defeated by the ardor of the insurrectionary armies, cruelty of the French troops, and inveteracy of the Spaniards, successes of the invaders, defeat of Rio Seco, exaltation of Napoleon. Joseph enters Madrid, his reception, Duhesme compelled to retreat to Barcelona, and Muncie from before Valencia, defeat of Dupont by Castanos at Bailén, his army surrenders prisoners of war. Effects of this victory and capitulation, unreasonable expectations of the British public. Joseph leaves Madrid, and retires to Vitoria. Defense of Zaragoza, 299 chap. XLV zeal of Britain with regard to the Spanish struggle. It is resolved to send an expedition to Portugal. Retrospect of what had passed in that country. Portuguese assembly of notables summoned to Bayonne, their singular audience of Bonaparte, effects of the Spanish success on Portugal, Sir Arthur Wellesley, his character as a general, dispatched at the head of the expedition to Portugal, attacks and defeats the French at Rurica, battle and victory of Vimeiro, Sir Harry Burrard Neal assumes the command, and frustrates the results proposed by Sir Arthur Wellesley from the battle. Sir Harry Burrard is superseded by Sir Hugh Dalrymple. Convention of Sintra, its unpopularity in England, a court of inquiry is held, 310 chap. XLVI duplicity of Bonaparte on his return to Paris, official statements in the Moniteur, reports issued by Champagny, Minister of the Foreign Department, French relations with the different powers of Europe, spirit of resistance throughout Germany, Russia. Napoleon and Alexander meet at a fete on the 27th of September, and separate in apparent friendship on 17th October. Actual feelings of the autocrats. Their joint letter to the King of Great Britain proposing a general peace on the principle of uti possidetis, why rejected. Procedure in Spain. Catalonia. Return of Romana to Spain. Armies of Blake, Castanos, and Palafox. Expedition of General Moore. His desponding views of the Spanish cause. His plans. Defeat of Blake and Castanos. Treachery of Morla. Sir John Moore retreats to Corunna. Disasters on the march. Battle of Corunna, and death of Sir John Moore. 322 chap. Xlei General Belliard occupies Madrid. Napoleon returns to France. Cause of his hurried return. View of the circumstances leading to a rupture with Austria. Feelings of Russia upon this occasion. Secret intrigues of Talleyrand to preserve peace. Immense exertions made by Austria. Counter-efforts of Bonaparte. The Austrian army enters Bavaria. The 9th of April, 1809, Napoleon hastens to meet them. Austrians defeated at Ebensburg on the 20th, and at Eckmühl on the 22d. They are driven out of Ratisbon on the 23d. The Archduke Charles retreats into Bohemia. Napoleon pushes forward to Vienna, which, after a brief defense, is occupied by the French on the 12th of May. Retrospect of the events of the war in Poland, Italy, the north of Germany, and the Tyrol. Enterprises of Schill, of the Duke of Brunswick-Ilse, movements in the Tyrol, character and manners of the Tyrols, retreat of the Archduke John into Hungary, 343 chap. Slate position of the French and Austrian armies after the Battle of Eckmühl. Napoleon crosses the Danube. Great conflict at Aspern, when victory was claimed by both parties. Battle of Wagram, fought 6th July. Armistice concluded at Znaim. Close of the career of Schill and the Duke of Brunswick-Ilse. Defense of the Tyrol. Its final unfortunate result, growing resistance throughout Germany, its effects on Bonaparte. He publishes a singular manifesto in the Moniteur, 360 Appendix No I. Instructions by Napoleon to Talleyrand, Prince of Beneventum, 377 No. 2. Further particulars concerning the arrest, trial, and death of the Duke d'Enghien. 378 Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Sir Walter Scott, Bart. Volume 4 Mayence Contents Chap. Slick's conduct of Russia and England during the war with Austria, meditated expedition of British troops to the continent, sent to Walcheren, its calamitous details and result, proceedings of Napoleon with regard to the Pope, General Mialis enters Rome, Napoleon publishes a decree, uniting the states of the Church to the French Empire, is excommunicated, Pius VII is banished from Rome, and sent to Grenoble, afterwards brought back to Savona. Bonaparte is attacked by an assassin. Definitive treaty of peace signed at Schoenbrunn. Napoleon returns to France on the 14th of November, 1809. 1 Chap. L. Change in Napoleon's domestic life. Causes which led to it. His anxiety for an heir, a son of his brother Louis, is fixed upon, but dies in childhood. Character and influence of Josephine. Strong mutual attachment betwixt her and Napoleon. Fouche opens to Josephine the plan of a divorce. Her extreme distress. On the 5th of December, Napoleon announces her fate to Josephine. On 15th they are formally separated before the Imperial Council, Josephine retaining the rank of Empress for life. Espousals of Bonaparte and Maria Louisa of Austria take place at Vienna, the 11th of March, 1810, 17 Chap. Almost all the foreign French settlements fall into the hands of the British. French squadron destroyed at the Isle of Aix, by Lord Cochrane, and at the Isle of Rosas, by Lord Collingwood. Return to the proceedings in Spain. Soult takes Oporto, attacked and defeated by Sir Arthur Wellesley. Ferrol and Corunna retaken by the Patriots. Battle of Talavera, gained by Sir Arthur Wellesley, created Lord Wellington. The French armies take many towns and strong places. Supreme junta retreat to Cadiz. The guerrilla system. Growing disappointment of Bonaparte. His immense exertions. Battle of Bisaco. Lord Wellington's famous retreat on Torres Vedras. 28 Chap. Lii change in Napoleon's principles of government. Becomes suspicious of Talleyrand and Fouche. Fouche endeavors, without the knowledge of Napoleon, to ascertain the views of England with respect to peace. His plan is defeated by a singular collision with a similar one of Napoleon, and Fouche is sent away as Governor-General of Rome. His moral and political character, murmurings of the people against the Austrian alliance, continental system, ignorance of Napoleon of the actual political feelings of Great Britain, the license system. Louis Bonaparte endeavors in vain to defend Holland from the effects of the continental system. He abdicates the throne, and retires to Graz in Styria. Holland is annexed to the French Empire. 41 Chap. Lii Gustavus IV of Sweden is dethroned and succeeded by his uncle, the Crown Prince, killed by a fall from his horse. Candidates proposed for the succession. The Swedes, thinking to conciliate Napoleon, fix on Bernadotte. Bonaparte reluctantly acquiesces in the choice. Parting interview between Bernadotte and Napoleon. Subsequent attempts of the latter to bind Sweden to the policy of France. The Crown Prince unwillingly accedes to the continental system. Napoleon makes a tour through Flanders and Holland, returns to Paris, and takes measures for extending the continental system. Seizure of the Valois coast along the German Ocean annexed to France. protest by the Tsar against the appropriation of Oldenburg, Russia allows the importation, at certain seaports, of various articles of British commerce. Negotiations for exchange of prisoners between France and England, and for a general peace, broken off by Bonaparte's unreasonable demands. 59 chap. Live view of Napoleon's gigantic power. The Empress Maria Louisa delivered of a son. Criticism on the title given him, of King of Rome. Speculations in regard to the advantages or disadvantages arising from this event. Retrospect. Ex-Queen of Etruria. Her severe and unjustifiable treatment by Napoleon. Lucien Bonaparte is invited to England, where he writes epic poetry. Attempt to deliver Ferdinand. Defeated. Operations in Portugal. Retreat of Massena. Battles of Fuentes de Onoro fought by Lord Wellington. On the south frontier of Portugal. By Lord Beresford, of Barossa. By General Graham. Enterprise of Arroyo Molinas. Spaniards defeated under Blake. Valencia captured by the French, and he and his army made prisoners of war. Disunion among the French generals. Joseph wishes to abdicate the throne of Spain. 72 chap. LV retrospect of the causes leading to the rupture with Russia, originate in the Treaty of Tilsit, Russia's alleged reasons of complaint, arguments of Napoleon's counselors against war with Russia, Fauch's against the war, presents a memorial to Napoleon upon the subject. His answer, Napoleon's views in favor of the war, as urged to his various advisers. 86 chap. LVI allies on whose assistance Bonaparte might count, causes which alienated from him the Prince Royal of Sweden, who signs a treaty with Russia. Delicate situation of the King of Prussia, whose alliance the Emperor Alexander on that account declines. A treaty with France dictated to Prussia. Relations between Austria and France. In order to preserve them, Bonaparte is obliged to come under an engagement not to revolutionize Poland. His error of policy in neglecting to cultivate the alliance of the Porte, amount of Bonaparte's army, levies for the protection of France in the Emperor's absence, storming of Ciudad Rodrigo by Lord Wellington. Bonaparte makes overtures of peace to Lord Castlereagh. The correspondence broken off, ultimatum of Russia rejected. Napoleon sets out from Paris, the 9th of May, 1812, and meets the sovereigns his allies at Dresden. A last attempt of Napoleon to negotiate with Alexander proves unsuccessful. 95 chap. LVII Napoleon's plan of the campaign against Russia, understood and provided against by Barclay de Tolly. The Russian Generalissimo, statement of the Grand French Army, of the Grand Russian Army, disaster on the River Willia. Difficulties of the campaign, on the part of the French, their defective commissariat and hospital department, cause of Bonaparte's determination to advance, his forced marches occasion actual delay. Napoleon remains for some days at Wilna, Abbé de Prat, his intrigues to excite the Poles, neutralized by Napoleon's engagements with Austria. An attempt to excite insurrection in Lithuania also fails. 113 chap. Late proceedings of the army under Prince Bagration, Napoleon's maneuvers against him. King Jerome of Westphalia is disgraced for alleged inactivity. Bagration is defeated by Davoust. but succeeds in gaining the interior of Russia, and re-establishing his communication with the Grand Army, which retreats to Drissa. Barclay and Bagration meet at Smolensk on the 20th July. The French generals become anxious that Napoleon should close the campaign at Vitebsk for the season. He persists in proceeding. Smolensk evacuated by de Tolly, after setting fire to the place. Reduced condition of the French, and growing strength of the Russian armies. Peace effected between Russia, and England, Sweden, and Turkey. Napoleon resolves to advance upon Moscow. 127 chap. Lix Napoleon detached Murat and other generals in pursuit of the Russians. Bloody, but indecisive action, at Valutina. Barclay de Tolly's defensive system relinquished, and Kutuzov appointed to the chief command of the Russian army. Napoleon advances from Smolensk. Battle of Borodino fought, on 5 September. Prince Bagration slain. Kutuzov retreats upon Mojaisk, and thence upon Moscow. Napoleon continues his advance on the 12th. Count Rostopchin, governor of Moscow. His character: the Russians abandon Moscow, which is evacuated by the inhabitants. The Grand Russian Army marches through Moscow. Last public court of justice held there by Rostopchin, after which he follows the march of the army. 141 chap. Lx on the 14th of September, Napoleon reaches Moscow, which he finds deserted by the inhabitants. The city is discovered to be on fire. Napoleon takes up his quarters in the Kremlin. The fire is stopped next day, but arises again at night, believed to be willful, and several Russians apprehended and shot. On the third night, the Kremlin is discovered to be on fire. Bonaparte leaves it, and takes his abode at Petrovsky. The fire rages till the 19th, when 4/5 of the city are burnt down. On the 20th, Bonaparte returns to the Kremlin. Discussion as to the origin of this great conflagration. Disorganization and indiscipline of the French army. Difficulty as to the route on leaving Moscow. Lauriston sent with a letter to the Emperor Alexander. Retrospect of the march of the Russian army. After leaving Moscow, Lauriston has an interview with Kutuzov on 5 October. The result: armistice made by Murat. Preparations for retreat. The Emperor Alexander refuses to treat. 151 chap. Lxi Murat's armistice broken off. Napoleon leaves Moscow on 19 October. Bloody skirmish at Maloyaroslavets. Napoleon in great danger while reconnoitering. He retreats to Viat, where he meets Mortier and the young god. Winzingrod made prisoner, and insulted by Bonaparte. The Kremlin is blown up by the French. Napoleon continues his retreat towards Poland. Its horrors. Conflict near Wyazma, on 3 November, where the French lose 4,000 men. Cross the river Wyazma during the night. The Viceroy of Italy reaches Smolensk, in great distress. Bonaparte arrives at Smolensk, with the headmost division of the Grand Army. Calamitous retreat of Ney's division. The whole French army now collected at Smolensk. Cautious conduct of Prince Schwarzenberg. Winzingrod freed on his road to Paris by a body of Cossacks. Chichagov occupies Minsk. Perilous situation of Napoleon. 166 chap. LXII Napoleon divides his army into 4 corps, which leaves Smolensk on their retreat towards Poland. Cautious proceedings of Kutuzof. The Viceroy's division is attacked by Miloradovich, and effects a junction with Napoleon at Krasnoy. After severe loss, Kutuzof attacks the French at Krasnoy, but only by a distant cannonade. The division under Davoust is reunited to Napoleon, but in a miserable state. Napoleon marches to Liadi, and Mortier and Davoust are attacked, and suffer heavy loss. Details of the retreat of Ney. He crosses the Lozmina, with great loss of men and baggage, and joins Napoleon at Auxerre, with his division reduced to 1,500 men. The whole Grand Army is now reduced to 12,000 effective men, besides 30,000 stragglers. Dreadful distress and difficulties of Bonaparte and his army. Singular scene betwixt Napoleon and Duroc and Deroux. Napoleon moves towards Borisov, and falls in with the corps of Victor and Oudinot. Kutuzof halts at Koppen, without attacking Bonaparte. Napoleon crosses the Bsina at Studzianka. Partaunowa's division cut off by Wittgenstein. Severe fighting on both sides of the river. Dreadful losses of the French in crossing it. According to the Russian official account, 36,000 bodies were found in the Bsina after the thaw. 188 chap. Exit. Napoleon determines to return to Paris. He leaves Smorgony on 5 December, reaches Warsaw on the 10th. Curious interview with the Abbé de Prat, arrives at Dresden on the 14th, and at Paris on the 18th at midnight. Dreadful state of the Grand Army, when left by Napoleon, arrive at Wilna, whence they are driven by the Cossacks, directing their flight upon Kauno. Dissensions among the French generals. Cautious policy of the Austrians under Schwarzenberg. Precarious state of MacDonald, he retreats. Upon Tilsit, York separates his troops from the French. MacDonald effects his retreat to Königsberg, close of the Russian expedition, with a loss on the part of the French of 450,000 men in killed and prisoners. Discussion of the causes which led to this ruinous catastrophe. 203 chap. Elxive effects of Napoleon's return upon the Parisians. Congratulations and addresses by all the public functionaries. Conspiracy of Mallet, very nearly successful, how at last defeated. The impression made by this event upon Bonaparte. Discussions with the Pope, who is brought to France, but remains inflexible. State of affairs in Spain. Napoleon's great and successful exertions to recruit his army. Guards of honor. In the month of April, the army is raised to 350,000 men, independently of the troops left in garrison in Germany, and in Spain and Italy. 224 chap. LXV Murat leaves the Grand Army abruptly. Eugene appointed in his place. Measures taken by the King of Prussia for his disenthraldom. He leaves Berlin for Breslau. Treaty signed between Russia and Prussia early in March. Alexander arrives at Breslau on 15th. On the 16th Prussia declares war against France. Warlike preparations of Prussia. Universal enthusiasm. Blücher appointed Generalissimo. Vindication of the Crown Prince of Sweden for joining the Confederacy against France. Proceedings of Austria. Unabated spirit and pretensions of Napoleon. A regency is appointed in France during his absence, and Maria Louisa appointed regent, with nominal powers, 234 chap. LXVI State of the French Grand Army. The Russians advance, and show themselves on the Elbe. The French evacuate Berlin, and retreat on the Elbe. The Crown Prince of Sweden joins the Allies, with 35,000 men. Dresden is occupied by the sovereigns of Russia and Prussia. Marshal Bessieres killed on 1 May. Battle of Lutzen fought on the 2d. The Allies retire to Bautzen. Hamburg taken possession of by the Danes and French. Battle of Bautzen fought on the 20th and 21st May. The Allies retire in good order. The French generals, Bruyères and Duroc, killed on the 22d. Grief of Napoleon for the death of the latter. An armistice signed on the 4th of June, 244 chap. Alexei change in the results formally produced by the French victories. Despondency of the generals. Decay in the discipline of the troops. Views of Austria. Arguments in favor of peace stated and discussed. Pertinacity of Napoleon. State of the French interior, hid from him by the slavery of the press. Interview betwixt Napoleon and the Austrian minister Metternich. Delays in the negotiations. Plan of pacification proposed by Austria. On 7 August, the armistice broken off on the 10th, when Austria joins the Allies. Sudden placability of Napoleon at this period, ascribed to the news of the Battle of Vittoria, 256 chap. Alexate amount and distribution of the French army at the resumption of hostilities, of the armies of the Allies. Plan of the campaign on both sides. Return of Moreau from America, to join the Allies. Attack on Dresden by the Allies on 26 August. Napoleon arrives to its succor. Battle continued on the 27th. Death of General Moreau. Defeat and retreat of the Allies. With great loss, Napoleon returns from the pursuit to Dresden. Indisposed, Vandamme attacks the Allies at Culm, is driven back towards Peterswald. Conflict on the heights of Peterswald. Vandamme is defeated and made prisoner. Effects of the victory of Culm, on the Allies, and on Napoleon, 268 chap. L6 military proceedings in the north of Germany. Luckau submits to the Crown Prince of Sweden. Battles of Grossbein and Katzbach. Operations of Ney upon Berlin. He is defeated at Dennewitz, on the 6th September. Difficult and embarrassing situation of Napoleon. He abandons all the right side of the Elbe to the Allies. Operations of the Allies in order to effect a junction. Counter-exertions of Napoleon. The French generals averse to continuing the war in Germany. Dissensions betwixt them and the Emperor. Napoleon at length resolves to retreat upon Leipzig, 279 chap. LXX Napoleon reaches Leipzig on 15th of October. Statement of the French and Allied forces. Battle of Leipzig, commenced on 16th, and terminates with disadvantage to the French at nightfall. Napoleon dispatches General Mellerfeld, his prisoner, to the Emperor of Austria, with proposals for an armistice. No answer is returned. The battle is renewed on the morning of the 18th, and lasts till night, when the French are compelled to retreat. After immense loss on both sides, they evacuate Leipzig on the 19th. The Allies in full pursuit. Blowing up of one of the bridges. Prince Poniatowski drowned in the Elster. 25,000 French are made prisoners. The Allied sovereigns meet in triumph, at noon, in the Great Square at Leipzig. King of Saxony sent under a guard to Berlin. Reflections, 289 chap. LXXI Retreat of the French from Germany. General defection of Napoleon's partisans. Battle of Hanau fought on 30th and 31st October. Napoleon arrives at Paris on 9th November, state in which he finds the public mind in the capital. Fate of the French garrisons left in Germany. Arrival of the Allied armies on the banks of the Rhine. General view of Napoleon's political relations. Italy, Spain. Restoration of Ferdinand. Liberation of the Pope, who returns to Rome. Emancipation of Holland. 303 chap. LXI Preparations of Napoleon against the invasion of France. Terms of peace offered by the Allies. Congress held at Mannheim. Lord Castlereagh. Manifesto of the Allies. Bonaparte's reply. State of parties in France. The population of France, in general, wearied of the war, and desirous of the deposition of Bonaparte. His unsuccessful attempts to arouse the national spirit. Council of State Extraordinary, held the 11th of November, when new taxes are imposed, and a new conscription of 300,000 men decreed. Gloom of the Council, and violence of Bonaparte. Report of the state of the nation presented to Napoleon by the legislative body. The legislative body is prorogued. Unceasing activity of the Emperor. National Guard called out. Napoleon, presenting to them his Empress and child, takes leave of the people. He leaves Paris for the armies. 317 chap. LXXII Declaration of the Allies on entering France. Switzerland. Schwarzenberg crosses the Rhine. Apathy of the French. Junction of Blücher with the Grand Army. Crown Prince of Sweden. Inferiority of Napoleon's numerical force. Battles of Brienne and La Rothiere. Difficulties of Bonaparte, during which he meditates to resign the crown. He makes a successful attack on the Silesian army at Champobert. Blücher is compelled to retreat. The Grand Army carries Nogent and Montero. Bonaparte's violence to his generals. The Austrians resolve on a general retreat, as far as Nancy and Langres. Prince Wenceslaus sent to Bonaparte's headquarters. The French enter Troyes. Execution of Guelt, a royalist. A decree of death against all wearing the Bourbon emblems, and all emigrants who should join the Allies. 333 chap. LXIV Retrospect of events on the frontiers. Defection of Murat, its consequences. Augurio abandons Franche-Comté, care not entrusted with the command of Antwerp. Attack on Bergen-op-Zoom, by Sir Thomas Graham. The Allies take, and evacuate Soissons. Bülow and Winzegrode unite with Blücher. Wellington forces his way through the Pays des Gauves. Royalists in the West. Discontent of the old Republicans. Views of the different members of the alliance as to the dynasties of Bourbon and Napoleon. Proceedings of the Dukes of Berry and Angoulême, and Monsieur. Battle of Authors. Berthier surrendered to Marshal Beresford. Negotiations of Châtillon. Treaty of Chaumont. Napoleon's counter-project. Congress at Châtillon broken up. 353 Appendix No I Reflections on the Conduct of Napoleon towards the Prince Royal of Sweden. 373 Number 2. Extract from Manuscript Observations on Napoleon's Russian Campaign, by an English officer of rank. 378. History of the expedition to Russia undertaken by the Emperor Napoleon, in 1812 by General Count Philippe de Ségur in 2 volumes, Volume 1 Volume 2 with a map and 7 engravings. Table of Contents. Volume 1st Book I Chap. Political Relations of France and Russia since 1807. Prussia. Frederick William, Turkey. Sultan Selim, Mustafa, Mahmud, Sweden. Bernadotte Book 2. Chap. Feelings of Napoleon's grandees at the approaching contest, their objections, with Napoleon's replies, real motives which urged him to the struggle. Arguments against the war by the Dukes of Friaul and Vicenza and the Count de Ségur. Napoleon's replies, his manner of gaining proselytes to his opinions, his avowals to his own family, his discussions with Cardinal Fesch, his declaration to Prince Kurakin, circumstances inclining him to delay the contest, his proposals to England and to Russia, Russian ultimatum, preparations for commencement, Talleyrand, opinions of the military, of Napoleon's ministers and generals, fresh obstacles to his departure. Book 3. Chap. Napoleon's departure from Paris, dispositions of the east of France, of the Germans, assemblage of sovereigns at Dresden, arrival in Poland, complaints by the inhabitants of the disorders of his troops, his ineffectual attempts to check them, meeting with Davoust, quarrel between that officer and Berthier, unfavorable impression of Napoleon against the former, arrival at Königsberg, march from the Vistula to the Niemen, Napoleon's manners with the soldiers, positions of the different corps, dispositions of the army. Book 4. Chap. Addresses of Napoleon and Alexander to their respective armies, position of the Russian forces, Napoleon's plans in consequence, sketch of the operations of his left and right wings during the campaign, passage of the Niemen, dreadful storm and its fatal effects, melancholy catastrophe, Napoleon's arrival at Wilna, political arrangements, feelings of the Lithuanians, Napoleon's answer to the address of the Polish Confederation, coolness of the Lithuanians, and discussion of its causes, distress of the army and its excesses, manner in which Napoleon was affected by them, arrival of Balakov from Alexander, quarrel between Napoleon and Caulaincourt, progress of the invading army to the 10th of July, operations of the King of Westphalia's and of Davoust's divisions, perilous situation and narrow escape of Bagration, Napoleon's departure from Wilna, retreat of the Russian army from Drissa to Vitebsk, arrival of the different French corps at Besenkowicz, different partial actions near Vitebsk. General engagement before Vitebsk, French attack ordered to cease in expectation of a decisive battle on the following day, retreat of the Russians, Napoleon's disappointment, position of his different corps. Book V. Chap. Napoleon's first plans for halting at Vitebsk, afterwards abandoned, and his determination to proceed to Smolensk, discussions with the officers of his household, their reasons for dissuading him from advancing further, and his replies, feelings of the army in general, operations of Oudenot's corps against that of Wittgenstein, partial successes on both sides. Napoleon determines to change his line of operation. Book 6. Chap. Manner in which this maneuver was effected. The army crosses the Borysthens. Character of the Jewish and native population. Surprise of Nurovskoy's corps beyond Krasno. Bold retreat of that officer. Movements of the main Russian army. Plans of Barclay. His dissension with Bagration. Hastens to the relief of Smolensk. About to be surprised by Napoleon. Unsuccessful attack of the French on Smolensk. Retreat of the Russian army, and fresh disappointment of Napoleon. Ineffectual attempts of Murat to dissuade his farther advance. Capture of Smolensk. Napoleon's reflections on the conduct of the Russians. Intelligence of Regnier's victory over Tormasov. Opinions of the Emperor's principal officers as to the impolicy of proceeding farther. State of the Allied army, its immense losses from various causes, independent of the enemy. Napoleon's professed intention to stop, but real determination to proceed. Final evacuation of Smolensk by the Russians after setting it on fire. Their army overtaken by Murat and Ney. Death of General Gudin. Battle of Valutina. Narrow escape of the Russians in consequence of Junot's irresolution. Results of the battle. Recompenses and rewards conferred by Napoleon. Enthusiasm of the army. Melancholy state of the wounded. Animosity of the Russian population. Napoleon's plans of moving the Russian peasantry to insurrection. Conduct of their nobles to ward off the danger. Napoleon's hesitation as to the plan he should pursue. Saint Cyr's victory over Wittgenstein on the 18th of August. Dissension between Murat and Davoust. Discord in the Russian camp in consequence of Barclay's continued retreat. Napoleon's advance to Dorogobaj. Book 7. Chap. Manner in which the Allied army was supplied on its march. Details of the organization of Davoust's corps. Napoleon's bulletin and decrees at Slaughter. Fresh quarrels between Murat and Davoust. Description of the Russian mode of retreat and of Murat's method of pursuit. Advance to Wyazma and to Gjats. Refusal of Davoust to obey Murat. Full development of the Russian plan of destroying their cities and towns. Clamors of the Russians against Barclay. Kutuzov sent to supersede him. Great merit of Barclay's plan of retreat. Near prospect of a battle. Character of Kutuzov. Sanguinary and partial action on the 4th of September. Anecdote of Murat. Napoleon's survey of the ground. Disposition of the Russian army on the field of Borodino. Napoleon's plan of battle. Plan proposed by Davoust rejected by Napoleon. Feelings of the French army. Proclamation of Napoleon. Preparations of the Russians. Feelings of their soldiery. Napoleon's anxiety. His indisposition on the night before the battle. Battle of Borodino on the 7th of September. Battle of Borodino on the 7th of September. Kant. Battle of Borodino on the 7th of September. Kant. Results of the battle. Immense loss on both sides. Faults committed by Napoleon. How accounted for. incompleteness of his victory, advance to, and skirmish before Mojaisk, gallantry of 50 voltigeurs of the 33d, surprising order in the Russian retreat, Napoleon's Distress Volume 2nd Book 8. Chap. The Emperor Alexander's arrival at Moscow after his retreat from Drissa, description of that city, sacrifices voted by the nobility and the merchants to meet the threatened danger, alarm in consequence of the advance of the French army, determination of the governor, Count Rostopchin, and his preparations for destroying the capital, evacuation of Moscow by the principal part of the inhabitants on the 3d of September, state of that city just before and after the Battle of Borodino, the governors' departure. Napoleon advances to Moscow on the 14th of September, feelings of the army on approaching it, disappointment at finding it deserted, Murat's entrance into the city, Napoleon's entrance into the Kremlin, discovery of the conflagration of the city, danger which he ran in escaping through the flames to Petrovsky, hesitation as to his future plans. His return to the Kremlin, description of the camps outside the city, system of general plunder, reproaches made to the army, and vindication of it. Conduct of Kutuzov after abandoning Moscow, Rostopchin sets fire to his seat at Waranalu, partial actions at Cherayko and Vinko, anxiety and uneasiness of Napoleon, consultation with his chief officers, sends Lauriston to the Emperor, conference of Lauriston with Kutuzov, artful conduct of the latter, armistice, infatuation of Murat, distress of the French army, warnings of the impending danger, Napoleon's obstinacy in remaining, illusions by which he kept up his own and his army's hopes, Count Deru's advice, rupture of the armistice, incapacity of Berthier, disastrous engagement at Vinko. Napoleon determines to leave Moscow. Book 9. Chap. Departure from Moscow, composition of the army, Battle of Maloyaroslois, distress of the Emperor, danger which he ran from a sudden attack of the Cossacks, field of Maloyaroslois, council held by the Emperor, opinions of Murat, Bessières, and Davoust. Napoleon determines to retreat, Kutuzov's similar determination to retreat from Maloyaroslois, ineffectually opposed by Sir Robert Wilson, Napoleon's projected plan of retreat, Mortier's proceedings at Moscow after the departure of the main army, blowing up of the Kremlin, devastations committed by both armies, capture of General Winzingrode, Napoleon's behavior to him, arrival at Mojaisk, alarming news of the Russian army, view of the field of Borodino, abandonment of the wounded in the Abbey of Kolotskoy, horrible conduct of the sutlers, massacre of 2,000 Russian prisoners, arrival at Gzhats, Napoleon's arrival at Wyazma, reproaches to Davoust for his tardy mode of retreat, and that officer's vindication, danger of the latter and Eugene. Arrival of Miloradovich, battle between Eugene and Davoust and Miloradovich, near Wyazma, on the 3d November, heavy loss of the French, dreadful snowstorm on the 6th of November, its effects upon the troops, arrival of the intelligence of Malet's conspiracy, impression produced by it upon Napoleon and his officers, message from Ney, perilous situation of that marshal, defeat and entire dissolution of the Viceroy's corps at the passage of the Wop, arrival at Smolensk, dreadful sufferings of the troops, bad arrangements of the administrators, reasons assigned by the latter in their vindication book X chap. Wittgenstein's attack upon Saint Cyr at Polotsk, retreat of the latter, want of concert in the movements of the Russian generals, junction of the corps of Saint Cyr and Victor at Smolensk on the 31st October, opportunity lost by the latter of defeating the enemy, general view of the state of the army, errors committed by Napoleon and his commanders, Napoleon's departure from Smolensk, dispositions of the Russian army to interrupt his farther retreat, bravery of Excelmans, arrival at Krasno, March of Eugene from Smolensk to Krasno with the remains of his corps, his narrow escape, successful nocturnal attack by Roguet on the Russian camp at Chikawa, desperate situation of Napoleon, Wilson's fruitless efforts to induce Kutuzov to surround and destroy him, Battle of Krasno, bravery of the Guard under Mortier, Napoleon's arrival at Dombrowna, nocturnal false alarm, general disorganization of the army, Davoust's ineffectual efforts to check it, council held at Orca to determine the farther course of retreat, opinion of Gemini, Napoleon decides on Borisov, quits Orca on the 20th of November without hearing anything of Ney, reappearance of that marshal after his departure, details of Ney's retreat from Smolensk until his arrival at Orca, details of Ney's retreat from Smolensk until his arrival at Orca, Kant. Book 11. Chap. Capture of Minsk by the Russians. Different opinions in the army as to the causes of their disasters. Rumored treachery of Schwarzenberg. Napoleon's reproaches to him and Schwarzenberg's reply. Details of the loss of Minsk. Movements of Dombrowski, Oudinot, and Victor. Distress and malady of Napoleon. Remarkable conversation with Count Deroux. Passage through the forest of Minsk. Junction of the remains of the Grand Army with Victor and Oudinot's corps. State of the former. Preparations for crossing the Berezina. Preparations for crossing the Berezina, Kant. Circumstances which led the Russian general, Chaplitz, into error as to the point where Napoleon was to cross the Berezina, and consequences of that error. Napoleon crosses that river at Studzianka on the 27th of November. Capture and destruction of Partaunowa's division. Attack made by the Russians under Wittgenstein and Platoff on the left side, and by Tchitchikov on the right side of the Berezina, and repelled by the French. The burning of the bridge over the Berezina. Napoleon's situation during the preceding actions, passage over the morasses, his manners to his officers, Napoleon's arrival at Malodechno, announcement on the 3d of December of his intention to set out for France, increased severity of the winter, partial actions of Ney and Maison with the Russians between Plzenicki and Malodechno, quarrel between Ney and Victor. Napoleon's arrival at Smorgony, his parting interview with his marshals. Book 12. Chap. Napoleon's journey from Smorgony to Paris, impression produced in the army by his departure, dreadful effects of the increased cold, picture of the sufferings of the army from the cold and the climate, arrival at Wilna, consternation of the inhabitants, Fatal effects of not distributing the provisions collected among the troops, state of the wounded in the hospitals, arrival of the Russians, flight of Murat, evacuation of Wilna, immense losses which that occasioned, disaster at Pinary, details of Ney's mode of retreat, losses occasioned to the Russians by the severity of the winter, arrival at Kauno, Ney's defense and evacuation of that place, first symptoms of Murat's defection, arrival at Königsberg, Marshal MacDonald's retreat from Riga, details of the defection of the Prussian army under York, Marshal MacDonald's retreat from Riga, details of the defection of the Prussian army under York, Kent. Marshal MacDonald's retreat from Riga, details of the defection of the Prussian army under York, Kent. Marshal MacDonald's retreat from Riga, details of the defection of the Prussian army under York, Kent. Conduct of Schwarzenberg and defection of the Austrians, atrocities committed on the French prisoners at Wilna and Königsberg, defection of Murat, conclusion plates portrait of Napoleon map of the countries between Paris and Moscow passage of the Niemen portrait of Murat, King of Naples portrait of the Emperor Alexander conflagration of Moscow portrait of Marshal Ney passage of the Berezina at Abalksa and Acre a story of Napoleon's invasion of Egypt by Gia Henty contents chap. Page I making a friend 11-2. A Bedouin tribe 31-3. Left behind 49-4. The Battle of the Pyramids 66 v. A street attack 86-6. The Rising in Cairo 105-7. Saved 122-8. An Egyptian tomb 142-9. Sir Sidney Smith 162x. A sea fight 182-11. Acre 199-12. A desperate siege 217-13. An independent command 234-14. A pirate hold 251-15. Cruising 270-16. A visit home 287-17. Abercrombie's expedition 304-18. The Battle of Alexandria 322-19. Quiet and Rest 340 illustrations. Well, my lad, who are you? Frontispiece Ali and Ayala appeared 144. Edgar hits out 184 with a tremendous cheer, flung themselves upon the pirates 256 giving a yell of derision and defiance 328 Plan of the Battle of the Nile 84 Plan of the Siege of Saint Jean d'Acre 209 Plan of the Battle of Alexandria 329 Through Russian Snows a story of Napoleon's retreat from Moscow by G. A. Henty contents Two brothers. Before the justices, in a fresh scrape, the smuggler's cave, following a trail, a commission, a French prison, pistol practice, a duel, Smolensk, with the Russian army, Borodino, with the rearguard, Ney's retreat, in comfortable quarters, an unexpected meeting. Illustrations Sergeant Julian Wyatt receives the Cross of the Legion of Honor. Mark my words, you young scoundrel, I will be even with you. Yet Julian finds himself a prisoner among the smugglers. Captain Marshall's pistol fell to the ground. and he staggered back a pace on the march. Little Stephanie often chose to be carried on Julian's shoulder. I am the Countess Stephanie Wawrinski. I am glad to see you, the last of a veteran of Napoleon's Grande Army. Julian introduces Stephanie to his brother Frank. Map showing the route of Napoleon's march to Moscow. Plan of the Battle of Smolensk. Plan of the Battle of Borodino. The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by William Milligan Sloan. Volume I. Contents. Introduction. 1. The Bonapartes in Corsica. 20. Napoleon's birth and childhood. 35. Napoleon's school days. 48. In Paris and Valence. 60. Private study and garrison life. 73. Further attempts at authorship. 83. The Revolution in France. 100. Bonaparte and Revolution in Corsica. 111. First lessons in Revolution. 123. Traits of character. 135. The Revolution in the Rhone Valley. 148. Bonaparte the Corsican Jacobin. 160. Bonaparte the French Jacobin. 180. A Jacobin Hegira. 199. The Supper of Beaucaire. 212. Toulon. 222. A Jacobin General. 236. Vicissitudes in War and Diplomacy. 247. The End of Apprenticeship. 260. The Antechamber to Success. 272. Bonaparte the General of the Convention. 287. The Day of the Paris Sections. 302. A Marriage of Inclination and Interest. 313. Europe and the Directory. 324. Bonaparte on a Great Stage. 339. The Conquest of Piedmont and the Milanese. 352. An insubordinate conqueror and diplomatist. 363. Bassano and Arcola. 378. Bonaparte's imperious spirit. 393. Rivoli and the capitulation of Mantua. 406. Humiliation of the papacy and of Venice. 419. The preliminaries of peace, Leo Ben. 430. The fall of Venice. 444. List of illustrations. Napoleon Bonaparte in 1785, aged 16. Frontispiece facing page. Marie Laetitia Ramolino Bonaparte. Madame Mia, mother of Napoleon. 50. Charles Bonaparte, father of the Emperor Napoleon. 1785. 96. Bonaparte, General-in-Chief of the Army of Italy. 176. Josephine. 226. Marie-Josephine Rose Tasker de la Péguerie, called Josephine, Empress of the French. 276. Bonaparte. 326. Map of Northern Italy, illustrating the campaigns of 1796 and 1797. 354. Josephine, Empress of the French. 374. Map illustrating the campaign preceding the Treaty of Campo Formio, 1797. 414 The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by William Milligan Sloane Volume 2 Contents Rescue of the Directory 1 The Treaty of Campo Formio 15 Bonaparte and Toleran 26 Commotions in European Politics 36 The Expedition to Egypt 46 The Landing in Egypt 55 The Disaster at Acre 65 Abalxa and the Great Desertion 77 The Return of the Hero 86 Bonaparte seizes his opportunity 100 The Overthrow of the Directory 111 Bonaparte the First Consul 121 Bonaparte embodies the revolution 136 A constitutional despotism 149 Statesmanship and Strategy 162 Marengo 174 The Peace of Lunéville 190 The Pacification of Europe 203 The Reorganization of France 213 The Code and the University 221 Steps toward Monarchy 229 The Life Consulate 239 The Threshold of Monarchy 250 Expansion of the Revolutionary System 261 Tension between England and France 275 France and England in arms 286 Warnings to Royalists and Republicans 295 Declaration of the Empire 314 The Descent into England 325 The Coronation of Napoleon I 339 The Third Coalition 354 Trafalgar and Austerlitz 370 Napoleon Warlord and Emperor 393 The War with Russia 413 The Devastation of Prussia 435 The Continental System 446 Illustrations General Bonaparte Frontispiece Map of Egypt 58 Napoleon by Ingers 78 Napoleon working by the glimmer of the lamp 128 Map of the Marengo campaigns 176 2 Maps of Marengo the 14th of July 1800 183 to 184 Napoleon as first consul 226 Napoleon Bonaparte First Consul 276 Napoleon as First Consul 326 Napoleon, First Consul, by Ingers 376 Napoleon Bonaparte as First Consul 426 The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte William Milligan Sloane Volume 3 Contents War with Russia Pultusk 1 Check to the Grand Army, Ilau 12 An indecisive victory, Friedland 24 Napoleon and Alexander at Tilsit 39 The Treaty of Tilsit 54 The Path of Napoleonic Empire 66 The New Feudalism 80 The Empires of Land and Ocean 97 French Empire and European Nationality 115 The Awakening of Spain 137 The First Revolt of Nations 153 Napoleon and Alexander at Erfurt 171 The failure of the Spanish campaign 182 The transformation of Austria 192 The Fifth War with Austria, Eckmühl 202 Aspern, Essling and Wagram 218. The Peace of Schönbrunn 233. Napoleon's fatal decision 244. The Austrian marriage 251. Rigors of the continental system 262. The continental system completed 274. The course of the Peninsular War 282. Birth of the King of Rome 293. Tension between Emperor and Cha 303. The Array of Nations 313. The Congress of Kings 325. The invasion of Russia, Borodino 335. The evacuation of Moscow 346. The retreat from Russia 357. The horrors of the Psina 368. The prodigal's return 378. The revolt of the nations 388. The first campaign in Saxony 401. The nations in grand array 413. Illustrations. The Emperor Napoleon frontispiece. Map of the Battle of Eylau 14. Map of the Battle of Heilsberg 28. Map of the Battle of Friedland 36. Napoleon, by Ingers 50. Queen Hortense 98. Napoleon in his study 146. Map of the Spanish campaign 184. Joseph Bonaparte 196. Map of the Battle of Ekmühl 212. 2 maps of the battles of Aspern and Essling 221. Map of the Battle of Wagram 228. Eugene Beauharnais 246. Napoleon Bonaparte in 1809 296. Map of the Russian campaign 1812. 340. The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by William Milligan Sloane. Contents. The Last Imperial Victory 1. Politics and Strategy 11. The End of the Grand Army 23. The Frankfort Proposals 37. The Invasion of France 47. Napoleon's Supreme Effort 59. The Great Captain at Bay 71. The Struggles of Exhaustion 84. The Beginning of the End 101. The Fall of Paris 111. Napoleon's First Abdication 123. The Emperor of Elba 137. Napoleon the Liberator 151. The Dynasties Implacable 164. Ligny and Quatermass 175. The Eve of Waterloo 189. Waterloo 199. The Surrender 212. St. Helena 224. Soldier, Statesman, Despot 247. Napoleon and the United States 268. Napoleon's Place in History 285. Historical Sources 303. General Bibliography 307. Index 355. Illustrations. Empress Marie-Louise frontispiece. Napoleon in 1813-50. Napoleon, François Charles Joseph, Prince Imperial, King of Rome, Duke of Reichstadt 98. Map of the Field of Operations in 1814 104. The King of Rome 148. Map of the Campaign of 1815 194. Napoleon, François Charles Joseph, Duke of Reichstadt, etc., etc., son of Napoleon Bonaparte. 200. Napoleon sleeping by Las Cases on board the Bellerophon 224. Napoleon at St. Helena 230. Napoleon I 274. The surrender of Napoleon. Rear Admiral Sir Frederick Louis Maitland, KCB. Contents page. Memoir of Sir Frederick Maitland XXV. Narrative. The summary of the contents of the narrative given here is that prefixed to the original edition. Sir Walter Scott's notes are printed at pp. 70, 84, 155, 165, 208, 223, 225, and 229. Captain Maitland sets sail in the Bellerophon, with sealed instructions. 1. He arrives off L'Isle Dieu. Proceeds off Rochefort. 2. Reconnoitres the French ships of war under L'Isle d'Aix. 3. Is joined by the Cephalus. 4. Captain Maitland hears of the victory of Waterloo. On the 30th of June receives a communication, sent from Berthier within Aquille, respecting the probable flight of Bonaparte by sea. 4. 5. Blockades Rochefort, Berthier, and La Teste d'Arcasson. 8. Destroys his prizes. 9. A.M. Man and boy in a flat punt saved. 10. Captain Maitland watches the frigates at L'Isle d'Aix closely. 11. Receives Sir Henry Hotam's instructions. 12, 13, 14, 16. The Mauch schooner, with Savary and Las Cases with a flag of truce, approaches the Bellerophon. 21. Secret orders from Sir Henry Hotam. 21, 22, 24. Letter of Count Bertrand, announcing Napoleon's intention of sailing to North America. 26. The captain's answer to Bertrand. 29. Conversation with Savary and Las Cases. 31. Receives private information by a rowboat. 35. Captain Maitland guards the Mamusson Passage. 36. The white flag is hoisted at Rochelle. 37. 38. The Bellerophon fires a royal salute. 37. The French frigates appear ready to put to sea. 38. English guard boats continue to row near the frigates. 38. British flag of truce, its color. 39. The Mauch schooner, with Las Cases and General Lallemande, returns to the Bellerophon. 39. 40. Communication delivered from Napoleon. 42. Captain Maitland's reply. 42. Bonaparte stated to be at Rochefort, but is at L'Isle d'Aix. 44. Design for effecting the escape of Bonaparte in a cask on board of a Danish vessel. 45. Las Cases, with General Gergaud, returns to the Bellerophon. 46. They bring an important letter from Bertrand. 47. List of Napoleon's suite. 51. The Emperor's letter to H.R.H. the Prince Regent. 54. Captain Maitland promises to receive Bonaparte. 56. Captain Sartorius is dispatched to England, with a letter from Captain Maitland, and with General Gergaud. 58. Advice of Bonaparte's wish to escape repeatedly given. 62. The 15th of July, Napoleon reaches the Bellerophon, in the barge of that ship. He comes on board. His uniform described. 67. 68. Napoleon cheered by the crew of L'Epervier. 69. His address to Captain Maitland. 69. The ship's officers are introduced to him. 71. His small knowledge of English. 72. He examines the Bellerophon. 72. Conversations between Napoleon and Captain Maitland. 73, 74, 75, 76, 90, 95, 106. Bonaparte's naval opinions. 73, 74, 77. Breakfast on board the Bellerophon. 78. Rear Admiral Sir Henry Hotam arrives off Rochefort. His conference with Captain Maitland. 79. 80. The Admiral comes on board the Bellerophon. 81. Conversation at dinner. 83. Bonaparte's portable library and camp bed. 82. 84 He breakfasts on board the Admiral's ship. 85. 91 Attachment for him evinced by the officers of his suite. 92 228 The Bellerophon sets sail for Torbay. 93. 96 Bonaparte speaks of Sir Sidney Smith. 96 The passage to England described. 98. 105. 107 Card parties. 99 The Captain's dispatch to Lord Keith. 100 His conversation with Countess Bertrand relative to a portrait of Napoleon. 103 Speaks with the Swift Sur. Captain Webley. 104 Count Las Cases. 107 English coast in sight. 107 The Bellerophon anchors in Torbay. 108 Bonaparte's exclamation on viewing the shore. 108 Admiral Lord Keith's orders. 109 English newspapers read by Napoleon. 112 Observations of Madame Bertrand. 114. 120 persons refused admission on board the Bellerophon. 115 Lord Keith's approval of Captain Maitland's line of conduct. 116. 117 Concourse of spectators in boats. 115. 118 Remarks of Bonaparte respecting the fishermen. 119 The ships sail for Plymouth. 119 Observations on the breakwater. 121 Communications of civility interchanged between Bonaparte and Lord Keith. 117. 122 Lord Keith's precautions. 123. 125 Bonaparte complains of the guard ships. 127 The Lords of the Admiralty approve of Captain Maitland's proceedings. 128 Napoleon's letter to the Regent is forwarded. 129 He is considered as a general officer. 130 Orders received from the Admiralty. 130 Sir Richard and Lady Strachan come alongside the ship. 131 Napoleon's compliment on seeing Mrs. Maitland. 132 Admiral Lord Keith is introduced to Napoleon. 134 Repugnance of the prisoners to their banishment to St. Helena. 129. 134 Crowd of boats round the ship. 135 Bonaparte's habits on board ship. 136 Bertrand, Savary, and Lallemande fear prescription. 137. 140. 142 Bonaparte informed that he was to be sent to St. Helena. 139 Sir Henry Bunbury visits him. 140 He complains bitterly. 141 He writes again to the Regent. 142 Captain Maitland's letter favourable to Savary and Lallemande. 145. 152 Bonaparte shows himself on deck. 147 Countess Bertrand much agitated at the thoughts of her husband going to St. Helena. 149 Lallemande is reproved by Captain Maitland. 150 Bonaparte's assertion that he would not go to St. Helena. 148. 151. 164 Extravagant conversation of the attendant generals. 151 Mr. O'Meara. 153 Countess Bertrand attempts to cast herself into the sea. 153 Her retrospect of Bonaparte's conduct. 154. 156 Her impatience. She writes to Lord Keith 155. She is overheard by the generals 157. Bonaparte's inquiries as to St. Helena 158. Report of an attempt to escape 159. Rumor of an intention of serving a habeas corpus to bring Bonaparte ashore 162. Ship prepared for sea 162. The Northumberland ordered to convey Bonaparte 162. The Bellerophon weighs anchor 164. Service of a subpoena on Bonaparte frustrated by keeping the lawyer at bay 165. Note respecting writs of habeas corpus and subpoenas 165. Bonaparte again writes to the Regent 168. He keeps entirely to the cabin, prepares a protest 169. Bonaparte's protest 170. He declares himself to be the guest of England, and no prisoner 171. Captain Maitland's observations thereon 174. Conversation on this subject with Count Las Cases 176. Bonaparte speaks of the army of the lawyer, and of his party 178. Mr. O'Meara requested by Bonaparte to become his surgeon 179. The Northumberland in sight 180. Arms required to be delivered up 181. Lists of articles essential for the trench. Officers and ladies forwarded to Plymouth 182. Sir George Cockburn is introduced to Bonaparte 182. Bonaparte permitted to wear his sword 183. He requests an interview with Captain Maitland 183. He expresses his wish of living on a small estate in England 185. He speaks in favour of Savoy and Lallemand 185. Captain Maitland's letter to Count Bertrand 186. Lord Keith's order to the captain to deliver up General Bonaparte and others 187. General Gergaud 190. Countess Bertrand's remonstrances 192. Misunderstanding and Reconciliation 193. Napoleon returns thanks to Captain Maitland 194. He speaks with regard of Count Bertrand 195. Search of the baggage 196. The box of money temporarily taken charge of 197. Parting of Bonaparte with the captain 200. Bonaparte, accompanying Admiral Lord Keith, quits the Bellerophon 200. Count Montholland's polite intimation to Captain Maitland 201. The captain declines the present of a portrait 202. Savoy and Lallemand, their affecting parting with Napoleon in the presence of Captain Maitland 203. The Northumberland sails for St. Helena 204. Description of Napoleon Bonaparte 205. His manners and conversation 206. Anecdotes 207, 210, 215. 216. He speaks of his wife and his son 211. Their pictures 211. 212. Conversation respecting Kleber and Desaix 213. Napoleon's resources in money 214. The Midshipman Act plays 217. Bonaparte's observations on the British cavalry and relative to the Duke of Wellington 218. 219. Character of Count Bertrand 222. Countess Bertrand, a daughter of General Dillon 222. Savoy, Duke of Rovigo, described 224 Savary, Lalemond, and Planet are sent to Malta, and allowed to go to Smyrna 225 Character of Lalemond 225 Count and Countess Montholland 226 Count Las Cases and his son 227 Appendix. On what terms Captain Maitland received Bonaparte on board his ship, and documents relating thereto 231 additional appendix. 1 List of officers born on the books of HMS Bellerophon in July 1815 241 2. Letter from Ephraim Drake, Assistant Surgeon on board the Bellerophon, to his mother, giving an account of Napoleon's surrender, dated 30 July 1815 242 3. Extracts from Memoirs of an Aristocrat, by a midshipman of the Bellerophon, George Home, 246 illustrations. Portrait of Sir Frederick Maitland frontispiece from an engraving by Henry Mayer, after Samuel Woodford. A portrait of Lady Maitland luxate from a miniature at Lindores. Chart of the Basque Roads. 1 Portrait of Napoleon 68 from a sketch taken on board the Bellerophon by Colonel Planet. Napoleon on board the Bellerophon 108 from the picture by W. Q. Orchardson, R.A., in the Tate Gallery. HMS Bellerophon at Plymouth 132 from the picture by J. J. Shallon, R.A., in the Painted Hall at Greenwich. Tumbler given to Captain Maitland by Napoleon 202 photograph from the original at Lindores. Facsimile of part of Sir Walter Scott's notes on the narrative 230 photograph from the original at Lindores. Military Career of Napoleon the Great by Montgomery B. Gibbs. Contents Chapter I Page Boyhood Days and Early Career 9 Chapter 2 Bonaparte's Campaign in Italy 1796 to 745 Chapter 3 Expedition to Egypt 107 Chapter 4 Passage of the Alps and Battle of Marengo 141 Chapter V Ulm and Austerlitz 175 Chapter 6 The Battle of Jena 211 Chapter 7 The Battle of Eylau 230 Chapter 8 Friedland and Peace of Tilsit 241 Chapter 9 War with Spain 253 Chapter X War with Austria 1809 274 Chapter 11 The Battle of Wagram 288 Chapter 12 Campaign of Russia 305 Chapter 13 The Campaign of 1813 347 Chapter 14 The Invasion of France 373 Chapter 15 Exile to Elba 409 Chapter 16 The 100 Days Waterloo 435 Chapter 17 Conclusion 489 Index 507 Illustrations Page Napoleon Bonaparte Snuffbox Portrait Frontispiece Bonaparte at the Siege of Toulon 11 Bonaparte escapes capture at Lenato 27 Bonaparte at the Bridge of Arcola 43 Bonaparte at the Battle of Rivoli 59 Bonaparte and the Sleeping Sentinel 75 Bonaparte Bonaparte at the Battle of St. George 91 Siege of Mantua 107 Bonaparte as General-in-Chief of the Army of Italy 123 Battle of the Pyramids 139 Bonaparte at the Siege of Acre 155 Return of the French army from Syria 171 Napoleon crossing the Alps 187 French troops crossing the Great St. Bernard 203 Capitulation of General Mack at Ulm 219 Battle of Austerlitz 235 Meeting between Napoleon and Francis II of Austria 251 Napoleon at the Battle of Jena 267 Entry of Napoleon into Berlin 283 Napoleon at the Battle of Eylau 299 The 14th Line at Eylau 315 Napoleon at the Battle of Friedland 331 Review of troops in the Place du Carrousel Paris 347 Insurrection in Madrid 363 Napoleon at the Battle of Wagram 379 Arrival of the Grand Army at Moscow 395 Retreat from Moscow 1812 411 Departure of Napoleon for Paris 427 Return of Napoleon from Elba 443 Napoleon on the Heights at Ligny 459 Preparations for the advance of the Old Guard at Waterloo 475 Napoleon at Waterloo 491 The Officer's Manual Napoleon's Maxims of War Contents Recommendation Preface Napoleon's Maxim I Maxim II Maxim III Maxim IV Maxim V Maxim VI Maxim 7 Maxim 8 Maxim 9 Maxim X Maxim 11 Maxim 12 Maxim 13 Maxim 14 Maxim 15 Maxim 16 Maxim 17 Maxim 18 Maxim 19 Maxim XX Maxim XXI Maxim XXII Maxim 23 Maxim XIV Maxim XXV Maxim XXVI Maxim XXAE Maxim XXVIII Maxim XXVI Maxim XXX Maxim XXXI Maxim XXY Maxim XXXII Maxim XXIV Maxim XXXV Maxim XXXV Maxim XXXAE Maxim XXXVIII Maxim XXXVI Maxim XL Maxim XLI Maxim XLII Maxim XLIII Maxim XLIV Maxim XLV Maxim XLVI Maxim XLAE Maxim XLATE Maxim XLIX Maxim L Maxim Li Maxim LII Maxim LIII Maxim Liv Maxim LV Maxim LVI Maxim LVII Maxim Late Maxim LIX Maxim LX Maxim LXI Maxim LXII Maxim Lxit Maxim Lxiv Maxim LXV, Maxim LXVI, Maxim LXAE, Maxim LX8, Maxim LX6, Maxim LXX, Maxim LXXI, Maxim LXY, Maxim LXXII, Maxim LXIV, Maxim LXXV, Maxim LXXV, Maxim LXXAE, Maxim LXXVIII. Transcribers notes the story of Napoleon by Harold F. B. Wheeler. Contents chap. Page I. Napoleon the Boy 15-2. The School Days of Napoleon 21-3. Napoleon as Officer and Author 29-4. Napoleon and the Corsican Volunteers 41v. The Eve of the Reign of Terror 47-6. Napoleon's First Fight with the English 57-7. Napoleon the Soldier of Fortune 65-8. The Spark of Great Ambition 74-9. The Italian Campaign 82x. The Expedition to Egypt 91-11. From Cairo to Frejus 99-12. How Napoleon seized the reins of government 106-13. The Passage of the Alps 111-14. Blessings of Peace 124-15. The Dawn of the Empire 131-16. The Threatened Invasion of England and its sequel 138-17. The War of the Third Coalition 146-18. The Prussian Campaign 155-19. The Polish Campaign 168-XX. Friedland and Tilsit 174-XXI. Napoleon's Commercial War with Great Britain 181-XXII. The Genesis of the Peninsular War 192-23. Glory at Effort and Humiliation in Spain 206-XIV. The Austrian Campaign 219-XXV. The Austrian Campaign, continued 233-XXVI. The War in Poland and Tyrol 241-XXAE. A Broken Friendship and What It Brought 253-XXVIII. The Russian Campaign 265-XXVI. The Triumphal Entry into Moscow, and after 276-XXX. The March of Humiliation 284-XXXI. The Beginning of the End, the Leipzig Campaign 291-XXI. The Conquest of the Conqueror 302. Index 315. Illustrations. Napoleon I, Emperor of the French. J.L. David Frontispiece. Page. Napoleon at Brian Relia du Mars 24. It is the Emperor. H. de T. Glazebrook 86. Installation of Napoleon as First Consul. El Coude 108. The death of General Desire Ledru 118. On the sands at Bolagnesigal, RA 132. Napoleon giving the eagles to his army. L. David 140 Napoleon decorating his soldiers at Bolan F.G. Russell 146 The night before Austerlitz Derwent 152 The Battle of Friedland Horace Vernet 176 The retreat from Moscow v. Wyszczyn 266 After Moscow, advance or retreat. V. Wyszczyn 280 Marshal Ney defending the rearguard Adolphe Even 288, 1814 JLE Mycenae 302 The flight from Waterloo A Seagull, RA 308 Napoleon on board the Bellerophon Sir W. Q. Orchardson, RA 312 1812 Napoleon I in Russia by Vasily Wyszczyn illustrated from sketches and paintings by the author Contents page Introduction 1 On Progress in Art 16 Realism 24 I Napoleon 53 2 The Burning of Moscow 183 The Cossacks 224 The Grande Army 227 v. The Marshals 256 Full page Illustrations page Vasily Wyszczyn Frontispiece A Dispatch 72 Russian Grenadiers 78 at Borodino 92 Looking towards Moscow 108 Disillusion 128 On the way home 145 Bivouac 155 Despair 162 At a Council of War 176 Armed Peasant 186 In a Russian Church 197 Ney and the Staff 252 England and Napoleon, 1801–1815, compiled by S. E. Winbold Contents Date Title Page Introduction v. 1801 Battle of the Baltic Campbell 1801 State of Ireland Diary of Lord Colchester 3 1801 Golf and Football Strut 8 1802 Party Speeches of Sheridan and Canning Stanhope 9 1803–1815 Typical Vessels of the Royal Navy Close 13 1803 Desire for Pitt's Return to Office Stanhope 15 1803 Canning on Addington Stanhope 17 1803 Notes by Pitt on the War, Germany, and Napoleon Stanhope 18 1803 Gunboats for Defense Diaries of George Rose 20 1804 The Poor in Manufacturing Towns Gentleman's Magazine 21 1804 Wheat, Flour, and Bread Gentleman's Magazine 24 1805 England and the Mediterranean, I. Pitt 25 England and the Mediterranean, 2. Nelson 26 1805 The Blow That Killed Pitt, I. Pitt 27 The Blow That Killed Pitt, 2. Canning 28 1805 Routine on a British Man-of-War Close 29 1805 Nelson's Plan for Trafalgar Close 32 1805 Trafalgar Southey 34 1806 The Younger Pitt Scott 43 1806 Ministry of All the Talents Earl of Malmesbury 44 1806 Military Plans Lord Colchester 46 1807 Catholic Emancipation, I. Lord Colchester 47 Catholic Emancipation, 2. Malmesbury 50 1807 Party Politics Leigh Hunt 52 1807 Berlin Decrees Colchester 53 1809 Corunna, I. Colchester 55 Corunna, 2. Charles Wolfe 55 1809. Public Economy Diaries of George Rose 57 1809. Resignation of Portland Colchester 58 1809. Duel of Canning and Castlereagh Colchester 59 1806 to 1809. Military Expenses Colchester 60 1809. Talavera, Protest by Lords Protests of the Lords 61 1810. Walshan Expedition Colchester 62 1810. Wellington's Difficulties in Spain Wellington's Dispatches 65 1811. The Regency Colchester 71 1811. Feat at Carlton House Colchester 73 1812. Weaving Machines Byron's Letters 76 1812. Badejo's Wellington's Dispatches 79 1812. Murder of Perceval Colchester 84 1812. Sheridan's Last Utterances in the House More 85 1813. Sir Stapleton Cotton's Military Services Colchester 86 1813. Victoria Wellington's Dispatches 87 1814. Deposition of Napoleon Byron's Letters 95 1814. Capture of Toulouse Wellington's Dispatches 96 1814. Duke of Wellington's Thanks Colchester 102 1814. Negotiations with Bonaparte Southey 105 1815. Interview with Napoleon in Elba Vivian 109 1815. Waterloo Wellington's Dispatches 112 Memoirs of the Life, Exile, and Conversations of the Emperor Napoleon by the Count de Las Cases Illustrations Volume I page. Portrait of the Emperor Napoleon, to face the title. Napoleon on board the Bellerophon 26. Portrait of Charles Bonaparte 66. Portrait of Letizia Bonaparte 69. Residence of the Emperor at Longwood 264 Volume 2. Portrait of the Empress Josephine, to face the title. Portrait of Marshal Bertrand 33. Map of St. Helena 39. Portrait of Prince Talleyrand 64. Eugene Beauharnois claiming his father's sword 186 Volume 3. Portrait of Sir Hudson Lowe, to face the title. Ground plan of Longwood 21. The house in which Napoleon was born 113. The burning of Moscow 164. Napoleon's return from Elba 302 Volume 4. Portrait of Count de Las Cases, to face the title. Napoleon at St. Helena 149. Death of Napoleon 386. Statue of Napoleon on the Place Vendôme 388. Tomb of Napoleon 399. Memoirs of General Count Rapp First Aide-de-camp to Napoleon written by himself, and published by his family. Contents Chapter I Commencement of the author's military career. His promotion certificate from Désiré Good Fortune in Egypt. Introduction to, and character of, Napoleon. Servile conduct of the old nobility. 1 Chap. 2 Napoleon's temper. His flatterers. His clemency. 8 Chap. 3. Napoleon's attachment to his family. Lucien's opposition to the views of Napoleon. Napoleon's bounty to Rap's intercession for Recchia and Damas's unsuccessful rights to Recchia. Letter intercepted and carried to Napoleon. The emperor, greatly incensed at it, Rap apologizes, is restored to favor, marries Bernadotte, disgrace with the emperor. His restoration to favor. 12. Chap. 4. Napoleon's courage. Infernal machine. The emperor's escape. 19. Chap. V. Napoleon's readiness to receive advice. His contempt for ignorance. His partiality to the game of Vingt un. 22. Chap. 6. The Third Austrian War. The French victorious. The Austrian army shut up in Ulm summoned to surrender. Negotiation conducted by M. de Segur. The enemy surrender. Napoleon's joy. 26. Chap. 7. The remainder of the Austrians pursued, defeated by Murat. Werneck's capitulation, disregarded by Count Hohenzollern. Correspondence. Napoleon's proclamation. 40. Chap. 8. The French march towards Vienna. The Russians defeated. Napoleon's instructions to Murat on the occupation of Vienna. 50. Chap. 9. Anecdote of the Emperor and Madame de Broglie. The advance of the French troops. Stratagem in crossing the Danube. Austerlitz. The advance guard of the French repulsed by the Russians. The Russians completely defeated. Rap wounded. His promotion. Napoleon's kindness to him. His recovery. The Emperor's instructions to Rap. Peace concluded. 54. Chap. X. The conduct of Prussia. Rap's mission. Its object. His return. The Grand Duchess of Darmstadt offends the Emperor. Her punishment. The French troops attacked by some Prussian detachments. Rap's appointment to the command of the military division at Strasbourg. He receives instructions. The Emperor arrives at Mainz. Rap joins him at Würzburg. His mission to the Grand Duke of Baden. The impatience of the Prussian generals to commence the war. Character of Prince Louis. Demand of Prussia. Napoleon's proclamation. Prussians defeated at Schlatz. Rap sent to the King of Prussia. Recalled mission of de Montesquieu. His treatment. 66. Chap. 11. The calculations of the Duke of Brunswick. He is disconcerted at the movement of the French maneuver. Napoleon issues orders. Battle of Auerstadt and Jena. The French victorious. Rap instructed to pursue the Russians. He enters Weimar. The King of Prussia makes overtures. Napoleon's conduct. He sends Duroc to visit the wounded. Headquarters established at Weimar. Movements of the enemy attacked and routed by Bernadotte at Halle. Napoleon visits the field of battle. Goes to Dessau. His treatment of the old Duke. 79. Chap. 12. The Prussians closely pursued by the French. Surrender of a corps before Magdeburg. Misfortunes of Prussia. The French prepare to march on Berlin. Napoleon's instructions to Davoust. 89. Chap. 13. The French set out for Potsdam. Anecdote of the Emperor and a female native of Egypt. State of Potsdam. Flight of the court deputations to the Emperor. Their reception. Napoleon's observations to the Duke of Brunswick's envoy. Headquarters at Charlottenburg. Napoleon's proclamation. 93. Chap. 14. Napoleon reviews the Third Corps effect of the proclamation on the troops' surrender of 25,000 Prussians. The Duke of Weimar abandons his command. Blücher surrenders. Napoleon's dispatch to General Belliard. Blücher allowed to retire to Hamburg. 101. Chap. 15. Arrest of Prince Hatzfeld as a spy. Napoleon's determination to have him executed. Intercession for him. The release of the prince. His letter to Count Rapp. Embassies to the Emperor. Rapp authorized to settle the affairs of the court of Weimar. The Duke permitted to return to his estates. His letter of thanks to Rapp. 107. Chap. 16. Surrender of the Prussian fortresses. Arrest of the Prince of Württemberg. Headquarters at Posen. State of Poland. Entry into Warsaw. The Emperor's reception. Anecdotes of the Poles and of the French soldiers. Passage of the Vistula. 114. Chap. 17. Affairs with the Russians. Battle of Pultusk. Rapp's wounds. His appointment to the government of Thorn. Blücher's letter to him. He intercedes for Blücher is made governor of Danzig. Contributions levied. Napoleon's dissatisfaction with Prussia. 124. Chap. 18. Fourth Austrian War, 1809. Battle of Esslingen-Schills. Insurrection. Napoleon's feeling. Battle of Wagram. Rapp's accident. Rapp obtains the pardon of some conspirators. 136. Chap. 19. Attempt of a young German to assassinate Napoleon. Conversation and conduct of the assassin. 141. Chap. Execution of the young German. Peace concluded. Rapp's reception in Munich. Situation of Bavaria. Tray of the King of Württemberg. Napoleon's return to Fontainebleau. 147. Chap. XXI. Divorce of Josephine. Marriage of Napoleon and Maria Louisa. Napoleon displeased with Rapp sends him to Danzig. Rapp at Danzig. Character of his garrison. He gives offense to the Russian resident. 151. Chap. XXII. Napoleon's dissatisfaction with Rapp for evading the anti-commercial decrees. 1. Established at Danzig. Discontent in the north of Germany. Rapp's representations. Napoleon's ignorance of the German character. 158. Chap. 23. Napoleon repairs to Danzig. Conversation between the Emperor and Rapp. 164. Chap. Xiv. Napoleon proceeds to Königsberg. His intentions. The advance of the French troops. Their arrival at Wilna. Commencement of the Russian War. 168. Chap. XXV. Flight of the Russians. Their rearguard defeated by the King of Naples. His report of the engagement. Dispute between the King of Westphalia and Vandam. 171. Chap. XXVI. Rapp leaves Danzig. State of the roads. Arrives at Wilna. Opening of the Polish Diet. Speech of the President. Eloquence and negotiations of the Abbé de Prat. 176. Chap. XXVIII. Activity of the Emperor. His instructions to Hautpold. Distress of the army. Hopes of Napoleon. The Russian Patriarch's denunciation of the French. 186. Chap. XXVIII. Battle of Smolensk. Escape of the Russian army. Junot's inactivity. He is in disgrace with the Emperor. Intercessions in his favor. Rapp named for the command of the Westphalian Corps. Instead of Junot character of Junot, he is allowed to resume his command. Eruption of Thomas of Napoleon's instructions to the Duke de Belluno. 190 chap. Kutuzov takes the command of the Russian army. His qualifications, his losses. Sent to reconnoiter Napoleon's conversation before the Battle of Borodino. Proclamation. 197 chap. XXX Battle of Borodino. Wounds. 204 chap. XXXI Retreat of the Russians. Occupation and burning of Moscow. 209 chap. The Emperor's delay at Moscow, its motives and consequences. His instructions to the Duke de Belluno. Deplorable state of the French army. Recovery. The Emperor's anxiety about the wounded. 213 chap. XXXII Retreat of the French. The Emperor's dispatch to Mortier. Battle at Malojarosloits. Napoleon visits the field of battle surprised by some Cossacks. Conduct. The Emperor loads him with eulogiums. General Winzengerode taken prisoner. His treatment. 221 chap. Deplorable condition of the French Mallet's conspiracy. The Emperor's surprise. The French cross the Borysthens attacked by the Russians. Retreat of the French Marshal Ney's courage. 230 chap. XXXV Continuation of the retreat. Capture of Vitebsk. Loss of the magazines. State of the weather. Disasters of the French attacked by the Cossacks. 235 chap. The Emperor's solicitude for Ney receives information of his escape from the Russians. Embarrassment of the French. Battle of the Psina. Surrender of Partonio's division. Retreat of the French upon Wilna. Napoleon sets out for Paris. His instructions. Proceeds to Danzig. 242 chap. A description of the town and garrison of Danzig. Preparations. His difficulties. Losses of the garrison by disease. Scarcity of provisions. Breaking up of the ice. 254 chap. Conduct of the Allies. General D'Etrées sent to reconnoiter skirmishes between the French and Allies. The Russians defeated at Langfara, and Ura. 262 chap. Destructive ravages of the epidemic. Expedition against Quadendorf. Defeat of the Russians. Ignorance of the garrison of the progress of events. The epidemic disappears. The Russian signals set on fire. Attempts to seduce the troops of the garrison. Review of the garrison on the glacis. 271 chap. The garrison's efforts to obtain provisions, its difficulties. Sends an expedition into the Nurhung. Is successful. He demands a loan from the Danzigers. Accusation against the Senator Piglio. Conduct of the Duke of Württemberg. News of the victories of Lutzen and Bautzen. Its effect on the French troops. The Russians defeated. The Allies solicit an armistice. Receives the ribbon of the Order of La Réunion. Napoleon's dispatch to Rapp. 282 chap. XLI conditions of the armistice. Duke of Württemberg raises obstacles to the fulfillment of them. His subterfuges. Rapp's letter to the Prince de Neuchâtel. Scarcity of provisions. Recommencement of hostilities. 292 chap. XLII attempts of the besiegers' engagement between the garrison and the Russians at the advanced posts details a second engagement. The Russians take Langford. Their intentions Raps preparations are put in a state of defense. The Russians attack Kabrun. Their fleet fire on the French batteries, but are repulsed. Overflowing of the Vistula. Combined attack by the land and sea forces of the besiegers. 303 Chap. XLII Severity of the weather. Scarcity of provisions. Attack of the Russians. Their defeat. Situation and plan of operations. State of Danzig, the magazines, and the surrounding fortresses. Condition of the garrison. Disaffection of the German troops. Means used to decoy them. Rapp capitulates. The Emperor Alexander annuls the capitulation. Rapp protests and surrenders. 323 Chap. Xliv. The garrison taken prisoners to Kiel. Their liberation. The state of France in 1814. Rapp's treatment at court. The return from Elba. Conversation between Napoleon and Rapp. Rapp's appointment to the command of the Army of the Upper Rhine. Napoleon's arrangements. His letter to the Allied sovereigns. Rapp sets out for Alsace. State of public feeling. Enthusiasm of the women at Mulhouse. 337 Chap. XLV Preparations of the Allies. Napoleon's letter to Rapp. Rapp receives fresh funds. The Emperor's dispatch to Rapp. 352 Chap. XLVI Amount and division of the French troops. Rapp receives news of the Battle of Waterloo. His determination. Rapp's advanced posts. Attacked movements of the Allies. The success of the French. Their retreat. 357 Chap. Xlei effect of the news of the Battle of Waterloo. Disposition of Rapp's troops. Battle of Lampertheim. Designs of the Allies. Rapp throws himself into Strasbourg. Prince of Württemberg's conduct. Military convention signed. 364 Chap. Xlate mutiny of the garrison of Strasbourg. A description of their conduct. Dissolution of the army. Rapp's letter to the king. Its effect. Rapp's death. Conclusion. 375 Appendix. Letter from General Rapp to the Duke of Württemberg. 405 Answer 407 Letter from the Duke of Württemberg to His Excellency Count Rapp. 409 Answer 410 Letter from the Duke of Württemberg to General Count Rapp. 411 Answer 413 Letter from the Duke of Württemberg to General Rapp. 415 Capitulation of Danzig. 417 Letter from the Duke of Württemberg to General Rapp. 424 Answer 426 Letter from Count Rapp to the Duke of Württemberg. 428 to the same. 430 Napoleon's Russian Campaign of 1812 by Edward Ford. Illustrated contents. Chapter page I. The Preliminaries 1-2. Napoleon's Army and its Generals 23. The Russian Army and its Generals 41-4. The first stage of the campaign. Operations from Kovno to Vitebsk 59 v. The operations about Smolensk 108-6. The operations in Volhynia and on the Duna 159-7. Smolensk to Borodino 183-8. The occupation and destruction of Moscow 229. The French sojourn in Moscow 241x. The first stages of the retreat 263-11. The operations in Napoleon's rear during September and October 286-12. The French retreat. Maloy-Yaroslavets to Orsha 307-13. Orsha to the Berezina 344-14. Conclusion of the campaign. Losses and results 374 Appendices A to E 392 Bibliography 405 Index 409 Illustrations 1. Bad news from Paris 2. The Emperor Alexander I of Russia 3. Prince Eugene, son of the ex-Empress Josephine 4. Details of the uniforms of the infantry of the French army in 1812-5. Marshal Davout 6. Prince Joseph Antony Poniatowski, nephew of Stanislaus Augustus, the last king of Poland 7. Field Marshal Prince Barclay de Tolly 8. Field Marshal Prince Golenischev Kutuzov 9. General Prince Bagration, commander of the Second Russian Army in 1812-10. Joachim Murat, King of Naples 11. The old fortifications of Smolensk 12. Marshal Oudinot, Duke of Reggio 13. The First Battle of Polotsk 14. General of Cavalry Count Platov 15. Marshal Ney 16. Moscow from the Sparrow Hills 17. Napoleon's first view of Moscow 18. Napoleon watching the burning of Moscow 19. The Kremlin, Moscow 20. Marshal Victor, Duke of Belluno 21. The Church of Vasily Blagorny at Moscow 22. The Council of War after the Battle of Maloy-Yaroslavets 23. Marshal Gouvion Street CYR 24. Count Wittgenstein 25. Armed Russian peasants in ambush in the woods waiting to cut off French stragglers 26. The retreat of the French from Moscow 27. Russian grenadiers pursuing the French army 28. Napoleon, Berthier, Murat, and Rapp, in the order named, round campfire 29. General Baranibal 30. Crossing the Berezina 31. Marshal Ney supporting the rearguard during the retreat from Moscow 32. Napoleon's traveling kitchen maps and plans. Plan of Battle of Saltanovka Smolensk Lubino Gorodichna Borodino Vinkovo Maloy-Yaroslavets Polotsk, 2nd, Order of French Retreat, the 31st of October Battle of Vyazma Krasnoy Passage of the Berezina Battle of Polotsk, 1st, Map of Theatre of War, showing positions of opposing forces at opening of campaign and movements on both sides up to occupation of Moscow, folding, at end of volume, Map of Theatre of War, showing positions of opposing forces at the evacuation of Moscow and movements on both sides to the end of the campaign, folding, at end of volume, the Napoleon Gallery illustrations of the life and times of the Emperor of France. List of illustrations I. The action at Saint Roch's 2. Entering Milan 3. What a lesson for man! For the Battle of Rivoli v Napoleon at Lonato 6. Defending the redoubt of Montelegno 7. Preliminaries of the Peace of Leoben 8. Crossing the bridge at Arcola 9. The Cisalpine Republic X. The Battle of the Pyramids 11. The Revolt of Cairo 12. The Fight at Benuth 13. The Speech at the Pyramids 14. All whom I command are my children 15. Bonaparte pardoning the rebels at Cairo 16. The Plague of Jaffa 17. You are the greatest of men. 18. Napoleon inscribing his name on Mount Sinai 19. Napoleon at Malmaison XX. The Battle of Marengo XXI. The Battle of Abalxa XXII. The Review by the First Consul 23. Bonaparte at Mount Saint Bernard XIV. The Death of Desailly XXV. The Coronation of Napoleon XXVI. The First Corps crossing the Main Xxai. The Fourth Corps at the North Xxait. The Emperor's arrival at Augsburg XXVI. Napoleon crowned King of Italy XXX. Napoleon crossing the Rhine at Kehl XXXI. The Fourth Corps entering Augsburg XXI. Napoleon addresses the army XXXII. The surrender of Ulm XXV. Napoleon receiving the keys of Vienna XXXV. The morning of Austerlitz XXV. Presentation of Austrian ensigns to the French Senate XXI. The 76th Regiment recovering its colors XXVIII. The night before the Battle of Austerlitz XXVI. The Battle of Austerlitz XL. Napoleon's interview with the Austrian Emperor XLI. Statues on the column of the Grand Army XLII. The Duchess of Weimar and Napoleon XLII. Napoleon receiving the deputies of the Senate XLIV. The Sword of Frederick the Great XLV. The Battle of Jena XLVI. Marshal Ney at Elchingen XLAI. Napoleon's clemency XLate. The Field of Battle at Ilauxlix. The Battle of Friedland L. The Simplon Pass Lee. Battle of Essling Lii. Napoleon wounded at Ratisbon Lii. The combat at Somo-Sierra-Liv. Napoleon's interview with the Prussian Queen LV. The retreat from Moscow LVI. The death of the Duke of Montebello LVII. Napoleon at the tomb of Frederick the Great late. The peasant of the Rhine LIX. The redoubt of Kabrun LX. Is it true that things are going so badly? LXI. The Battle of Moscow LXII. The skirmish LXIT. Everyone to his own calling LXIV. The death of Poniatowski LXV. Napoleon at Lutzen LXVI. The Battle of Montmirail LXAI. Napoleon at Monterol LXVIII. Napoleon's farewell at Fontainebleau LXVI. The Battle of Haynau LXX. Napoleon at Arcis-sur-Aube LXXI. Filial anxiety of a conscript LXI. The Turnpike of Clichy LXXII. The return from Elba LXIV. Napoleon at Charleroi LXXV. Napoleon at Waterloo LXXV. Napoleon saluting wounded foes LXXVIII. Napoleon in 1815 LXXVIII. Taking the oath of allegiance LXXVI. A soldier's farewell LXXX. A soldier at Waterloo LXXVIII. A field hospital LXXVIII. Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile LXXXIII. Deathbed of Napoleon LXXV. Napoleon as Lieutenant Colonel LXXXV. The Triumphal Column LXXV. Statue of Napoleon by Chaudet LXXVIII. Apotheosis LXXVIII. Napoleon, Emperor LXXVI. The Death Mask of Napoleon XC. The Funeral Procession at the Arc de Triomphe XCI. Esplanade of the Hotel des Invalides XCII. The Catafalque, Dome des Invalides XIT. The Funeral Carcasive. Opening the Casket XCV. Royal Court of the Hotel des Invalides. A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte with a sketch of Josephine, Empress of the French by Ida M. Tarbell contents the life of Napoleon. Chapter page I Youth and Early Surroundings School Days at Brian 17-2. In Paris Lieutenant of Artillery Literary Work. The Revolution 27-3. Robespierre. Out of Work First Success 43-4. Courtship and Marriage Devotion to Josephine 53 V Italian Campaign Rules of War 61-6. Return to Paris Egyptian Campaign. The 18th Brumaire 89-7. Statesman and Lawgiver. The Finances. The Industries. The Public Works 105-8. Return of the Emigres. The Concordat Legion of Honor Code Napoleon 119-9. Opposition to the centralization of the government. Prosperity of France 133. Preparations for war with England. Flotilla at Boland. Sale of Louisiana 143-11. Emperor of the French people. King of Italy 151-12. Campaigns of 1805, 1806. 1807 Peace of Tilsit 163-13. Extension of Napoleon's Empire. Family Affairs 179-14. Berlin Decree. Peninsular War. The Bonapartes on the Spanish throne 191-15. Disasters in Spain. Erfurt meeting Napoleon at Madrid 199-816. Tolerance Treachery Campaign of 1809-211-17. Divorce of Josephine. Marriage with Marie-Louise. Birth of the King of Rome 221-18. Trouble with the Pope. The conscription. The Tilsit Agreement broken 229-19. Russian campaign. Burning of Moscow. A new army 241-XX. Campaign of 1813. Campaign of 1814. Abdication 253-XXI. Elba. The 100 Days. The Second Abdication 265-XXII. Surrender to English Street. Helena. Death 279-23. The Second Funeral 295. Sketch of Josephine Empress of the French. I family early surroundings Alexander de Beauharnais marriage separation from husband 325 2. Josephine in the Revolution imprisoned at Les Carmes struggle for existence marriage with Bonaparte 334 3. Bonaparte goes to Italy Josephine at Milan 1796–1797 Triumphal tour in Italy Bonaparte leaves for Egypt 346 4. Bonaparte is made first consul Josephine's tact in public life. Her personal charm Malmaison 360 v. The question of succession marriage of Hortense Josephine Empress of the French people. The coronation 371 6. Etiquette regulating Josephine's life royal journeys extravagance in dress 386 7. Josephine not allowed to go to Poland fear of divorce. The reconciliation of 1807–1808. The campaign of 1809 and its effect on Napoleon 399–98. Napoleon returns to France Josephine's unhappiness Napoleon's view of a divorce. The way in which the divorce was effected 413 9. After the divorce Navarre Josephine's suspicions of the emperor. Her gradual return to happiness 423 X effect on Josephine of disasters in Russia anxiety during campaign of 1813 flight from Paris death in 1814 440 handwriting of Napoleon at different periods 453 table of the Bonaparte family 464 chronology of the life of Napoleon Bonaparte 469 index 477 End of the Project Gutenberg ebook index of the Project Gutenberg works of various authors on Napoleon Bonaparte updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, You must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty. Disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116. 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, We know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.